Preface. I remember the first time I saw Greenland. After hours in the plain over the deep blue Atlantic, the narrow coastline turned up in the distance, adding various hues of yellow and brown to the color mix. And then, for a very long time, there was nothing but white. Viewed from an altitude of 30,000 feet, the ice cap that covered the entire vast interior of the island seemed to stretch from one horizon to the other. The year was 1977, and my father had signed up for 2 years as a geography professor at the island's only teachers' training college located in the capital, which was then still known as Godthåb, but now officially is called Nuuk. We, a family of 6, knew an adventure awaited us, but it was a very different adventure from the one I had already started piecing together in my 9-year-old mind. I had expected to come to a place where the Inuit still lived as they had hundreds of years earlier, hunting seals from kayaks and building igloos in winter. Instead, my initial impressions of Greenland after stepping off the plane from Europe in the mild August sun very much belonged to the late 20th century. Sunderstrom Air Base, run by the United States Air Force, although located north of the polar circle, it had all the amenities of modern life, including a movie theater that featured the most recent Hollywood blockbusters while serving popcorn and Coca-Cola. My father told me the history of the place. It had been built in 1941, when the Americans first came to Greenland. So, World War II had even played out this far up north, I thought. An interest in the subject had been kindled. Once we arrived in Godthåb, there was not much to suggest that little more than 3 decades in the past, this had been a country at war. Except the fact that the entire town, for with a population of less than 10,000, it was hardly a city, was testimony to the war. The frequent sound of explosions when new roads were being built, and the workers had to blow their way through the rocks with dynamite, were a constant reminder that this was not a natural place to create a capital. Still, the signs of what we have come to see as progress were everywhere. Buildings made of concrete rather than wood, helicopters in the air, the port filling with diesel-powered fishing vessels. This was the result of developments that were set in motion during the war. Yet there were few who had much to say about the conflict, even though you would have only had to be in your 40s to have a recollection of that period in history. The Americans had usually stayed away from the Inuit population during the war due to an active policy of preventing fraternization. The Germans had been there too, but far away on the other side of the island. The war had taken place behind the scenes, so to speak, or in distant parts of Greenland where almost no people lived. Even though I had already developed an interest in history, I left Godthåb with my family 2 years later without being much the wiser about what had happened on the Big Island during the war. This book is an attempt to fill the hole in the historiography that existed in the 1970s when I lived in Greenland with my parents and sisters, and has remained to this day. While there have been several attempts to write about individual aspects of the war, for example, the German endeavors to set up weather stations on the East Coast, this is the first one to address the topic in its totality. Several surprises have turned up along the way. Some were, in a sense, expected. For example, it has not widely been described that Ultra, the top-secret Allied operation to intercept and decipher a significant part of German wartime communications, played a role in fighting off German meteorological expeditions on the Greenland east coast, but it makes sense. Other surprises were more counterintuitive. For instance, few probably realized that in 1940, the U.S. government was almost more at odds with the Canadians and the British over Greenland than with the Germans. The fact that a Nazi movement emerged among Greenland's Inuit population in the midst of the war, small and short-lived though it might have been, is also not common knowledge. I have aimed to avoid value judgments about the actions and statements described in this book, trusting that the listener is perfectly capable of doing this without help from others, and might even be annoyed to be told what to think. For example, when a German sailor is quoted as saying that a prisoner could feasibly be shot if proving a burden on his captors, I consider it redundant to add a sentence of opprobrium. I believe it will emerge from the narrative when someone behaved in a manner that was in some way morally dubious or counterproductive. That being said, it is easy, perhaps too easy, with the benefit of hindsight, to say what historical actors should have done, especially sitting in one's comfortably heated office rather than in sub-zero-degree polar weather. Still, with 8 decades having passed, it is time to move beyond the facile, heroic tales of the early post-war years and assume a more objective view. This book builds on extensive research in archives. None has proven more useful than the Bundeswehr Military History Museum in Dresden, whose archive holds the unique collection of documents assembled by German historian Franz Seelinger. Some listeners may notice the absence of David Howarth's classic book, issued under various titles such as A Footprint in the Snow or The Sledge Patrol. This is deliberate. While Howarth's work serves as a wonderful introduction to the subject, it must be dismissed as largely fictional. It speaks for itself that one of the main characters in the book is surnamed Schmidt, even though no person of this name was present in Greenland at the time of the events described. I have endeavored to make this book as easy to listen to as possible. This means, among other things, that there will be several instances of dialogue occurring. I decided to adopt this technique wherever it made sense for narrative purposes, and crucially where the words used were given verbatim in the sources, for example, stenographic records of meetings. In other words, no conversation is made up. A quick note on vocabulary. The word Eskimo, in widespread use until perhaps a generation ago, is now largely considered offensive and outdated, and in this book the terms Inuit and Greenlanders have been used instead. However, when original sources are quoted verbatim, the word Eskimo has been preserved. The Greenland place names used in the 1940s are the ones also used in this book. Introduction. The Battle. April 1944. The Americans are here. The radio operator Heinz Schmidt, Heine among his friends, was running from one cave to the next, dug into the massive glacier in snow-covered northeast Greenland, where he and his comrades, sailors of Hitler's Kriegsmarine, had lived concealed for months. They had been troglodytes encased in ice, hoping to stay undetected while they went about their actual business, which was to make accurate measurements of the weather and send detailed reports back to Germany several times a day. This Saturday morning, April 22, 1944, as the cold air filled with the sharp cracks of small arms fire, they all knew they had been unsuccessful. The enemy had located them, and now they were under attack. In fact, their attackers were not Americans, as Heinz Schmidt believed, but Danes, supported and equipped by the U.S. military. How soldiers of the Axis and the Allies could meet in battle in the far north, thousands of miles from the main fronts in Russia and Italy, was the result of one of the most peculiar stories of the entire global conflict. It was the story of how one island, the world's largest, had been moved to near the top of the strategic agenda in both the Allied and the Axis camp, despite its location in the geographical periphery, where men could barely survive. Technology had made that shift both possible and necessary. The emergence of Arctic aviation enabled the belligerents to reach Greenland with greater ease than ever before. At the same time, the need to fly in order to win battles made access to the island a precondition for coming out victorious in the war. Meteorological data from Greenland were required to put together weather forecasts that enabled operations in the air over Europe to be planned. At an even more fundamental level, cryolite from the island's underground was a key ingredient in the production of aluminum, which in turn was needed for making modern aircraft. There was enough to fight for, but Greenland as a combat zone was like no other. Whereas the battles in Europe involved tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the war in Greenland was fought on a much smaller, if not intimate, scale. In some cases, the opponents knew each other's names. They moved in small groups, usually just of 2 or 3, trying to outwit each other in a deadly cat-and-mouse game that was further complicated by the fact that the implacable forces of nature constituted a constant menace to all. This made the experience of fighting in Greenland more akin to the war waged in the jungles of Burma and elsewhere in Asia and the Pacific, with the crucial difference that often there was nowhere to hide in Greenland's vast open spaces. Indeed, if one was to look for a close equivalent to what really happened in Greenland in the early 1940s, one would perhaps have to resort to science fiction. A war taking place at some time in the future on the moon, with a tiny number of soldiers opposing each other in a place completely empty of people, far from any logistical support from home, having to rely on themselves for immediate survival, and knowing that their protective gear was the only thing separating them from certain death. This Hollywood-style scenario would probably be the closest one could get. What also made Greenland peculiar was the actors involved, and how they aligned among each other and against each other. Strange rivalries emerged. The United States and Germany were the main protagonists, but an entire range of secondary actors also emerged: Britain, Canada, Norway, Denmark. The struggle for Greenland was not just fought with lethal weapons, but also with diplomatic tools, meaning that nations that were on the same side against the Axis could still compete for access to the island and its resources: the United States against Canada and Britain, Norway against Denmark. Even Japan entered the fray due to an interest in Greenland as a source of cryolite and as a great power policy test case. If the Western Allies can invade Greenland, Tokyo asked, why can Japan not do the same to territories in the Pacific? Like most other things happening in World War II, events in Greenland had a long prehistory, reaching back centuries. To understand the background of this story, and also ultimately to understand the battle that took place on April 22, 1944, on the east coast of Greenland, and appreciate how it ended, and what happened to Heine Schmidt and his comrades, one has first to dig into the island's deep past. Chapter 1. Greenland's Ice-Girt Shore. Until 1900. It was the contrasts that struck German ethnologist Paul Burckhardt when he visited Greenland as a member of a scientific expedition in 1937. The 43-year-old, who was also an Untersturmführer in the dreaded Schutzstaffel, or SS, noted with appreciation the majestic beauty of the harsh polar country, but also its unforgiving, even cruel character. The ability of the Greenlanders to survive in some of the most inhospitable conditions in the world embodied the constant existential struggle that the Nazis believed to be the basic law of all life, while the natural splendor of the frozen expanses appealed to their sense of aesthetics. Perhaps more than any other place on Earth explored by the followers of Hitler's warped ideology in the ominous pre-war years, Greenland represented to them the world they wanted to create over the bodies of millions of innocents. It was a world where man had put behind any concept of good and evil for a single-minded pursuit of triumph over his surroundings. In a book published shortly after his return to Germany, Burckhardt extolled the Inuit hunter for his almost superhuman relish in a never-ending wrestling match with hostile elements. He needs the boundless space, the frothing sea, the raging storm. He needs the struggle in the kayak, the danger of the ice. Burckhardt declared his unadulterated sympathy with a land where compassion and sorrow were alien notions, describing the spirit that it fostered instead in Nietzschean terms. I love life because I have the strength to live it. Will I be dead tomorrow? Why not? That will happen to us all. But underlying the real or assumed death defiance was awe at the natural grandeur. The sun breaks through the clouds, the ice shimmers in shades of blue, turquoise, gold and silver, and delicate red. Burckhardt wrote about a trip by boat along a strip of coastline that suddenly reveals itself in all its unconscious splendor. From somewhere deep below, I come to understand the intense love that the Greenlander feels for his country. Burckhardt was very well acquainted with the basic geographical facts. Greenland was the world's largest island, 3 times the size of the second largest, New Guinea, and by virtue of its sheer extent, it displayed all the extremes of an Arctic climate. The far north was a vast polar desert with minimal precipitation and average temperatures that rarely exceeded 40 degrees Fahrenheit even in July. In winter, it was shrouded in a 5-month-long polar night when the sun never appeared above the horizon. Further south, the island's deep fjords were warmed by Atlantic currents, allowing vegetation, even low trees, to turn a bright green in the summer. But only along a thin brim near the rugged coastline was human habitation possible. Greenland's most dominant natural feature was its huge ice sheet, reaching a thickness of up to 1.9 miles and covering 4/5 of the island's total area. Like travelers both before and after him, Burckhardt read too much of his own personality into Greenland's otherworldly landscape. Still, the idea that beauty and struggle were fundamental to the island seemed coherent with the experience of those who had made it their home throughout history, or at least attempted to. They had settled down in successive waves, sometimes overlapping or even displacing each other, at other times finding the expanses completely empty. Greenland was among the last major territories to be populated by Homo sapiens in their expansion to the furthest corners of the world. It had been bypassed by the trickle of people that millennia earlier had led to the peopling of the Americas. It was not visited by humans until about 4,500 years ago, when small groups of settlers who had come from Siberia across the Bering Straits arrived via present-day Canada and settled in Greenland's north. They may have initially been lured in by the absence of other people, but that absence had a reason, and several times all these early immigrants managed was to make a tiny mark on the landscape, just enough for much later archaeologists to detect that they had ever been there before they disappeared again. Only 3 times during Greenland's prehistory, humans succeeded in making it all the way to the south of the huge island. The first people of Greenland, now known as Independence I, arrived at about the same time that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built. They constitute a ghostly presence in the island's historical record, leaving behind simple tools but no physical trace of themselves. There is no bone, not even a single tooth. Other settlers followed in their footsteps. They have been given various names by posterity, Sakak, Dorset, but they tell the same basic story of man's struggle against the elements and his eventual defeat. None of the early attempts at settling Greenland lasted, and the descendants of the pioneers either died out or retreated back into Canada. For over half a millennium at the beginning of the Common Era, it seemed as if the peopling of Greenland had been given up entirely. The island was completely deserted, but by AD 700, new groups again started settling down along the northwestern coast of Greenland, and from then on, there was a continuous history of human habitation. The first attempt to colonize Greenland from Europe was born out of violence. The Icelandic Viking Erik Thorvaldsson, later to be called Erik the Red because of the ginger color of his hair and beard, had been involved in a series of deadly clashes with rival clans and was banished from his home island for a 3-year period in the 980s. With few other options left, he decided to sail west. Whether he had heard stories of a continent beyond the frothing icy waves or simply headed out into the unknown is uncertain, But he chanced upon a huge landmass and spent the following years acquainting himself with its jagged coastline. With an explorer's desire to lay claim to the newly discovered territory, he gave names to the places he came across, often after himself: Eric's Fjord or Eric's Isles. The land as a whole he called Greenland. Men will desire much the more to go there if the land has a good name, he is reported to have said with more than a little cunning. Eric's followers and their descendants settled along the west coast of Greenland, where the climate was generally milder, forming the first permanent European presence in the New World half a millennium before Columbus. The Norsemen reported scattered contacts, often violent, with strange people coming from the north, with darker skin and almost black hair. Most likely, they were members of the Dorset people, and they described them with an odd mixture of superstition and precise ethnographic detail. When they are hurt by weapons, their sores become white without bleeding, according to an 11th century chronicler. They have no iron at all. They use missiles made of walrus tusks and sharp stones for knives. Neither party could know it at the time, but the encounter closed a chapter in world history. It was the end of a story that had begun tens of thousands of years before, when small bands of humans had made their first forays out of Africa, some dispersing west towards Europe, others east towards Asia and the Americas. For the first time, descendants of these eastern and western offshoots met on the other side of the globe. Man's expansion around the world had come full circle. The Norsemen launched expeditions beyond Greenland, discovering a vast and remarkably fertile continent. There, too, they encountered hostile strangers who were skilled in the art of archery and appeared in hide canoes so numerous that it seemed as if the sea were strewn with pieces of charcoal. Friction was inevitable. Fighting erupted, and the Norsemen pulled back. Though the land may be choice and good, there would always be war and terror overhanging them from those who dwelt there before them, they reasoned, as they abandoned any plans of establishing a new colony, according to the saga of Eric the Red. It would be centuries before European and American history again merged. Having withdrawn back to Greenland, the Norsemen settled into an existence that was always tenuous, with life never lived far from the edge of extinction. As one generation gave way to the next, their average number for all of the island is estimated to have hovered between 1,500 and 2,000. Eventually, a regular crisis set in. In the 13th century, a new, more vigorous people emerged from Canada. When they arrived, they replaced the Dorset people, perhaps by annihilating its last members. They were Inuit, descendants of immigrants from Siberia that had crossed the Bering Straits around the year AD 1000. Scattered evidence suggested hostility with the Norsemen, who described the newcomers derogatorily as skrylings, a word meaning wretches. Still, the wretches were better adapted to the Arctic conditions and often came out victorious in armed clashes with the Norsemen. Icelandic annals described a particularly bloody encounter taking place in a Norse settlement in 1379. The Skrylings attacked the Norsemen and killed 18 men and took 2 boys into slavery. For centuries after the events, the Inuit themselves passed down stories about conflict with the ever-dwindling group of pale-faced Norsemen. In one of the last confrontations, the Inuit covered their boats in white sealskins so that they looked like ice floes and managed to approach a Norse settlement in present-day Qaqortoq in southern Greenland without being discovered. At night, while the Norsemen were fast asleep, the Inuit placed piles of dry bushes around their houses, starting a fire which killed almost all of them before they could escape. Only one Norseman, their leader, Ungertok, was able to run away, carrying his little son. One of the Inuit pursued Ungertok, and in the end he was forced to throw the boy into a lake to relieve himself of his burden. Ungertok did not survive in the long run, however. In the end, he was cornered by a group of Inuit, but fought back so vigorously with his axe that none of them dared to get near him. Instead, he was felled with an arrow. While the Norse settlers came under pressure from the Inuit, the Black Death in Europe resulted in a radical reduction in the vital maritime communications with the old continent. It was too much for the fragile colony to survive. The body of the last Norseman, possibly the loneliest person in the world, was found by the crew of an Icelandic ship stopping by briefly in the 1540s. The clothes he was wearing were testimony to a civilization that, despite its extreme isolation, had maintained a certain level of material comfort, but had still not been able to withstand the severe climate, and was now gone forever. He had a hood on his head, well sewn, and clothes from both homespun and sealskin, according to a contemporary account. At his side lay a carving knife, which was bent and worn down by wetting. This knife they took with them for display. On June 24th, 1721, the captain of the ship Hobbit stepped down into the cabin allocated to his most important passenger, the 35-year-old Norwegian vicar Hans Egede, and told him and his family to make their peace with God and prepare for death. The crew on Hobbit, which was accompanied by 2 other ships, had eyed the dark southern tip of Greenland almost 3 weeks earlier, but for the entire period since then they had been unable to reach the coastline due to dense pack ice. Now they were caught in a violent storm, and as Hobbit was tossed among the waves amid impenetrable fog, they had no way of knowing what lay ahead. They had watched in horror as the ice smashed against one of the other ships, ripping open its bow, with disaster only averted because crew and passengers had frantically squeezed clothes and everything else that they could find into the gaping hole. Hans Egede was on a mission that now seemed likely to cost him his life, even before it had properly begun. Acting on behalf of the king in Copenhagen as the sovereign of the Danish-Norwegian monarchy, he wanted to bring the Christian faith to Greenland. His primary target was the remnants of the Norse settlers, whom he believed to still be alive, but also the Inuit. Now he was praying for his life, hoping that he would be saved from the elements in the way that had miraculously happened to St. Paul when he was shipwrecked in the Mediterranean on his way to spread the gospel in Rome. Only after midnight did the storm weaken and the fog started lifting, and the ice floes surrounding Hobbit were now more scattered than before. The ship and the people on board had been saved in a way that was both unexpected and improbable, Egede wrote in his diary. 9 days later, the ship was finally able to make landfall. Before we reached the shore, about 2 miles out, a few Greenlanders greeted us in their small boats, and for the first time I had an opportunity to study the people for whose sake I had gone through so much hardship, Egede wrote in his diary, July 3rd. They looked miserable. Later, his impression of the local Inuit population, who were curious rather than hostile towards the light-skinned visitors, improved somewhat. Both men and women are well-shaped and well-proportioned people, and they have strong bodies, he wrote in a general introduction to Greenland for the lay reader back in Europe. Even though they have no government and no common set of rules to discipline them, they are not lawless. Instead, their good nature is in itself a law to them. Egede's journey was historic and would change Greenland forever. For 300 years, since regular contact between Europe and the Norse settlements had ceased, the awareness of the lost colonies in the far north had never disappeared completely. In the early 1500s, shortly after Christopher Columbus's discovery of America, the Danish king Christian II had been involved in advanced planning to send ships to Greenland, perhaps in an attempt to reach East Asia by sailing west. Had they ever managed to complete this journey, the seafarers might just have met the last survivors of the Norse colony. It never materialized, and Egede was the first white traveler to return to Greenland soil and to stay there for a lengthy period. Concerned with winning souls for the Christian faith, he set about spreading the word of God from the moment he disembarked, initially founding a settlement which he called Hobbits Colony, the Colony of Hope, before moving it to a new place, Gotthop, which was later to become the capital of Greenland. Greenland had now been pulled firmly back into the orbit of world history, re-establishing the link with Europe that had been severed when the last Norseman died in the 16th century. Egede represented not only strategic interests, having been given permission to go to Greenland by the Danish king, but also mercenary agendas, as the journey itself had been financed by Norwegian firms hoping for new commerce through the establishment of a network of trading stations. In this fashion, missionizing zeal was matched by both political and economic ambition to claim the large island for the Danish-Norwegian kingdom. In the course of this endeavor, a model later used for Australia was pioneered. In a letter signed in April 1728, Frederick IV ordered the release of 12 convicts, all former soldiers, who were forcibly married to 12 women and shipped off to the distant polar possession with orders to help build the new colony. They are to be provided with the necessary clothes, provisions, and pay so that they can serve as soldiers in the fortification to be built in Greenland, the king said in his royal order. Life in the new land was harsh, and although he had some success winning converts for the Christian faith among the local population, Egede had to watch in agony how the link with Europe that he had helped establish also introduced new and unforeseen misery. A ship arriving from Denmark in May 1733 brought smallpox, and in the subsequent months thousands died. Egede's own wife did arduous work for the sick, but was fatally weakened by the effort. Throughout most of 1735 she was ill, and 3 days before Christmas of that year she died. Egede seemed a broken man, and saw no sense in staying. His last sermon in Greenland, on July 29, 1736, was a meditation over the intensely sad words from the Book of Isaiah, "I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for naught, and in vain." 11 days later, when the wind was finally right, he boarded a ship bound for Copenhagen, accompanied by his 3 children and his wife's coffin. Thus, after 15 years of toil in Greenland, I left the poor Greenlanders, he wrote in his diary. While Egede ended up in a state of considerable doubt about the feasibility of the entire Greenland enterprise, the island was seen by others as a potential source of untold riches. Dutch whalers were frequent visitors in waters near the island and also undertook an intensive trade with the local Greenlanders. Tension with the Danes grew, and eventually it resulted in violence. In July 1739, a fleet of 4 Dutch ships was observed in a natural harbor near the trading post of Christianshoop. Sailors aboard 3 Danish ships approached the Dutch, issuing an order for them to leave Greenland, which they declined. Immediately afterwards, the Danish ships opened fire. "We decided to fire for as long as we had shots left," the Danish commanders wrote afterwards in an account. "We expected that they would not give up, and we resolved beforehand that in case they persevered we would retreat, as they were superior to us in both muskets and men." The shelling lasted for 75 minutes. All 4 Dutch vessels saw severe damage to their sails and rigging, and the one closest to the Danish guns suffered 2 hits to the side of its hull and 1 to its mainmast. At this point, the Dutch quickly hoisted a flag and lowered it again as a signal of surrender. The Dutch commanders were rowed the short distance to the Danish fleet and disappeared under deck, entering the Danish captain's cabin to negotiate the terms that would allow them to leave Greenland. The 4 ships were taken as prize. The crews had to return to the Netherlands aboard other Dutch ships unless they agreed to enter into Danish service for the journey back to Europe. When we were informed that Everything in their cargo, with no exception, now belonged to us. A bottle of liquor was handed around more than once, a young Danish sailor wrote in his diary. In a bid to keep the Dutch and other foreign merchants at a distance, the Copenhagen-based General Trade Company was founded in 1747 and was gradually allowed to establish a monopoly on trade with Greenland. The flip side was that all other entities, whether Danish or foreign, faced a progressively tighter ban on commerce along the coast of Greenland. In a proclamation issued in 1758, King Frederick V extended the ban to the entire Greenland coastline, as well as the surrounding ocean within 20 miles. This applied to whomever, whether our own subjects or aliens, the Majesty emphasized. Foreign crews were allowed to set foot on Greenland soil only if they were shipwrecked or needed fresh water, and they were to depart again as soon as they could. After the General Trade Company went bankrupt, its responsibilities were taken over by the Royal Greenland Trading Department, and the same restrictions applied. Greenland became forbidden territory. The Danish authorities did their best to keep the outside world at bay. Still, isolating Greenland completely was impossible, as the future would show. On June 13, 1811, the British whaling ship Truelove appeared off the isolated Danish trading station of Tarshussak in northwestern Greenland. The sight of the vessel immediately caused a stir among the spectators on land, since Britain and Denmark were on different sides in the epic struggle kindled by Emperor Napoleon of France. The following day, at 3 a.m., 5 boats approached the coastline, unloading a party of whalers under the command of their captain, Thomas Forster. All of them were armed with guns and sabers, as if they were up against a defensive force of 100 men, the trading station's director, Mats Thomsen Lund, wrote in a report afterwards. Truelove doubled as a privateer, and the whalers immediately went about seizing everything they could in the name of the British Crown, painting the name of their ship in large letters on barrels and casks. They were delighted to also find unicorn bone, narwhal tusks. Forster, visibly inebriated, made no secret of what he was doing. "You must remember that a state of war exists between Denmark and Britain," he told Lund while his men were rolling down barrels filled with lard and sealskin to the shoreline. "I am a privateer and can take away everything here." The Danes could do nothing but watch in frustrated impotence, not failing to notice that the British whalers were being helped by 2 eager Greenlanders. It was a sign, if they needed one, that the trading station was intensely unpopular with the local Inuit, taking up ancestral space without bringing any benefits to them. The looting continued for 4 days, until June 18th, when Forster departed with his men, self-confidently promising that he would visit some more Danish trading stations on his way home if he did not have any luck catching whales. "That way, I got rid of this self-invited guest," Lund wrote tersely in his report. Forster did not follow up on his pledge to continue his raids along the Greenland coastline, but the incident nevertheless had repercussions. It turned out that he had overstepped his boundaries, since the war had interrupted normal commerce in the North Atlantic and brought great hardship to the people of Greenland, Inuit and Europeans alike. The British government had made an exception for the island, allowing peacetime shipping to continue, despite the hostilities with Denmark. In other words, Forster's rights as a privateer had not applied in this case. The consequences were severe. Following an official complaint from Danish authorities in Greenland, a London court ruled that Forster be deprived of his letter of marque as well as his captain's commission. Reparations were even paid. This did nothing to change the fact that, in Greenland, the Danish colonial authorities had suffered a blow to their prestige, showing that they could be bullied too. A distinct sense of schadenfreude was palpable among the Greenlanders in the area where Forster had made landfall, and incidents of theft and vandalism against Danish property multiplied. "The Greenlanders are both insolent and gloating," an official wrote. Despite decades of Danish efforts since Egede's arrival, Greenland by the early 19th century remained thinly populated by settlers from Denmark, and they were barely enough to justify the territorial claims by the king in Copenhagen. Indeed, the Danish hold of the island may have been more tenuous by the time of the Napoleonic Wars than was commonly understood. It was far from a foregone conclusion that Denmark was to be allowed to keep Greenland when Nordic politics after the continent-wide conflict was settled in the British-brokered Treaty of Kiel in 1814. Indeed, in the same treaty, Denmark was forced to cede Norway to Sweden, and since Greenland had to a large extent been a Norwegian enterprise, few would have questioned it if Greenland had also been passed along to Sweden. The fact that it did not happen may primarily have been due to British preferences, including perhaps a wish to keep Sweden from becoming too powerful. However, at this very moment in history, the British Empire was looking north, with a colorful range of colonial entrepreneurs seeing the huge island as a prize worth striving for. A medieval Norwegian text suggesting that Greenland's underground contained marble of various colors, red, blue, and green, attracted an interested British readership and was combined with speculation that its mineral wealth might also contain gold and silver. At the same time, Greenland was seen as strategically valuable for its geographic location, reviving the dream that had emerged in the 1500s when the Danish king had briefly considered a naval expedition. It was seen as a potential stopover linking Europe to the rich markets of East Asia. Provided a viable route through the Arctic Ocean, the Northwest Passage could be found. The prospect did not lack backers. The poet Archibald Johnston praised Britannia's daring sons who wave their flag round Greenland's ice-girt shore. The Irishman Bernard O'Reilly, who had observed Greenland from a whaling ship, sounded a similar note, arguing in a book addressed indirectly to the Admiralty that the present wretched state of that colony renders it of little value to Denmark, but in the hands of Great Britain it would be rendered of great importance in many points of view. Even so, the idea of the Union Jack flying over Greenland remained largely a mirage. No one in a position to take decisive action did so, and yet the idea would not die. As late as in the mid-1850s, the Lord Chief Justice John Campbell, when contemplating what to do with Britain's surplus prison population, echoed the visions of the long-dead Danish King Frederick when suggesting that these convicts might be sent to the Falkland Islands or Greenland. However, the plan was dismissed by critics as too expensive, and the suggestion of incorporating Greenland or parts of it into Britain's global empire did not reemerge in serious discourse. At the same time that Greenland was receding from British focus, it became a growing concern for the Americans. A first indication of a more activist U.S. foreign policy, which would much later pull Greenland inexorably into Washington's embrace, was the promulgation in 1823 by James Monroe, the fifth President of the United States, of the doctrine that was to bear his name, according to which the American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. To the contemporaries, the Monroe Doctrine was primarily prepared with the Latin American countries in mind, reflected in the president's reference to his Southern brethren, and to some extent he was also inspired in his bold pronouncement by recent Russian moves to assert influence over the Pacific Northwest. Eventually, however, its logic would apply to Greenland as well, as it was undeniable that the island was geographically part of the Western Hemisphere. Still, despite Greenland's physical proximity to the Americans, it felt distant, if not entirely beyond reach, given the state of transportation technology at the time. For several decades, missionaries sent from North America to propagate the gospel in Greenland were often the only source of information about the island, their writings appearing in publications such as the United Brethren's Missionary Intelligencer. The Greenlanders are very fond of music and singing, and many of the women have sweet voices. One of the preachers, the German-born Johann Conrad Kleinschmidt, reported from Frederiksdal on the southern tip of the island in 1829. They are so easily taught their lessons. Many of them can read well. However, more than a few of the new converts still stood with one foot in the pre-Christian culture, and in a telling incident, a missionary reported several defections during a period when he had fallen ill and had been unable to tend to his work. A few indeed had suffered themselves to be seduced by their heathenish acquaintance, he wrote, but added that all of them, except one married pair, came and confessed their deviations with repentance. It is possible that the American interest in Greenland as a scene of missionary endeavor contributed to a sharpened awareness in the United States of the political significance of the island. Once the internal contradictions between North and South had been resolved in the devastating Civil War from 1861 to 1865, the young nation once again looked abroad with a keener eye, and new and grander visions for America's role in the world took shape. Greenland was sometimes part of these visions. Former Treasury Secretary Robert J. Walker was a staunch early supporter of U.S. acquisition of the island. "We should purchase Iceland and Greenland, but especially the latter," he argued in 1868 in a report commissioned by the State Department on the value of the North Atlantic islands. "The reasons are political and commercial." Walker elaborated, Greenland had strategic heft, insofar as it could block a major European power, a polite way of saying Britain, from easy access to North America. At the same time, the island also had economic significance, he noted in his report, pointing out the rich reserves of cryolite, which was believed to have potential as a key ingredient in the production of aluminum. It was, of course, no coincidence that the State Department had ordered the report. After the United States had consolidated its position in the northern Pacific with the purchase of Alaska from Russia the year before, Secretary of State William H. Seward had ambitions to do the same in the North Atlantic with the acquisition of Greenland from Denmark. However, Seward's enthusiastic promotion of the idea proved in vain, and he failed to gain sufficient followers, just as at the same time he failed to gain congressional backing for a planned purchase of part of the Danish Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. He was even derided as insane by a political rival for wanting to buy ice fields in Greenland. He may not have realized it, but he was simply ahead of his time. Although the Americans now put their interest in Greenland on hold, the indifference was not going to last. Within a few decades, they were back in the game with renewed focus on the vast, isolated island. Chapter 2. Terra Incognita No Longer, 1900 to 1939. Greenland was an inescapable geographical fact for the Americans, taking up almost as much space as the 26 states east of the Mississippi combined. It was impossible to ignore. At the same time, Greenland's importance was not lost on a rapidly expanding nation on the verge of great power status, which was beginning to think about foreign policy in global terms. As the 20th century dawned, the island's pivotal position in the North Atlantic, as a giant shield protecting the New World from the Old, was obvious to anyone with access to an atlas. Geologically a part of the Western Hemisphere, yet stretching further east than Iceland, its strategic location, which could prove valuable in times of both war and peace, was remarked upon by a growing number of influential writers and thinkers. Much of this renewed interest in Greenland was driven by technological advances, or even visions about where technology would be in the foreseeable future. In 1916, as much of the world was embroiled in a devastating conflict, the polar explorer Robert E. Peary, who was also an officer in the U.S. Navy, noted that, with the rapid shrinking of distances in this age of speed and invention, Greenland may be of crucial importance to us in the future. In American hands, he argued, Greenland may be a valuable piece in our defensive armor. In the hands of hostile interests, it could be a serious menace. Stranger things have happened, he added, than that an American-controlled Greenland might furnish an important North Atlantic naval and aeronautical base. The idea of the island as a stopover, not just for ocean-going vessels, but also for airplanes, was precocious at a time when no one had yet succeeded in crossing the Atlantic inside a cockpit. But it was not unique, as it was shared by far-sighted people in not just the United States, but also Canada. Just a few months after Peary committed his thoughts to paper, in April 1917, John Douglas Hazen, the Canadian Minister of the Naval Service, remarked that, with the improvement in aviation that will follow the war, it is within the bounds of probability that before long airships may, at regular intervals, cross the Atlantic, in which case Greenland would prove a convenient and important location on a transatlantic aerial route. It was by no means coincidental that Peary was a prominent figure in the public American debate about what to do with Greenland. Waxing lyrical about the island as the pendant brooch of the glittering necklace of snow and ice which circles the North Pole, he had led several expeditions across the largely unexplored northern part of the island. An important purpose of these missions had been to chart areas where no man had ever before set foot, in the hope that, by doing so, he could help bolster U.S. claims to territory where Danish authority was tenuous. It was only natural, he argued, for geographically Greenland belongs to North America. This took place against the backdrop of what, in American eyes, was general indifference among Danes towards the island. Denmark gives very little attention to the development of the resources of Greenland, which is practically terra incognita, the U.S. envoy to Copenhagen, Maurice Francis Egan, had written in a report to Washington in 1910. It was, in the minds of most Danes, waste territory, he added in another report. Egan saw opportunity in this state of affairs, suggesting an imaginative if complicated deal in which Denmark was to hand over Greenland to the United States in return for a number of southern Philippine islands. Denmark was then immediately to pass on its newly won Pacific possessions to Germany in exchange for territory in Schleswig, lost in the German-Danish War of 1864. The proposal never got anywhere, as it involved too many moving parts, and would have given Germany a dangerous foothold in East Asia. While heading down a diplomatic cul-de-sac with his globe-spanning land deal, Egan was, on a more realistic level, deeply involved in negotiations over another Danish territory, the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. This was a part of the world that was rapidly gaining strategic importance from a U.S. perspective due to the Panama Canal, built between 1904 and 1914, and the cash-starved Danish government was becoming more inclined to sell. In an indirect manner, Greenland also became a topic in these talks. This was due to the government in Copenhagen, which made it a precondition for the sale of the Virgin Islands that the American government did not object to Denmark extending its political and economic interests to all of Greenland. As a result, when the handover of the Caribbean islands was finally carried out in 1917, a side effect that was not much noted at the time was a significant U.S. concession. Greenland, in its entirety, was recognized as sovereign Danish territory. While the dreams expressed by Peary and others of formal American control of Greenland or parts of it were thus crushed, the island's position within the U.S. sphere of influence was nevertheless soon reinforced. This happened in May 1920, when the British government contacted its Danish counterpart, requesting that it be granted the right of first refusal if Denmark was ever to attempt to sell Greenland. The geographical position of Greenland makes the question of ownership a matter of great importance to the British Empire as a whole and to Canada in particular. Lord Curzon, the British Foreign Secretary, told the Danish envoy to London. The U.S. government reacted promptly, telling both London and Copenhagen that such a British privilege, or any similar privilege extended to any other third party, would be out of the question, owing to Greenland's proximity to the United States. Although the Monroe Doctrine was not mentioned explicitly in this communication, its principles were nevertheless the unspoken rationale underlying the American position, making this the first time that the U.S. government signaled in unmistakable terms that Greenland was covered by this foundational document of American foreign policy, even though it happened with a significant delay, almost a century after it had been announced. It was significant that in its messages to Britain and Denmark, the U.S. government ruled out prioritizing any third government, not just a European one, when considering a sale of Greenland, as this also implied that a handover to Canada would be unacceptable. At the end of the same decade, in 1929, U.S. Secretary of State Frank B. Kellogg stressed the U.S. position further, making clear in a message to American envoys in capitals south of the Rio Grande that the Monroe Doctrine applied to the entire Western Hemisphere, not just Latin America. In this way, 3 decades into the 20th century, the groundwork had been laid for future practical steps by the United States government to deny access to Greenland for any European powers and, just as importantly, to establish its own presence there. While American diplomats were thus gradually consolidating Greenland's position as part of the territory protected by the Monroe Doctrine, the technological advances predicted in the 1910s were gradually becoming reality. In 1924, 2 U.S. Army Air Force planes crossed southern Greenland as part of an adventurous bid to fly around the world with several stops in between, and in 1933, government circles in the United States again noticed Greenland's importance for international communications after pioneer aviator Charles Lindbergh overflew the island during a mission to test cross-Atlantic flight on behalf of Pan American Airways. This was just the beginning, according to observers. Vilhjalmur Stefansson, a Canadian-born explorer of Icelandic heritage and a visionary in the vein of Peary, argued in April 1939 that Greenland could play a unique role in the development of trans-Arctic aviation. The practically level top of its ice cap forms a continuous and nearly perfect emergency landing field 1,500 miles long and up to 600 miles wide, he wrote in the influential periodical Foreign Affairs. Coastal base stations can be selected which are not particularly windy. On the whole, Greenland's climate seems suitable for flying. Even so, nothing really happened. Years passed without any decisive move by the U.S. government to gain greater access to Greenland. Individual appeals pointing to its strategic significance collided with a military and political bureaucracy that considered it secondary to more pressing issues, including the distant but more feasible risk of invasion by a European power via Brazil, where the leap across the Atlantic was, after all, shorter. As late as in May 1939, the War Plans Division still deemed it unnecessary to push for an American occupation of Greenland. It is believed that strategic considerations offer no justification for the acquisition of Greenland. Informal conference with naval war plans supports this belief, the division said in a report. Adding to this cautious attitude, the feasibility of building air bases on Greenland was also questioned. Philip E. Moseley, a political scientist and government advisor, pointed out that careful study had demonstrated it was unsuitable for commercial aviation. Its southern part is dangerous in summer because of fog, in winter because of ice, Although ports on the west coast, such as Holsteinsborg, are usable by hydroplanes during summer, he wrote in a piece in Foreign Affairs in July 1940. While Greenland's ice cap and ice floes may serve as emergency landing fields for land planes, they have no commercial value at present. On April 20th, 1938, U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt spoke to reporters in Washington, D.C., making the sinister point that modern technology had rendered North America less safe from outside attack than at any other time during the previous century. If the United States was ever to find itself at war again with a resurgent Germany, the home front could no longer be assured that it would not be made a direct target, he explained, pointing out that this had almost happened during the Great War that had raged 2 decades earlier. "We know today," he said, "that in 1918, before the war ended, the Germans were building a Zeppelin with the perfectly definite objective of sending her out in the spring of 1919 by way of the Great Circle route over Iceland, Greenland, and down to New York, to drop a cargo of bombs on New York City. We have known that from the documents we picked up afterwards." It was not the first time this extraordinary claim was made. 14 years earlier, in January 1924, Rear Admiral William A. Moffett, chief of the United States Navy Department's Bureau of Aeronautics, described at a hearing in the House of Representatives alleged German plans to launch air raids against the U.S. East Coast, which might very well have come to fruition had it not been for the armistice. Specifically, according to the high-ranking naval officer, the Germans had built the Zeppelin L-72 explicitly for the purpose of intercontinental flight, modeling it after the L-59, which had completed a voyage across the Mediterranean to German-held territory in Africa in November 1917. She was intended to cross the Atlantic and bomb New York, and consequently everything was sacrificed to lightness, he told the lawmakers. There is good reason to be skeptical of the claims. In all likelihood, the idea that the L-72 was tailor-made for cross-Atlantic bombing raids can be traced back to 1919, when U.S. Army Colonel William N. Hensley traveled through Germany, inspecting the military facilities of the just-defeated foe. While being shown the airship, he was exposed to and persuaded by his guide's unsubstantiated boast that she had been built to bomb New York. Still, there was a kernel of truth to it. The L-72 had indeed become the center of plans hatched immediately after the end of hostilities to cross the Atlantic and dock in the United States. On this mission, however, it would not be carrying bombs. Rather, the crew would be handing out leaflets, and the flight was meant as a gesture to gain goodwill for Germany with the American public. The senior command of the German armed forces, now involved in peace negotiations with the victorious Allies, vetoed the plans, deeming them too risky. On the one hand, therefore, Roosevelt's remarks in 1938 may have been primarily indicative of American fears about what a future war might bring, rather than describing any actual German war planning. On the other hand, the president's words reflected an underlying truth about an abiding German interest in flying to the Western Hemisphere. They were plans in which Greenland figured prominently. Indeed, the record suggests that during the interwar years, parts of the German military establishment exhibited growing interest in the strategic importance of Greenland. There is also ample evidence that German citizens carried out activities in and around the island which could be considered as intelligence gathering for use in a potential upcoming conflict with the United States, in which the North Atlantic could become a major theater of not just naval but also aerial warfare. To be sure, German expeditions to Greenland during the pre-war years may, in many cases, have been first and foremost scientific, a view also supported by some modern historians. One example of a mission whose ultimate purpose can be hard to determine more than 8 decades later was a voyage completed in the summer of 1938, aimed at catching gerfalcons in order to bring them to the area around the Reich Hunting Lodge near the German city of Braunschweig. The head of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Göring, was also Reichsjägermeister, or Reich Hunt Leader, and in that capacity was a frequent visitor to the lodge. It is therefore likely that Göring was involved in planning the expedition, possibly with a view to rearing hunting falcons in medieval style. Beyond that, the expedition yielded little intelligence that could be of any military benefit, according to a modern researcher. Their Danish hosts, however, were left somewhat apprehensive. "People talked a lot about that expedition in Greenland," said Knud Honoré Oldendorf, a senior Danish official specializing in Greenland matters. "They caught some gerfalcons, but it was a widespread perception along the entire coastline that these people had a strange interest in acquainting themselves with the location of the Greenland colonies, the port conditions, and so on. This and other German-funded missions during the interwar years could, with a modern expression, be termed dual use. There was a civilian, mostly scientific component, but the knowledge gathered could easily be applied in times of war. This may also not have been lost on the participants of the expeditions, many of whom had fought in the Great War and were also often to fight in the coming war, for that matter. In 1929, for example, the German geologist and climatologist Alfred Wegener, who had worked with military meteorology during the war, conducted research in the western part of Greenland in an expedition that also involved reconnoitering for feasible air routes to the interior of the island, according to a post-war account. The following year, Wegener was back in Greenland on what became his last expedition, as he died while traveling across the island's central ice cap. While no one doubted Wegener's basic scientific agenda, it was highly likely that many of the results he produced would also be of value to his country's armed forces. The expedition had undoubtedly a military purpose, the Danish polar explorer Peter Freyken wrote later in his memoirs. The scientific data collected were of tremendous importance to European weather reporting, and thus to German aviation during the war. The year after Wegener's death, in 1931, the celebrity German aviator Wolfgang von Gronau overflew the Greenland ice sheet in a seaplane. Gronau, the son of a Prussian general and also a veteran of the war, made no secret of his interest in understanding various aspects of Greenland aviation. As the route was being prepared, a desire emerged to get to know Greenland better for the purpose of future air traffic, he wrote in a book on his expedition. Therefore, it was decided to prepare for reconnaissance flights along the east and west coast. Likewise, his expedition helped gain insights into whether aircraft could land on the ice sheet in an emergency. "The innermost parts of the ice sheet are the most suitable for emergency landings," said an article published 2 years later, based on findings from his mission. However, one has to bear in mind that the loose snow can be rather deep in places, so that a landing aircraft may sink in. On board with Gronau on his seaplane was a meteorologist by the surname of Baumann from the German Traffic Pilot School, an institution that had been set up in the 1920s to allow Germany to build up a capability in military aviation despite the restrictions imposed by the Versailles Treaty. Baumann stayed for an extended period in Greenland, accumulating detailed data about Greenland flying weather. The German activities did not fail to trigger suspicion. Oldendorf played host to Gronau during a lengthy stay in the capital Gotthop, necessitated by engine problems. "I had long conversations with von Gronau, but never about the actual purpose of his flight missions," Oldendorf wrote later. "It was understood that you were not supposed to talk about that." In this respect, von Gronau was not very talkative, unlike on any other subject. Those who read the published German sources with sufficient attention to detail could be in no doubt that the interest in meteorological observations in Greenland all had a simple explanation. They were key to predicting the weather in Europe. Paul Burkert, the ethnologist and SS officer, traveled to the island on an expedition in 1937, and described it as a weather kitchen, or, in other words, a place where European weather was made. In a book published about the expedition, he recalled sitting in his outpost in the high north, listening to a German weather forecast over the wireless, and noticing the frequent references to Greenland. It clearly showed how dependent meteorologists are on Greenland and the extent to which they must take it into account. It was probably more than mere chance, therefore, that when a 3-member delegation from the German civilian airline Lufthansa arrived in the Icelandic capital of Reykjavik in March 1939 to explore the possibility of North Atlantic air routes, they were accompanied by 2 meteorologists. A decade earlier, Lufthansa had offered technical assistance to a partly German-owned domestic Icelandic airline in return for the right to land on Icelandic airfields. This was a potentially valuable arrangement that could benefit German aviation in organizing flights onwards to North America, possibly via Greenland, and when the Icelandic airline closed down in 1931, Lufthansa had secured a promise that during the years until 1940, it would be offered at least the same landing rights on Iceland as any other foreign airline company. It was in order to hold Iceland to this agreement that the Lufthansa delegation had arrived. The Germans most likely had hoped for discreet talks, but their visit caused significant domestic debate in Iceland, triggering criticism especially from the left side of the political spectrum, while it was covered intensely by papers in both Britain and the United States. The uproar reflected general unease in Reykjavik about German intentions 6 years after Hitler's assumption of power, especially as his deviousness had been highlighted once again when, a few days earlier, German forces occupied what had been left of Czechoslovakia after the 1938 Munich Agreement. Besides, even though few might have known it at the time, it made absolute sense to be concerned about the consequences of a greater Lufthansa presence in the North Atlantic. Although it was ostensibly a civilian airline, it fulfilled paramilitary functions, and it was poised to hand over its planes, airports, and maintenance facilities to the Luftwaffe if and when war started. Once it was obvious that the negotiations would lead nowhere, things moved fast in Reykjavik. Only 3 days after the German delegation's arrival, the Icelandic government declared in a public statement that there was nothing to talk about. No other foreign airline had been given the right to land in Iceland, and therefore, as per the terms of the agreement of 1931, Lufthansa had no right either. But that was only the legal justification. Most importantly, the severe uncertainty and security around the world has been decisive for the government's position, the statement said, arguing why it would not be the one that granted Germany access by air to a large part of the North Atlantic. In addition, it added, one must avoid any discrimination when it comes to the regular flights of foreign powers to Iceland. Early in the afternoon of June 26, 1931, Karl Marstrander, a professor of Celtic languages at the University of Oslo, traveling under the assumed name of Reverend Jonas Dahl, dictated a cryptical message at the telegraph office in the Swedish city of Gothenburg. The gospel is spread across the city of Oslo, Reverend Dahl. There was a reason for the secrecy, and for traveling by plane in order to send the telegram from Sweden rather than from Norway. The message was code meant for Norwegian trappers in Greenland, signaling to them that they were to carry out a planned private occupation of the island's east coast between 71.3 and 75.4 degrees latitude north. It was a bold move in time of peace, and bound to trigger the anger of the Danish government, which considered itself the sole authority over all of Greenland. The following day, at 5 p.m. local time, a group of Norwegians led by Halvard Davold, a 32-year-old explorer, hoisted the Norwegian flag over Mosquito Bay in East Greenland, issuing a written statement in which they said that, in the name of King Håkon VII, they had claimed several hundred miles of coastline, calling it Eric the Red's land. The Norwegian government was caught unprepared by the startling development, but after some debate decided on July 10th to back up the initiative by giving it the official stamp of approval. The Danish government promptly condemned the action and brought it before the Permanent Court of International Justice in The Hague. The Norwegian claims to Greenland, or parts of it, had become louder in the period since 1905, when Norway emerged as an independent kingdom after little less than a century in the political union with Sweden forged in the Treaty of Kiel in 1814. To be sure, the Norwegian foreign minister had assured Danish representatives in an oral statement in 1919 that his country had no issue with Danish control of all of Greenland, but Norway had refrained from confirming this position in writing. The signals coming out of Oslo had been mixed, and now it was up to the court in The Hague to pass judgment and put the matter to rest. The high-profile dispute came at a time when the Danish government's ability to hold on to Greenland seemed in doubt to many Europeans, just as it had done to the Americans. Denmark, never among the major European colonial powers, had, in one way or the other, let go of most of its overseas possessions in Africa, Asia, and the Americas in the course of 2 centuries of rapid imperial decline, and the loss of its North Atlantic possessions, which also included a loose union with Iceland, would almost seem a logical next step. The German newspaper Hamburgischer Correspondent had recently made a stark prediction about the near future. Denmark has so far not been able to learn anything from its history. It lost Norway and Schleswig-Holstein. It will probably lose Iceland soon, which will drag Greenland and the Faroe Islands with it. However, when the Hague Court finally issued its verdict in the spring of 1933, its ruling was in favor of Denmark, while it declared the Norwegian occupation of part of the island illegal. The main argument was that the Treaty of Kiel had made it clear that Greenland was transferred from Norwegian to Danish control. The ruling saved the Americans a diplomatic conundrum, as a Norwegian takeover of part of Greenland would have run counter to the U.S. principles confirmed in 1920. Norway's political establishment largely accepted the outcome, but for a small number of activists, it remained a burning issue. You are sharing the fate of many brave and skilled generals who lost battles because of traitors in their own ranks, a friend wrote in a letter to one of the leading activists, venting what almost seemed like a stab-in-the-back theory. The politicians have behaved stupidly. This Norwegian sentiment of having been the victims of a great historical wrong was to have consequences less than a decade later. Chapter 3. War, 1939 to 1940. Christian Wiebe, a 26-year-old Danish zoologist at the start of a career as a researcher of polar wildlife, was on an expedition in northern Greenland in early September of 1939 when he was confronted with startling news from home. Traveling through the empty expanse, hundreds of miles from the nearest major settlement, he had a chance encounter with a friend who had access to a radio. He asked if anything major had happened out in the world. Almost as an afterthought, the friend replied, "Oh yes, that's right. War has broken out in Europe." "War?" Wiebe burst out, in surprise. "How? With whom?" "The Germans have invaded Poland, and Britain and France have declared war on Germany." Further south, news that the great powers of Europe had entered into their second conflict in a generation was received with less sang-froid. In the town of Egedus-Mini, the clerics of Greenland had been assembled for a convention during the last days of August. Many of the middle-aged men had children attending boarding school in Denmark, and the reports of the gathering clouds in Europe had caused them to discuss whether it was time to get them home to relative safety in Greenland. All of them had decided to do nothing, as there was no obvious way that the children could receive the same education in Greenland that they received in Denmark. Now it was perhaps too late for second thoughts. On September 1st, at 7 a.m., A 43-year-old minister approached his colleagues who were still asleep in their dormitory. "The war has begun," he said. His back was bent with worry, like that of an old man. The thought of another great European war, just decades after the end of the previous one, was almost too much to bear. Events come pouring out of the radio every day. Troels Brandt, a Danish artist, wrote in his diary in the northern town of Godhavn. Modern communications had indeed brought the war closer compared with the previous global conflict a quarter century earlier. Back then, there had been no telegraph installed at Godhavn, and the only news was by ship from Denmark. This meant that during the entire winter of 1914 and 1915, when the ocean had been frozen and no one was able to sail to the town's harbor, the residents had been left guessing about the war. Was it still on? Who was winning? Now, by contrast, there was almost too much news. Poland fell with shocking ease, and the Soviet decision to attack it in the rear when it was most vulnerable added to a sense of doom. Then, however, a long period of comparative quiet set in, and with it hopes that war on a mass scale could be avoided. It was also a relief to many Danes in Greenland that Denmark had declared its neutrality, kindling wishful speculation that it might be able to stay out of the conflict the way it had done in the Great War. Or so they thought. The outbreak of the Winter War between Finland and the Soviet Union shook that illusion and was replaced by concern that the Nordic region might in fact find itself at the center of events. Reactions among the Greenlanders were mixed. Some seemed indifferent to the events in Europe. "They hardly have any inkling that terrible things are happening out in the world," wrote Brandt. When a local community leader was asked to sign a call for money to be collected to aid the Finns, his answer was confused. He could not understand why anyone would want to spend money on war. Puzzlement at the strange logic of the Europeans was widespread. In the settlement of Angmagserlik in eastern Greenland, which had only established regular contact with the outside world in the late 19th century, the oldest members of the community remembered how the first Danes to arrive had impressed upon them the need for nonviolence. They clearly recalled one of the first requirements, which was that no one was to reach for the harpoon or the knife if men got into quarrels over women, a contemporary observer wrote. The East Greenlanders had accepted that, and therefore they had a hard time grasping why the Danes did not demand the same of the evil men in Europe who were now shooting at each other with big guns. The Danes might feel they were more clued in, but few at the time realized how profoundly life as they knew it was going to be transformed. Perhaps they did not even want to realize it. In the late 1930s, Denmark's Arctic colony shared one characteristic with other European possessions around the world. The people in charge believed that their rule was fundamentally safe, and that the routines they were used to were set in stone. Everything would remain roughly the same, unaltered and unalterable, for generations to come. There might be minor disturbances, even crises, but colonial government could not be challenged. "We have ruled here for 300 years with the whip and the club, and we shall be doing it in another 300 years, declared B.C. de Jonge, Governor-General of the Dutch East Indies. The Danish rule in Greenland was mild compared with the often harsh regime imposed by the Dutch on the Indonesians, but the basic mood was the same. Among these Europeans in their imperial outposts scattered around the globe, there was no understanding that the world of yesterday was about to end. Instead, their minds were dulled by a strange complacency. In the words of a senior official in Copenhagen, "We have colonized, civilized, and christened the people who wish to stay with Denmark, its mother." A member of the Danish administration on the ground in Greenland voiced similar views, writing in retrospect about the atmosphere at the time. "The colonial relationship was something natural, we thought." The ultimate objective was to enable the people of Greenland to govern themselves. but it was a prospect pushed so far into the future that it almost had no meaning. The basic principle of the system was to carefully and gradually guide the as yet far too underdeveloped Greenlanders towards greater maturity and autonomy, a Danish official said later, reflecting a patronizing mindset that was common at the time. True independence, if it was ever to happen, would not be realized for centuries. Caution was the word, embodied in Jens Daugard Jensen, an old-school official at the top of the Greenland Board, a Copenhagen-based bureaucracy that tended to all matters related to the island. He was capable of nurturing a fanatical conservatism in young people, according to an observer. Change suggesting that the country moved with the times only happened because he was unable to prevent it. Two senior officials, with radically different personalities and approaches to their responsibilities, had been sent to Greenland to represent Denmark as governors. One of them, Aksel Svane, 41, oversaw the southern part of the island from his office in the capital of Godthåb. In the eyes of many who met him, he personified the factors that kept Greenland from evolving at a faster pace. He had arrived in 1932, and by the time war erupted, he was approaching the end of his tenure and was eager not to rock the boat, preparing for a new position back home. All his actions, therefore, according to an observer, are influenced by his understandable desire to avoid any act which would prejudice his chances of obtaining a desirable appointment in Denmark. In other words, he was a good man for a colonial government determined to stay the same. In northern Greenland, a new governor, 35-year-old Eske Brun, was preparing to assume office in Godhavn. In many ways, he was everything that Svane was not, although he was only 6 years his junior. By his mere actions, he suggested a novel style, more active and more open to change. He has erected 2 large windmills, which are to provide his official residence with power, and he even plans an electric kitchen. A fellow Dane wrote with a whiff of envy, noting that he himself had to make do with paraffin lamps. Brun could be rash, and according to one unfriendly assessment, he was not young enough to comfortably seek guidance from others, and not old enough to acknowledge that the wiser a man is, the more willing he is to seek others' opinions. Still, these were minor flaws that did not detract from his youthful energy and initiative. Brun was to become, in the words of the future Canadian consul Maxwell John Dunbar, the most important and necessary man in Greenland during the whole of the war. President Roosevelt was awakened from his sleep early on September 1, 1939, by an urgent telephone call from his ambassador to Paris, William Bullitt. Nazi forces were streaming across the eastern German border into Poland. War in Europe was a fact, and the security of the Western Hemisphere was once again imperiled and had to be protected. This would become a key theme in Washington's foreign policy for the next 27 months, until Pearl Harbor tore the United States out of its isolationism. 2 days later, as Britain and France declared war on Germany, Roosevelt directed a radio address at the American people. "We seek to keep war from our own firesides by keeping war from coming to the Americas," he said. "For that, we have historic precedent that goes back to days of the administration of George Washington." While the governments of the Western Hemisphere had taken no coordinated steps during the Great War from 1914 to 1918 to keep the European belligerents at a distance, this time was different. On the same day that Roosevelt's sonorous voice filled American living rooms across the nation, Washington urged 8 Latin American governments to join in an invitation for a meeting on the preservation of neutrality. The conference opened less than 3 weeks later in Panama City, resulting within days in the promulgation of the Pan-American Safety Zone, stretching from the American coastline up to 1,000 nautical miles into the Atlantic. This area was to be kept free from belligerent activities, according to a statement issued at the end of the conference, which also made clear that the decision was to be backed up by patrols. Significantly, the part of the Atlantic that was north of the United States border with Canada, including Greenland, was not covered by the zone. Back there in 1939, the area of the patrol on the Atlantic was nearer because there didn't seem to be any danger of an attack on places like Bermuda or Newfoundland or Greenland or Trinidad or Brazil, Roosevelt explained later. Still, the participants at Panama were keenly aware of the possibility that, in the fluid situation brought about by the war, things could change fast. Danger to the security of the American continent might arise if any region in the Americas controlled by a European power were to change hands, the representatives stated at the end of the talks in Panama, warning that such an outcome could very well warrant further action. There were several reasons why Greenland did not figure prominently in early deliberations in Washington, D.C. about the proper reaction to the war. First and foremost, bureaucratic inertia played a role. Senior planners in the American capital had downplayed the island for years, and now they continued to do so. However, there were also other explanations. Transatlantic flight was still in its infancy, and the role that Greenland would later play as a refueling stop was not fully appreciated. As a source of valuable meteorological information, Greenland's worth was widely recognized, but Danish authorities had already established a network of weather stations which produced measurements of temperature, wind, and precipitation several times a day, and as beneficiaries of these data, the Americans saw no compelling reason to change existing routines. Meteorological data was one important Greenland asset, its mineral wealth another. As had been established since the 1800s, Greenland was rich in one universally recognized resource, cryolite, known among the Inuit as the ice that will not melt in summer. It was an essential input in the production of aluminum. Aluminum, in turn, was invaluable for aircraft production, weighing only 1/3 as much as steel and other base metals. The result was what had been termed an aluminum revolution. The expatriate Jewish-German economist Siegfried Moos put it succinctly: the extent and character of air forces are determined by the quantities of aluminum available. To cite one telling example, 85% of the consolidated B-24 Liberator bomber, about to enter into mass production in 1939, consisted of aluminum alloy. This made the small mining community of Iviktut in southern Greenland one of the most important strategic spots in the world, since its oval pit, located dangerously close to the water's edge, was the only place in the world where cryolite was extracted in commercially viable amounts. Just 400 feet long and 200 feet deep, this hole in the ground could help decide the outcome of the war, and yet it was a remarkably small operation. Run by a corporation in which the Danish government owned half the shares, it employed a total of 102 workers and 27 clerical staff and their families. It was, in the words of one author, a state in the state, administratively sealed off from the rest of Greenland with minimal contact with the locals. The employees lived in apartments with electrical lighting and modern plumbing, were treated at a modern hospital, and ate at a mess hall that served European food and Carlsberg beer. The map, the climate, and the treeless barrenness proclaim Iviktut in Greenland, a foreign visitor wrote, but Iviktut seems scarcely aware of it. It was not a direct concern for Germany, as its scientists had developed an efficient technique for making synthetic cryolite, and therefore it did not need access to Iviktut. Yet the fact that it was useful to potential enemies triggered Berlin's interest, and German intelligence had been active in the area from an early date, stretching back into the pre-Nazi era. In 1932, the year before Hitler came to power, a German army officer by the name of Max Grunewald had attracted the attention of the Danish authorities while he was employed on a project to build a meteorological station close to the mine, as the inconsistent explanations he gave about his own background suggested he was a spy. In 1933, Paul Burkurt, the ethnologist and SS officer, was also observed near Iviktut and was shunned by the mine's management, who suspected he was on an espionage mission. Paradoxically, the people to whom the mine mattered the most seemed to know the least about it. Apart from regular shipments of cryolite to the world market via Denmark, the mine supplied two main foreign customers directly: Aluminum Company of Canada and Pennsylvania Salt Manufacturing Company of the United States, also known as Penn Salt. Up until the outbreak of the war, the stream of cryolite was sufficient and satisfied the demand of both companies with little reason to argue over distributions. It was not a political issue, and most decision-makers in Washington, D.C. were not even aware of the existence of Iviktut. It was a mistake and an oversight, and they should have known. They were in for a rude awakening, as they would realize the following spring. If American planners put Greenland down their list of priorities, they were not alone. The island did play a role in the German Atlantic strategy in the winter of 1939 and 1940, but a marginal one. Like the Americans, the Germans took advantage of the Danish meteorological observations from the Greenland coast, having no immediate need to supplement with their own measurements. The German Navy's activities were also limited. When the campaign against Poland was being set in motion in late August, it ordered the heavy cruiser Deutschland and the supply ship Westerwald to positions east of Greenland. Their task was the disruption and destruction of enemy merchant shipping by all possible means. However, the role Deutschland and Westerwald could play was initially severely curtailed, partly because Hitler was hoping for a negotiated peace with Britain and France, and therefore banned attacks on shipping from the two countries during most of September. The lack of overseas bases also meant that any battle damage sustained would require a return trip to Germany for repairs. Finally, and most importantly, the German dictator was bent on avoiding any incidents that would involve the United States. The Americans were the ultimate foe, the final obstacle to German world domination, but that was for much later. And at this early stage, Hitler would go to great lengths to keep them in their pacifist slumber. Indeed, in mid-September he had pushed his generals to bring about an early end to the Battle of Warsaw in order to achieve a decision in the Polish campaign before the opening of the American Congress. The upshot was that Deutschland and Westerwald had little to do, and before long they were ordered out of waters near Greenland. Germany had entered the war with a limited surface fleet, especially by comparison with its mighty British adversary, and it had to husband its resources. Adding to the German Navy's reluctance to maintain a presence near Greenland, it was maneuvering in the dark, as it had little intelligence about the British Navy's movements. Instead, it had to rely on second-hand knowledge. In one instance, an unnamed Danish citizen acting as an informer for the Germans reported from a trip to the Faroe Islands rumors that the Royal Navy was appearing frequently in Greenland's waters, boarding neutral vessels to prevent essential war supplies from reaching German harbors. It was tenuous intelligence at best, but it was better than nothing, and it was good enough to make it into the German Naval Command's war diary. In this situation, with Greenland lingering in the periphery of German strategic thinking, a bid was made to place it near the top of priorities. The attempt originated with the chief Norwegian Nazi, Vidkun Quisling. He had been his country's defense minister during most of the East Greenland spat in the early 1930s, although back then he had been in an administration led by the Peasants' Party. He was known primarily for his passive and taciturn demeanor during cabinet meetings and, according to the justice minister at the time, only really showed any passion when it came to two topics: the perceived threat of socialist revolution in Norway and the question of Norway's claim to Greenland. Quisling left the government position in the spring of 1933, shortly afterwards founding Nasjonal Samling, or National Gathering, a Norwegian Nazi party. He may have given up executive power, but he remained committed to the Greenland cause. He ensured that the call for Greenland's return to Norwegian rule was included in the platform of his Nazi party, both because he fervently believed in the cause himself and because he assumed, more tactically, that it would be helpful in mobilizing support among the voters. His zeal when it came to Greenland was so intense that he fell out over the issue with his counterpart in Denmark, the Danish Nazi leader Fritz Clausen, as he believed there could be no cooperation between the two Scandinavian countries while the problem still festered. In December 1939, Quisling paid a visit to Berlin and was twice granted audiences with Hitler. A record of these meetings exists in the form of chief ideologue Alfred Rosenberg's diaries, revealing that at the second of these meetings, on December 17th, Greenland was placed on the agenda by the Norwegian visitor. This happened within the context of a request by the Norwegian Nazi for German intervention in Scandinavia against what he perceived to be a British threat. "Mr. State Councillor, are you aware when you ask me for help that England will declare war on you?" Hitler asked. "Yes, I know," Quisling replied, "and I expect that Norway's trade will take a temporary hit as a result." Quisling then handed over a memorandum to Hitler concerning the strategic importance of what the document termed Old Norwegian Dependencies, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, and Greenland. In order to get the strategic upper hand in its ongoing war with Britain, Germany should occupy these islands in cooperation with a nationalist government in Norway, the paper argued. Subsequently, the Norwegians should seek a permanent solution to the territorial disputes with Denmark, the paper said, assuming that the Danish government would in future be Nazi-dominated, presumably as a result of German occupation. Hitler read it attentively, but without commenting on it, Rosenberg wrote in his diary. At the end of the meeting, Quisling was eager to ensure that he was on the same page as Hitler. "Mr. Reichskanzler, have I understood you correctly that you will help us?" "Jawohl," Hitler replied. "I will." The German Führer's reaction to the memorandum, reading it but saying nothing, is open to interpretation. What went through the dictator's head when he got to the imaginative scheme for a strategic reordering of the North Atlantic is anyone's guess. It is likely, however, that the German leader quietly dismissed the Norwegian Nazis' document as an unwelcome distraction. A German occupation of Greenland would be a straightforward challenge to the United States, likely to bring about conflict with the world's strongest industrial power. If he was careful not to take his Atlantic campaign too far for fear of provoking the Americans, he was even less inclined to triggering their wrath in turn for control over Greenland, a strategic prize that, at the time, seemed of dubious value. A secondary consideration on Hitler's mind might be the prospect of sowing disagreement between two fellow Aryan nations, Denmark and Norway, with no discernible gain to be had for Germany. Quisling might have left Berlin that winter, believing he had got his admired German master's tacit promise not just to come to Norway's rescue, but also to assist it in recovering lost Greenland territory. But he was wrong. As events of the coming months would show, it would not be the last time that the Germans refrained from getting involved in the slumbering Danish-Norwegian dispute over the island. With the ruling in The Hague 6 years earlier in the dispute between Oslo and Copenhagen, Greenland had been confirmed as the sole responsibility of Denmark. This was, however, a mixed blessing. Greenland was isolated, sparsely populated, and poverty-stricken. By the 1930s, Greenland had 19,000 indigenous inhabitants. There were no real towns or cities. The biggest settlement was Godthåb, with 750 residents, including 50 Danes. Looking at the few scattered houses, one would never suspect that there were even that many, wrote a foreigner who passed through. By population size, this was followed by Sukkertoppen and Julienahop, with about 700 residents each. The rest of the population lived in communities that typically had less than 100 people. Godthåb, the colonial capital, illustrated how primitive conditions really were, even by contemporary standards. A few wooden buildings greeted those arriving from the sea, including a red edifice which might be Farmer Jones's chicken coop, but which is actually the colony store, according to an American visitor. A cluster of other cabins contained the main symbols of colonial rule: the governor's residence, the doctor's home, the colony office, the post office, the hospital, and a teacher's training college. Around and about these more pretentious buildings is scattered what seems like just a handful of small, square, wooden residences. That, plus the suburban radio station, ship's harbor, fox farm, sheep shelters, and cemetery, is Greenland's capital. In fact, the few wooden buildings were reserved for the small group of Danes, built with timber ferried across the Atlantic. The Greenlanders, by contrast, had homes made from local materials. On 3 sides, the walls were made from layers of flat stones and peat, while the 4th side was a wooden wall with a door and windows. It looked basic, and it was, but the result was an efficiently insulated building that could be easily heated, which was an advantage given the scarcity of fuel in the area. All Greenland homes were lit with fish oil lamps, as kerosene lamps were considered too much of a fire hazard and banned. Rather than actually lighting up houses in the long Arctic nights, the lamps spread the dimness of an Egyptian sepulchre, a Dane remarked. The only modern entertainment was once every 2 or 3 weeks, when the gymnasium at the teacher's training college was converted into a movie theater. Anyone who has the necessary 3C to buy a ticket can see, for example, a French movie of a Russian war story with Danish subtitles, the American visitor said. Godthåb was not even representative of life as it was lived by most Greenlanders. For testimony to the conditions faced by the majority, one would have to go to a place such as Engmagserlik, a small settlement on the less developed east coast. There, all water had to be carried by hand from a brook for half a mile along a path that turned dangerously slippery when water inevitably spilled from the buckets and froze in the chilly temperatures. The job was carried out by boys and young men who saw it as a first step up the ladder towards the eventual fulfillment of the dream of getting a job in the colonial administration, and they braved all the attendant hazards, including the occasional polar bear that would turn up on the path. It was tough to be a water carrier, and the heavy duty destroyed the health and broke the spirit of many boys, but it was the only way to carry water to the various houses, a Danish colonial official wrote. Greenland's material backwardness was, to some extent, a product of its isolation, and its isolation was largely by design. The Danish authorities had traditionally sealed the island off from the outside world in order to preserve a Danish monopoly on trade, but also to protect the population from epidemic diseases. This had been only somewhat successful. In the 1930s, there was a common saying among Greenlanders, "Every year, the first ship from Denmark brings the flu." Most epidemics were harmless, but some were not. The many instances of venereal disease were evidence that the official policy of preventing interaction between outsiders and the locals could only be enforced to some extent. During the years from 1934 to 1936, a flu epidemic raged through Greenland, killing more than 3% of the population. A Danish nurse described the view at a particularly badly affected area where entire communities were collapsing. They were all about to starve to death, she later recalled, no one was able to get food. The grown-ups had died already, and some children had tried to kill a dog to get a little to eat, but their strength had not sufficed. Tuberculosis was, however, the main killer, and at any one time 70% of the patients in hospitals suffered from the disease. In the estimate of medical professionals, no other society in the world was as badly affected as a percentage of the total population. Even in normal times, without devastating epidemics, death was a frequent visitor. Two groups especially were at risk. One consisted of young men starting out as trappers and exposing themselves to the kind of dangers that their more experienced elders knew how to avoid. The other group was made up of young children. Given the poor state of public health, child mortality was high. If they lived to become a year old, the thinking was that they would probably survive, a Danish resident wrote. Therefore, the 1-year birthday was a big day in the life of all Greenland families. Those in charge were very well informed about all this, and mostly had to tell themselves that it could have been even worse. Compared with Denmark, everything was primitive and insufficient, wrote Eske Brun, the northern governor, in his memoirs, but compared with what happened elsewhere in the world with similar natural and geographic conditions and an equivalent economic foundation, it was much. In other words, Greenland was not Africa. A global survey of literacy carried out by the U.S. government in 1929 gave Greenland good marks for its educational system. The illiteracy rate is low, it stated. Schools in Greenland had been expanded to an extent where almost all young Greenlanders had the opportunity to get a basic education. However, in some remote areas, where the Danish colonial administration had only been active for a few decades, many grown-ups were still unable to either read or write. Math was also not widespread among adults in some isolated communities. They were not used to having money, as all trade took place in the local shop, where they handed in skins and got products in return, wrote a Dane who lived in Greenland in the 1930s. Besides, for all the efforts to make education available, most Greenlanders spoke only their Inuit language and were unable to communicate in Danish. Similarly, very few Danes spoke the Greenland language, erecting an invisible barrier between the two groups. More advanced or specialized education was also only available in Denmark, and no more than a select few were ever given that chance. The effect was that virtually all senior positions within government and business were occupied by Danes. The inequality had a political dimension, too. For a country like Denmark, which prided itself with one of the world's oldest democracies, it was remarkable how little the Greenlanders were allowed to participate in their own politics. A form of limited democracy existed in Greenland in the late 1930s. All male residents were able to vote for members of local councils, which had some ability to make decisions for the community. Still, the most important power rested with the Danish colonial administration, headed by the two governors. One group in particular was left behind. Women were facing the toughest odds, and were often given the physically most demanding work by the male members of their families. There was no female suffrage, and there would not be one until 1948, nearly 3 decades after women in Denmark were allowed to vote. The lack of political representation was matched by an inferior position in legal affairs, reflected in the outrageous decisions of some of the courts. In 1938, a judge made clear what he considered the proper distribution of power in the family, ruling in a case where a woman had married a man who had children from an earlier marriage. When Greenland spouses don't see eye to eye, the opinion of the man in the house must be decisive. When the man beats his wife for the sake of the children, she must not let it out on her stepchildren. Chapter 4. Orphan Island, Early Spring, 1940. The 30-year-old Danish artist Troels Brandt was sitting in his studio on the outskirts of the town of Godhavn on the morning of Tuesday, April 9th, 1940. It was a beautiful day. The sun was shining from a bright, cloudless sky, its rays reflected in the stark, almost blinding white of the ice floes that were drifting by so slowly in the ocean outside that they seemed motionless. In the distance, Brant eyed a lone figure approaching along a path that was carved out in the deep snow and connected his home to the town center. It was Hugo Holton Muller, the operator of the telegraph station. He was the bearer of shocking news. Early on the same day, 4 time zones away, Denmark had been occupied by German forces. Scattered fighting had taken place along the border, but after a few hours, the government in Copenhagen had ordered a halt to all resistance. Brant followed Holton Muller the short way back. The news had already spread among the tiny cluster of houses that constituted downtown, and the small community of Danes were all in a daze. The first sparse information about the invasion, which was part of a larger German operation aimed at seizing control of Norway, had reached Greenland between 8 and 9 a.m., but little else was known. Members of the Wehrmacht had cut off radio communications from Denmark, and all that was left was silence. Brant and others assembled in Holton Muller's private home, listening to snippets of information from British and German broadcasts in the hope of somehow being able to piece together a more complete picture of the situation and what it might mean for them in Greenland and for their loved ones trapped in now occupied Denmark. "It is so overwhelming that it is almost beyond one's grasp," Brant wrote in his diary. "As of today, everything has changed." The top official in Gotthaven, Eske Brun, the 35-year-old who had built a modern home powered by windmills, was nowhere to be found. He had departed by dawn on a dog sleigh to go hunting for narwhal with a small group of experienced trappers. He was finally located on a frozen fjord and informed about the radically changed situation. Rushing back, he whipped his dogs so mercilessly that he later felt bad about it. To him, too, the German attack came as a surprise. There had been worrying reports of German naval movements in the Baltic, but most residents of Greenland had been half expecting that it was a false alarm. "We had hoped so strongly that it had almost turned into a belief that we would once again see our nation make it through without being pulled into the conflict," Brun said later. It would be weeks before the population of Greenland got the full account of what had happened on that history-changing morning of April 9th, 1940. It was the end of the Phony War, the period of strange inactivity along the major front lines in Europe that had set in after the completion of the German conquest of Poland the previous fall. Denmark was needed by the Nazi war machine, mainly as a staging area for the invasion of Norway. Shortly after 4 a.m. local time, a German force consisting of the 170th and 198th Divisions, reinforced by a brigade, had crossed Denmark's southern border and disembarked in various harbors on islands in the eastern part of the country, including the port of Copenhagen. After scattered fighting, and under the threat of German bombing of the capital from the air, the Danish army had been ordered to stand down. In a matter of just hours, Denmark in its entirety had come under the heels of a foreign power for the first time in its 1,000-year history as an independent kingdom. Throughout Greenland, everything stopped, and some flew the flag at half-mast. Others found other, more unorthodox ways to cope with the feeling of powerlessness. Paulus Noesen, the head of the municipal council in the small settlement of Fiskenes, threw away the cigar he had just lit and vowed not to smoke again until Denmark had been liberated. The Greenlanders were surprised to see Danes, who normally maintained a stiff upper lip in public, hug each other and weep uncontrollably. "Kalune Nunanguat," they said, shaking hands with Danes they met. "Poor little Denmark." Some Greenlanders were contemptuous. Those of us who have been to Denmark and have seen both soldiers and warships Those of us who are familiar with Danish history and have heard about defeats but also Danish victories, we don't understand that you couldn't offer more resistance, one of them said. Often, the Greenlanders tried to make sense of the events in their own words. Christian Wiebe, the young zoologist who had heard about the outbreak of the war in Europe while traveling in the wilderness, was still far from any major human habitation, and only learned about the occupation of Denmark when reaching a depot and finding a can of pemmican, a mixture of tallow and dried meat, on which an ominous text had been engraved with a knife in Inuit language. The Germans take all the meat away from the Danes. Only the king has not lost heart. There is no kerosene in the shop. Generally, the confusion among the Greenlanders was as deep as among the Danes. Those who understood what it meant were in a sinister mood, wondering what would now happen to them, an eyewitness reported. Recognizing the need for better information, the principal of a school for teenage boys resolutely organized a lecture at the local assembly hall, pulling out a large map of Europe in order to explain the war through an interpreter. Memories of occasional scarcity during the previous World War were fresh for some, and tidy gardens were broken up and covered with rows of potato plants. Some people panicked and started hoarding necessities, prompting the authorities to threaten hefty fines for this kind of behavior, while at the same time also reassuring the population there was no need to worry, following efforts to replenish stocks during the months since the outbreak of war in Europe. There would be enough to go around at least until early 1941. Still, fuel consumption was reduced, and traffic with engine-powered boats, the most frequent way of connecting the isolated communities with each other, was curtailed. In some small communities, letters were now again being carried by kayak, as in the olden days. Axel Svanne, the governor of southern Greenland, moved swiftly to enforce order, calling on Greenlanders and Danes to pull through the hard times together. Under the impression of these shocking events, he wrote in a proclamation from his office in the capital of Godthåb, "It is my duty in the name of the Danish government to encourage all Greenlanders and Danes to individually do their utmost to ensure that life here in Greenland can continue in its usual peaceful manner." Still, what truly united all residents of Greenland, far more than any official exhortations could do, was a sense of intense isolation. Everybody, both Greenlanders and Danes, felt cut off from the outside world at the news of the events on April 9th, said Frederick Linge, a merchant from Kutliksat, a mining town on the west coast of Greenland. For several days after the news of the occupation, residents in Godthåb looked anxiously down the fjord that connected their town with the ocean, half expecting German warships to appear over the horizon. All were looking with concern towards the future, said Gerhard Egede, a vicar. Perhaps we were also condemned to turmoil and suppression. Some were equally concerned about the prospect of a British occupation of Greenland, similar to what had happened to the Danish-controlled Faroe Islands north of Scotland, where forces sent from Britain had disembarked as early as April 11th. In the absence of reliable news, speculation was rife. The German occupation of Denmark had been largely peaceful, but that did not prevent false rumors from circulating that a series of Danish cities had suffered heavily from air raids. A very large number believe that whatever they hear from Denmark, whether through newspapers, radio, letters, or telegrams, is a lie, a Danish resident reported. Especially they believe that only letters offering a rosy version of the situation slip through the censors and reach Greenland. For several weeks, the mood was depressed among the Danes. It was easier to cope if you lived in a really small community and could forget about it, rather than constantly running into other Danes and be reminded of what had happened, said a Danish woman from the town of Nanortalik. One thing was certain. Life had taken an unexpected turn for the Danes in Greenland, many of whom had planned to stay on the island only for a limited period of time. perhaps a couple of years, but now had to face the fact that events in Europe meant a complete reorientation. "It may be that the future will mean that some Danes will never see their country again," Svanna said. "As governor, my view is that our endeavors are now tied to this place. This is what all our capabilities must be focused on." In Washington, D.C., there had been no forewarning about Germany's intention to invade Denmark. Henrik Kaufmann, the suave 51-year-old Danish envoy to the United States, had left his residence at 2343 Massachusetts Avenue and gone to Charleston, South Carolina with his wife to watch the azaleas bloom. Late on April 8th, just before midnight, he received a call from Paul Bang-Jensen, his enthusiastically anti-fascist right-hand man, informing him that Nazi troops were now standing on Danish soil. "I hardly had time to put on my clothes on top of my pajamas before rushing to a train bound for Washington in a taxi," Kaufmann recalled later. "It all happened so fast that a friend who was assisting me broke a toe in the rush." Once back in Washington, D.C., on the morning of April 9th, Kaufmann returned to an office in disarray. Bang-Jensen and Agnar Clemens Jonsson, another member on Kaufmann's staff, had spent the entire night trying in vain to reach Copenhagen and get more information on what was happening on the ground, while also fielding incessant phone calls from inquisitive journalists who had been alerted to the sensational news from Denmark. Truth be told, my impression of the first days after the occupation of Denmark was that we, both I myself and the other members of the legation, felt that everything was like one big chaos, Jonsson recalled later. We had no connection to the Danish Foreign Ministry, and felt as if we had nothing to refer to, and it seemed quite meaningless to continue the daily work. Kaufmann, too, was unsure how to react. After briefly passing by the Danish legation, Kaufmann went straight to see Adolf A. Burl, Assistant Secretary of State with a special interest in Scandinavian affairs, and also a friend of Kaufmann's. The Danish envoy wanted personal advice about his status now that the Danish government was no longer a free agent. Burl was reluctant to speak out, but shared his perspective anyway. "I said I thought that there was such a thing as Denmark, and would continue to be, even though its government was temporarily submerged, that I thought he might say so and continue to represent it, even if it was, for the time being, nothing more than an idea in the breasts of a few courageous Danes," Burl wrote in his diary. Henrik clasped my hand and left, in tears. The passion that Kaufmann demonstrated during the meeting on that fateful day would be decisive for Burl's future views of the Danish envoy. It seems that Burl's words of encouragement, even though they were accompanied by a remark that the present situation implied tremendous danger to him and his family, were instrumental in swaying Kaufmann towards defiance. Shortly afterwards, the Danish diplomat met J. Pierpont Moffat, the head of the State Department's Western European Division, and he now seemed significantly more determined. He said that he assumed that his government was incapable of independent action because it was in the hands of Germany, Moffat wrote in his diary. That being the case, he would not follow any instruction he might receive from it, as he, Henrik Kaufmann, would not serve Germany either directly or indirectly. Kaufmann was now ready to tell the public about his stance. Meeting with reporters, he stated that he was not prepared to take orders from the German government. "I represent Denmark and the King of Denmark here, and nobody else. Denmark cannot be considered free as long as she is under the military control of a foreign power," he said. The same evening, he spoke on national radio, striking some of the same notes, but now being less direct about his refusal to take orders from Copenhagen. "I will work for one thing alone, the re-establishment of a free and independent Denmark. Many will work with me, and I know we shall succeed." It was typical of Kaufmann, born in Frankfurt, Germany, to a Danish father and a German mother, to draw on his personal connections, in this case Burl, in the hour of crisis. A people person who liked to stay informed by working his network of acquaintances, he was the envy of the diplomatic corps, with connections stretching from the Soviet Foreign Ministry to the White House. President Roosevelt was known to be very fond of him, and in the words of Secretary of State Cordell Hull, he was a dignified man of great courage and integrity. Married to the daughter of U.S. Rear Admiral William D. McDougall, he was helped in all his efforts by his good looks and his significant personal charm. Not only the ladies of the diplomatic corps, but also its gentlemen acknowledged him as the best-looking man in Washington, according to an official who knew him well. The question of Greenland was lingering in the background the entire time in Washington, D.C., as news of the German aggression ticked in. The sources suggest that Kaufmann did not discuss the status of the island during April 9th, but due to its geographical proximity, it was at the forefront of American minds right from the outset, although there was also a clear sentiment of having been caught on the wrong leg on a subject that should have been the subject of more attention. President Roosevelt was on the presidential special train en route from the hamlet of Highland, upstate New York, to Washington, D.C., when at 2:15 p.m. he agreed to an impromptu press conference with journalists traveling with him. "If Germany has taken Denmark, does that extend Germany's domain into Greenland?" a journalist asked. "You see, the trouble is this. We are all talking about things we don't know anything about. Nobody knows what has happened to Danish sovereignty at the present time," Roosevelt replied. The president was stalling for time, holding back any more consequential statements until after he had met with his closest advisers in Washington, D.C., and been updated on the events in Europe. Luckily for Roosevelt, Cordell Hull had done his homework. "My associates at the State Department brought me maps showing that Greenland was wholly, and Iceland largely, in the Western Hemisphere," the Secretary of State wrote in his memoirs. Therefore, the islands fell within the provisions of the Monroe Doctrine. This interpretation of geography was duly shared with Kaufmann when he met Roosevelt the following day in the White House. "We agreed, of course, that Greenland belonged to the American continent," the Danish envoy told reporters as he left the executive mansion. The political ramifications of spelling this out were considerable. If Greenland was covered by the Monroe Doctrine, the U.S. government was ultimately obliged to prevent German attempts at landing forces on the island or otherwise oppose German claims to the strategic territory, taking the United States a step further to active participation in the war. A memo hastily prepared by a junior State Department official on the day of the German invasion of Denmark said as much, concluding that the doctrine was clearly applicable to the present possibility that Germany may absorb title of sovereignty to Greenland and Iceland. It is therefore no surprise that Roosevelt himself was careful about what he said in public, lest he alienate the large number of Americans who did not want their country to be involved in the European conflict. When meeting with the press at the White House on April 12th, he studiously skirted the issue of Greenland and the Monroe Doctrine, calling it very, very premature. In fact, the president had already made up his mind, and did believe that the island was covered by the doctrine, but he thought the American public was not ready for the idea yet. He chose instead to broach the subject of increased U.S. engagement with the island in a less drastic manner, suggesting a humanitarian mission that would transport supplies to the isolated population now that shipments from Denmark had been cut off. "I think the American people will be glad to chip in and help those people go through the next winter," he said. On April 18th, when once again talking to journalists, Roosevelt was more forthcoming, admitting that, due to his concern about a negative reaction from the public, he had not been completely earnest when discussing Greenland with them less than a week earlier. "The American people are way out ahead of me," he said. "I think I am right in saying that most of the American people today, as most of you sense, would okay it if this government said tomorrow that Greenland is inside the Monroe Doctrine. They are ahead of their government. Now that is the actual fact. In practical terms, he suggested that the United States might take responsibility for Greenland as long as Denmark was unable to shoulder this burden. I am thinking a little bit at the present about trusteeship, he said. At least part of the American public was backing the idea of a more activist approach to Greenland. One day earlier, Edith Rogers, a Republican congresswoman from Massachusetts, had called for a U.S. protectorate of the island. "It is only 6 hours by air from New York," she had said in the House of Representatives on April 17th. "Considering it as a naval base, an air base, a submarine base, this territory must not fall into the hands of any European country at the present time." To emphasize her point, she also hung in the lobby of the House 2 maps showing Greenland's relation to Europe, Greenland's relation to the Western Hemisphere, and its great importance to us. It was paving the way for a greater American presence in Greenland that the island's own government, cut off from Denmark, was actively looking to Washington for protection. At the very same time that Roosevelt was making his remarks about a trusteeship, the 2 governors, Svane and Brun, sent a telegram to Kaufmann broaching the subject. Given Greenland's current situation, the governors agree to directly request political and maritime protection from the U.S. government. 2 days later, on April 20th, Kaufmann passed on the request to his good friend Burl, the Assistant Secretary of State, along with a suggestion that a Coast Guard ship would be a welcome gesture. Burl was positive but cautious. Any request they might make for consideration of their special situation would receive sympathetic consideration here, he said. To some members of Roosevelt's administration, the Monroe Doctrine was mainly an excuse for extending American power to Greenland at a time when the island was left dangerously exposed in the wake of the German occupation of Denmark. This became clear just after Burl's meeting with Kaufmann, when the Assistant Secretary of State was talking over the phone to Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, who was involved in Greenland matters mainly because the U.S. Coast Guard, whose ships would potentially be sent to waters around the island, was in the jurisdiction of his department in peacetime. Greenland, which is nothing but a chunk of ice, as you know, is a little closer to home than Iceland, and an airbase, for instance, on the southern tip of Greenland, could make us a considerable lot of nuisance. So if anybody were going to rake it in, we'd prefer to rake it in ourselves, Burl said. What I don't understand is this. In the eyes of international law, and maybe you can explain it to me, on what basis have we got to act as protector for Greenland? Morgenthau asked. We have none, Burl replied. I mean, I can understand why it's to our interest to do it, but what's the excuse we are going to give? Morgenthau persisted. Well, the excuse is that President Monroe made that statement a few thousand years ago, Burl said, with deliberate exaggeration. Shortly afterwards, the Coast Guard was readying a ship to go to Greenland. Thus, just days after the German strike north against Denmark and Norway, Greenland's fate had been set on a new path, for the first time in history veering towards the American sphere of influence. To be sure, weeks and months would pass before the United States would be ready to back this fact up with military power. Indeed, in April 1940, the U.S. government maintained a hands-off policy towards Greenland and still did not have the right to place even one armed man on its soil, but a first step had been taken in that direction. Yet the situation was extremely complex, and much more than just a simple matter of keeping Germany away from the Western Hemisphere, necessitating a brand of American diplomacy that was both hard-hitting and subtle. The range of actors quickly turned out to be wider than most would have imagined at the outset. One of these actors was surprisingly close to home, just north of the American border. Canada was about to enter into the fray in an unexpected fashion. Chapter 5. Force X, Spring 1940. On April 9th, just hours after German troops crossed the border with Denmark, Fraser Bruce, the vice president of the Aluminum Company of Canada, or Alcan, penned a letter to Norman Robertson, a senior official with the Department of External Affairs in Ottawa. The news from Europe was a source of great concern to the aluminum executive. It left open the fate of the Iviktut mine, without which Alcan would be unable to keep up its annual production of 160,000 tons of aluminum. As Norway had also been invaded, and Great Britain and France had relied on Norwegian smelters for a sizable tonnage of aluminum, the importance of Canadian aluminum production, and consequently Greenland cryolite, could not be stressed enough. This matter, in fact, is so important to us and to the Allied aluminum industry that we urge the Canadian government to see that immediate action is taken to protect the Greenland cryolite mines and ensure their production for the Allies, he wrote. Alcan, he pointed out, would be happy to play its part. Should it be decided to occupy Iviktut, we would be only too glad to place our extensive mining experience at your disposal. In fact, a transition to the new synthetic technologies that Germany relied on were within Alcan's grasp, but it was considered costly and time-consuming. It was an important company, essential for the Canadian economy, and the government listened. Bruce's letter triggered a sense of alarm in Ottawa, where officials began laboring under the impression that Canada was in a race against Germany to get to Greenland first, and that Canada might lose this race. On the day of the invasion of Denmark, the Department of External Affairs reported ominously that enemy ships were heading in the direction of southern Greenland, raising concern about possible interference with the cryolite production at Iviktut. Hugh Keenlyside, a senior advisor at the department, reiterated in a memo shortly after that certain German vessels are reported to be heading for Greenland. The concern was quickly shared with the Prime Minister, William Lyon Mackenzie King. Found little comfort in new problem of enemy approach to our shores through Greenland, having the one mine which can supply cryolite for aluminum manufacture, the Premier wrote in his diary on April 11th. In fact, no German ships were on the way to Greenland, but the flawed intelligence that had led to this perception meant that the Canadian decision-makers thought they had to act fast. Keenlyside suggested in his memo that 2 or 3 naval and air bases should be established on the Greenland coast. At least one of these, that at Iviktut, the site of the cryolite deposit, should be established at once, he stressed, referring to the need to preempt a German takeover. Oscar D. Skelton, Undersecretary of External Affairs, argued that Canada, a North American country, would face less American opposition on the grounds of the Monroe Doctrine if it were to occupy Greenland than if it was done by the British or the French. Prime Minister Mackenzie King remained skeptical, however, and was not convinced either by the argument that a military occupation could be accompanied by a humanitarian mission. The unemployed in Canada would criticize looking after Eskimos in Greenland's icy mountains rather than Canadians at home, he said in a meeting on April 12th. Despite the Prime Minister's hesitation, officers from the Canadian Army and Navy, under the direction of prominent lawmaker Charles Gavin Power, a World War I veteran and former ice hockey player, hastily drafted a plan for a possible military intervention in Greenland. As an initial step, the Canadian Department of Transport's Marine Service icebreaker N.B. McLean was to be sent to protect the Iviktut mine. The vessel was to carry an advance party, Force X, numbering about 100 men from the Army, Navy, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, to be followed in early June by an infantry company and supporting units. Colonel Maurice Pope, the Director of Military Operations and Intelligence at the National Defense Headquarters, was put in charge of preparing the expedition and ensuring that the N.B. McLean was properly equipped. There was no end to the 2x4s, nails, stoves, corrugated iron, and goodness knows what else, which the engineers rightly insisted that a little self-contained force would require, he wrote in his memoirs. Loaded beyond her marks as she would have been, this unfortunate vessel would have had the appearance of a Christmas tree floating. Britain also had an interest in Greenland's cryolite, and its government was targeted in separate lobbying efforts by Alcan, but there were limits to what it could do and still remain on friendly terms with the United States. To be sure, within days of the German invasion of Denmark, British forces had been sent to occupy the Faroe Islands, and subsequently they had also landed in Iceland, which was independent but with some remnant political ties to the former colonial masters in Copenhagen. Both actions were accepted by Washington, as the territories were deemed to be wholly or partly in European waters, and thus outside of the Monroe Doctrine, although Iceland was considered a borderline case, halfway between the two hemispheres. With regards to Greenland, however, the American attitude to British interference was entirely different. As early as on April 12th, State Department officials had met and decided to flash a red light against any Allied move in Greenland. This was in line with Congresswoman Rogers of Massachusetts, who had a well-known interest in the island and declared a few days later that this country should very definitely notify all European countries, and this includes England, that any attempt to occupy Greenland by any country will be considered an unfriendly act, and the United States will oppose any such action. Pressure was building on Philip Kerr, the British ambassador to the United States, who in turn was keen to mitigate any American fears, stating in remarks to reporters that if Britain decided that Greenland should be occupied to forestall a German move, the undertaking would be carried out by Canada in order to avoid complications involving the Monroe Doctrine. Britain thought it could afford to leave the matter to Canada, limiting itself to the contribution of the Royal Navy, which was, after all, significant as its ships offered a powerful screen in the North Atlantic that the German Navy would have difficulty penetrating. However, even Canadian moves on Greenland were anathema to Washington. On April 20th, Burrell received reports via the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, that Canada was planning to send members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to Greenland. He was not amused. "I think the Royal Mounted should mind its own damned business and let the governments settle high policy," he wrote in his diary. At this point, the matter was further complicated by the emergence of an unexpected player on the scene, Japan. Less than a week after the German invasion of Denmark and Norway, the Japanese government had expressed concern that the Netherlands would soon be dragged into the European conflict, with the Dutch East Indies being thrown into limbo. This triggered concern that Japan, thirsty for energy to fuel its never-ending war in China, was planning a takeover of the oil-rich archipelago in case the Netherlands was occupied by Germany, and if the decision-makers in Tokyo needed an excuse for doing so, an Allied occupation of Greenland in the wake of the German occupation of Denmark would offer a precedent that they could point to as justification. In other words, in one of the earliest instances of a direct linkage between the two parallel conflicts in Europe and Asia, American diplomats had to carefully consider their actions in the Atlantic with an eye to their repercussions for events in the Pacific. This was more than just speculation on the part of the Americans, and it appears that Japan was actually observing developments in Greenland with great interest. At a meeting with Cordell Hull on April 20th, the Japanese ambassador Horinouchi Kensuke discreetly linked Japan's policy regarding the East Indies to the U.S. approach to Greenland. At the end of a conversation mostly about Japan's position in the Pacific, the ambassador casually asked if there was any news about Greenland. I replied that there were no new developments and no relations about which the slightest question could be raised, Hull wrote in his report of the meeting. The Japanese, too, were interested in the cryolite produced in Greenland, as a letter sent from the Danish mission in Tokyo to Kaufman in Washington, D.C. pointed out. As you know, in recent years, Japan has bought large quantities of cryolite and will likely be interested in the continued ability to buy, the letter stated, asking Kaufman to help make arrangements for future sales. Thus, in a matter of just weeks after the German occupation of Denmark, several actors spread across different continents, both state and business, were involved. The number of individuals and organizations with a direct and relevant interest in the island was as extensive as their relations were complicated, a Canadian official wrote in his memoirs. Despite the independent foreign policy reflected in the plans for Force X, for Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King, his nation's main mission in the world of diplomacy was to act as an interpreter between Britain and the United States, and therefore relations with Washington and with Roosevelt personally were paramount to him. In fact, the American president was such a presence on his mind that he even turned up in his sleep while off work. Before waking, dreamt that I was in what seemed to be New York and that I was called to the telephone, Mackenzie King wrote in his diary in late April as he was wrapping up a vacation in the United States. It was long distance, saying that the president wanted to speak to me from the White House. He had actually met Roosevelt in person a few days earlier at Warm Springs, and had been told in no uncertain terms that the United States did not appreciate the plans Canada had prepared for Greenland. The Americans were anxious that Canada should not undertake anything in particular, Mackenzie King wrote in his diary, summarizing Roosevelt's message. Japan was the problem, as a senior advisor at the U.S. State Department had made clear in a conversation with the Canadian envoy to Washington. If Canada, United Kingdom, or France were to send defense forces to Greenland, Japanese would claim on this analogy they were entitled, in the event of the Netherlands being involved in war, to send defense forces to Netherlands Indies, the Canadian envoy wrote, paraphrasing the American position. Similarly, in talks with U.S. officials, Mackenzie King was alerted to the fact that one of the chief causes of American concern was the conclusion Japan might draw from Allied activity in Greenland. Norman Davis of the American Red Cross told him that Japan might take that as an excuse for protecting the Dutch East Indies if any attempt was made by the U.S., Canada, or Britain to protect Greenland. Cordell Hull also raised his concern over Japan with Mackenzie King. Apprehension about Japan observing events in the North Atlantic with a view to using them as a pretext for further aggression in the Pacific was probably genuine in Washington, D.C., and it was based in part on subtle hints from the Japanese themselves. Still, mixed into this was a reluctance to let any other power, even an allied one, gain a position in Greenland, combined with a gradually emerging desire to establish a foothold on the strategic island for itself. Washington did not need, and quite clearly did not want, Canadian assistance, Keenlyside wrote in his memoirs. It may have added impetus to these efforts, and reinforced the view of the decision-makers in Washington, D.C. of themselves as champions of a just cause, that the Danish authorities on the island reportedly preferred an American presence to the alternative of involvement of an allied nation actually at war with Germany. They were apprehensive lest a British or a Canadian force be landed in Greenland, saying they considered the landing of any belligerent armed force undesirable, Cordell Hull wrote. Mackenzie King was swayed by his fundamental desire to stay on good terms with the United States. Still, there were plenty of misgivings in Canadian government circles, born out of fears that the actual U.S. objective was economic and aimed at securing privileged access to the cryolite. The Danish envoy Kaufman assured the Canadian envoy to the United States that he would act to the satisfaction of the Canadian and British governments and guarantee continued supply of cryolite, but the Canadians were reluctant to take his word for it. Likewise, the Canadians were not ready to accept it at face value when Davis, the Red Cross official, assured them that if German submarines or destroyers were suddenly to appear off the coast of Greenland, the United States would immediately send some of her navy and blow them out of existence. Meanwhile, the U.S. government took steps to increase its own Greenland presence, so far virtually non-existent, in a bid to forestall similar moves by other nations, friendly and hostile alike. One of these steps was to set up, for the first time ever, an American consulate in Greenland. The consulate, of course, will be a gesture suggesting that other people ought to keep out, Burl wrote in his diary on April 30th. He had already started looking for candidates to take up the position of consul, but it was more difficult than expected. A candidate that had initially looked like a good match was abandoned as he was seen as not tough enough for what was likely to become a hardship posting. When he got to the stage of wondering whether his wine would keep and a 7-room knockdown house could be shipped up there, we called that one off and looked over some other candidates, Burl remarked. At the same time, Kaufman appointed a so-called American-Danish Greenland Commission to ensure the wartime supply to the Greenland population and, crucially, assist the export of the island's products, including cryolite. The commission's members were all American citizens, including a representative of Penn Salt. The establishment of the commission immediately sent jitters through Canadian government circles. They, of course, are afraid that we are going to grab the territory, sublimely ignoring the fact that their own people have made several tentative attempts to grab it, Burl wrote in his diary. The lack of mutual trust between what was, on the surface, friendly nations was such that Canada was engaged in active espionage against both the Americans and the Danes, taking advantage of the fact that telegrams to Greenland had to go via Canadian territory. Any further communications between the Danish legation at Washington, D.C. and Greenland should be stopped, and only forwarded after approval from this department, J.E. Reed, a government lawyer in the Department of External Affairs, wrote in a letter in mid-April. In the same letter, he urged that identical procedures should be applied to communications between United States interests and the cryolite mines, reflecting suspicions that U.S. policies on Greenland were primarily motivated by commercial concerns. A senior official in the same department wrote 5 days later that telegrams from Kaufman and from Penn Salt have been intercepted by our cable censor and in all cases have been sent on after being translated and examined. Alcan was on the same page, and a senior executive suggested that sensitive mail sent from the United States to Greenland could be opened and read before being passed on. When he returned to Canada from an American holiday filled with official business and encounters with top-ranking decision-makers, Mackenzie King was eager to pass on the critical U.S. view of Canadian adventures in Greenland. At a cabinet meeting on May 2nd, he tried to explain the unwisdom of giving an excuse to the Japanese for adopting toward the Dutch East Indies the kind of protection that Canada would have been exercising over Greenland. It was an uphill battle. It seemed impossible to bring home the picture of what the United States was doing to keep the Pacific quiet as against Japan, he complained in his diary. Power, the former ice hockey player, asked if this meant that Force X and the mission to seize the Iviktut mine had to be scrapped. Certainly, and at once, Mackenzie King replied curtly. Within minutes, a cable was sent to the Canadian Chiefs of Staff. Force X is to be demobilized and all action in connection with it suspended. Supplies that had already been stored in anticipation of the operation were dispersed, and mobilization orders were recalled. Frustration and a sense of humiliation spread among the ranks. The guillotine swiftly fell. Maurice Pope, the colonel responsible for preparing the N.B. McLean for the now scuttled mission, wrote in his memoirs, "The State Department, Or was it that old Tennessean mountaineer Mr. Cordell Hull himself told us in no uncertain terms to stay the hell out of Greenland, a case of the Monroe Doctrine being applied against Canada? The story could have ended here, but it did not. The May 2nd meeting of the Canadian Cabinet, in which Force X was abandoned, ended at 7:30 p.m. At exactly the same time, a message ticked in from London. It was from Vincent Massey, Canada's top envoy to Britain, reporting that the British side was as interested in Greenland as ever. United Kingdom government will be glad if the Canadian government would consider the immediate dispatch of an expedition to Greenland with the purpose of taking over the mines, he wrote, adding, "In the opinion of the United Kingdom authorities, it would not be necessary to make a formal communication to United States government before the expedition is dispatched." The very moment that Force X was laid to rest, Canadian officials, under pressure from Britain, returned to the planning table, preparing a new foray into Greenland. Chapter 6. Standoff at Iviktut, late spring 1940. Should Canada go along with the telegrams from London and act on the Greenland issue without prior American approval? Not in the view of Oscar Skelton, the Undersecretary of External Affairs, who had previously noted that a British occupation would be met with opposition from Washington. He was dismayed and said dismissively that the British suggestion reflected the mentality of the genius who organized the campaign in Norway, which at the time was shaping up to be a tragic waste of limited British resources. Still, he was persuaded that Canada could not afford to ignore Greenland, and he prepared a lengthy memo in cooperation with Keenlyside, the top advisor at the Department of External Affairs, who had been among the first to sound the alarm about potential German designs for the island. Canada was back as a player in the game over Greenland. Still, Skelton and Keenlyside were aware of the potential for upsetting Washington. In their memo, they called for keeping the Americans in the loop, and now that N.B. McLean's mission had been abandoned, they suggested the dispatch of the vessel Naskapi to Greenland. Naskapi, a 2,500-ton, 285.5-foot steamship named after the indigenous people of Quebec and Labrador, was a more palatable alternative. Built in 1911, it was best known in the public for having carried 550 reindeer from Norway to Baffin Island in 1921. By 1940, it was the Hudson's Bay Company's mail ship, and also carried out annual supply runs to Greenland, and altogether its mission would be less conspicuous and appear more a matter of routine than if the N.B. McLean had been sent. Meanwhile, the pressure coming out of London for Canadian action was building up. The Danish vessel Julius Thomsen, owned by the company running the cryolite mine at Iviktut, had been on the way to Greenland when Denmark was occupied and was now being held back in the port of Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands north of Scotland. This gave the British Director of Naval Intelligence the opportunity to question the ship's master, who had worrying news. The mine was located close to the shoreline, and most of it was below sea level. A small amount of explosive would be enough to destroy the mines, the Danish sailor had said ominously, according to a dispatch sent by Massey, the Canadian envoy, to Ottawa on May 3rd. The warnings resonated in Canada, where officials argued that the assurances so far given by the United States are practically valueless, as it would probably take a German raider or submarine less than an hour to put the mine more or less permanently out of operation. Despite the urgency, it was decided at an early stage that Naskapi's mission was to have a less overtly military character than foreseen for N.B. McLean. Rather than a contingent of soldiers, it was to carry a detail of 6 Royal Canadian Mounted Police constables, of whom only 2 were to be uniformed. Still, the possibility of future military involvement in Greenland was left open, and the passenger list would also include Major G.L.W. MacDonald of the Royal Canadian Artillery. He was ordered to reconnoiter the area near the Iviktut mine for a suitable location for 2 4.7-inch coastal defense guns and searchlights, with instructions to be scrupulously careful that your actions do not disclose the purpose of your presence in Greenland. In the United States, the State Department had now found a suitable candidate for the position of consul in Greenland. James K. Penfield, a career diplomat who had spent nearly a decade in China and therefore was deemed sufficiently conditioned for the physical challenges of life in the Arctic, departed on board the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Comanche on May 10th, accompanied by his vice consul, George L. West. Prior to their departure, West was sent by the State Department to an outlet of sporting outfitter Abercrombie & Fitch to buy what was needed for a lengthy stay in the far north, returning with skis, snowshoes, and cashmere underwear. Both diplomats, excited by reports of rich fishing opportunities in Greenland, also brought fishing tackle. Preparations were carried on with a speed disgracefully out of keeping with the traditional, dignified tempo of the State Department, and with a thoroughness and efficiency which landed us in Greenland with a few overdoses. We found 18 rulers for the two of us, for instance, but only one lack. We were not given a single letter-size envelope, Penfield wrote. After 10 days at sea, Comanche appeared off the Iviktut mine on May 20th. The mining town presented itself as a large corrugated iron building, a considerable collection of crane-looking objects, and a couple of dozen varicolored houses straggling up the barren mountainside, according to Penfield. It was the first time since the occupation of Denmark 6 weeks earlier that a ship had arrived from the outside. The miners came out onto the coastline, standing in clusters and watching the alien vessel with cheerless suspicion. Some feared it might be German. Only when the American vessel broke out the Danish flag on her foremast was the tension relieved. Members of the isolated mining community hoisted the Danish flag too, and one miner also brought out the only U.S. flag in town. Penfield met with the top Danish official at Iviktut, Controller Albrecht Fischer, who explained that the mining operation was woefully under-equipped to defend itself against enemy attack, with only a few rifles at its disposal. Although he seems to regard a raid on Iviktut as improbable, he is somewhat concerned over the almost total lack of defense, Penfield reported to Washington, D.C. After a brief stop at the mine, Comanche continued on to Gotthop, where it arrived on May 22nd, before returning to Iviktut. Svana, the Danish governor, was determined to avoid any kind of incident when the Americans arrived, and had issued strict orders to avoid overt expressions either for or against. We were greeted by His Excellency in formal attire, the best we could do in this respect being black Homburg hat and gloves, and by a 3-gun salute, the limit of the Gotthop battery, Penfield wrote. Very few Greenlanders understood the significance of their arrival, a Danish sailor said later. They were definitely seen as strangers, and people let them alone. Svana understood that the cryolite mine was essential for Greenland's ability to maintain a viable economy in times of war, and without being alarmist, he was somewhat more concerned than the mine management itself about the risk of a German strike. Therefore, he went straight down to business in one of his first meetings with the American consul, calling for an armed U.S. unit to be stationed to protect the mine. In reply, Secretary of State Hull informed Penfield that the United States was prepared to deliver an anti-aircraft gun that could be used against both planes and surface vessels, as well as 8 Lewis machine guns and 50 Springfield rifles. The stationing of U.S. troops was out of the question for the time being, the Secretary noted. While the U.S. government remained cautious about any involvement in Greenland, events in Europe had taken an ominous turn. On May 10th, German troops had invaded the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France, shocking the world with their rapid advances. The momentous developments in Europe immediately had repercussions in the Western Hemisphere, as French and British troops on May 11th launched a preemptive invasion of the Dutch-controlled islands of Aruba and Curaçao in the West Indies, setting a potential precedent for similar moves in Greenland. Washington was also affected. In a statement to Congress on May 16, 1940, delivered under the impression of the initial German successes in Western Europe, Roosevelt stated that the American people must recast their thinking about national protection. Reminding his audience that the advent of aviation had made the United States drastically more vulnerable, he spelt out the strategic importance of Greenland. From the fjords of Greenland, it is 4 hours by air to Newfoundland, 5 hours to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and to the province of Quebec, and only 6 hours to New England, he said, mirroring words uttered by Congresswoman Rogers 1 month earlier. It was against this backdrop that the U.S. government was preparing a second Coast Guard cutter, Campbell, for dispatch to Greenland with the weapons cargo promised for the cryolite mine. It departed from the United States on May 30th with orders to pass by Gotthop to pick up Penfield and Svana before continuing on to Iviktut, where it would be joining Comanche. Burl knew that the arms for the mine marked a symbolic move with little practical significance. This is designed primarily to keep the British quiet. Obviously, one coast gun and a few machine guns cannot defend Greenland, he wrote in his diary. Altogether, it seemed at times that the British, not the Germans, were the U.S. government's main concern when it came to Greenland. Earlier that month, Roosevelt had instructed Burl to tell the British ambassador to Washington that he had no particular objection to the British occupation of Iceland, but if they tried the same trick as to Greenland, he would be very angry, the president told Burl. Meanwhile, the Canadians had repeatedly called on the British to release the Danish ship Julius Thomson, owned by the Iviktut Mining Company, as it carried spare parts needed for the operation of the mine. The British relented, but it was only allowed to leave Kirkwall after an armed guard consisting of 9 servicemen, including 3 officers, was placed on board, mainly in an effort to prevent it from sailing back to a German-controlled port. They thought all Danes were Nazis because they had allowed the Germans unhindered access to their country, the ship's captain, Otto Nielsen, recalled later. Before departure, it received a new passenger, the Canadian diplomat Kenneth P. Kirkwood, who had been his country's representative in The Hague until the German invasion of the Netherlands and had now been assigned as Canada's first consul in Greenland. Nascapi left Louisbourg, Nova Scotia, at 9 p.m. on May 24th. On board was H.J. Hendra, a representative of Alcan sent with orders, according to a Canadian official, to negotiate for the purchase of the total cryolite output or even the outright purchase of the Danish government-owned mine by the Canadian corporation. When Alf Erling Porsild, the Danish-born Canadian vice-consul, who was also on board, remarked casually that he was expecting mail from Penn Salt, he infuriated most of the other passengers and might even have lost his job as representative of the Canadian government if it had not been too late to find a replacement. I understand we are working entirely in the interests of Canada, and not the Pennsylvania Salt Company, Hendra said sternly. In the early hours of June 1st, 4 ships were converging on Iviktut, the tiny community on the southwestern tip of Greenland whose production of a vital raw material had suddenly catapulted it to unexpected global prominence. Comanche was on its way from Gotthop. Nascapi was approaching after a longer journey from Nova Scotia. Julius Thomson was in the North Atlantic east of Greenland. And Campbell had the furthest distance to go, having only departed from its U.S. harbor little more than 24 hours earlier. None of the ships were Axis-controlled. In fact, all four represented countries that were in some loose sense allied against Germany. And still, in one of the great ironies of the ongoing war, they were headed for a standoff. Comanche arrived at Iviktut in the morning of June 1st, and Nascapi appeared in waters off the mine just a few hours later on the same day, followed by Julius Thompson 3 days later. In reaction to the presence of Nascapi and Julius Thompson at the mine, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered Campbell to increase its speed. The Danish officials at Iviktut too saw the appearance of Nascapi and Julius Thompson as potentially bad news, and they were determined that no military personnel on either ship be allowed to disembark. They are convinced that the Canadians would land a force on the slightest excuse, such as alleged inadequacy of a local Danish defense force, and would in fact already have done so had it not been for the presence of Comanche, Penfield wrote in a dispatch to Washington, D.C. Even though Nascapi carried only a limited complement of armed men, and all except one were police officers, this was not obvious to the Danes. Shortly after the Canadian ship's arrival, they ordered it to be sailed to an anchorage at some distance from the mine. On June 3rd, Svana sent a cable to the mine at Iviktut demanding an immediate investigation of the Nascapi and who was on board. Request that you act without delay, demanding a response from the vice consul and the captain of the Nascapi if it is carrying military personnel, he wrote. In a telegram on the following day, Svana emphasized that none of the prize crew, including officers, were allowed to leave the Julius Thompson. The ban on the combatants is absolutely categorical, and if they disobey, you must protest and then report to us, he said. The motivation for the ban is the neutrality clauses under the Hague Convention. Besides, we owe the United States absolute and strict neutrality. Prior to the Nascapi's departure, the Canadians had downplayed the significance of its mission in conversations with the Americans, telling them that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police was only represented by 2 constables on board, assisted by 4 civilians who happened to be capable of handling the machine guns. The fact that these 4 men were actually members of the Mounted Police but in mufti seems to not have been disclosed. This may have added to American anger once reports arrived from Greenland about the jitters that the Nascapi had caused. It now develops that the Canadian boat going to Greenland has a bunch of Royal Mounted Police, Burrell wrote in his diary. On June 3rd, he called in a group of Canadian and British officials, telling them that Cecil Rhodes had been dead a long time, and even if alive, Greenland was hardly a place for his talents. He kept his lecture with a stark warning. This is plain grand imperialism on a miniature scale. If there is any more monkey business, we are going to have a destroyer sent up there and stop it. This was the beginning of a lengthy standoff at Iviktut. The Danish authorities relaxed somewhat in the days that followed, even allowing some civilians to tour the mine facilities. However, the military and paramilitary passengers on board both Nascapi and Julius Thompson were ordered to stay, triggering complaints about forced confinement. In reality, the Royal Mounted Police and the prize crew could easily have prevailed against the unarmed Danes. The fact that they waited patiently, pending the arrival of Svana from Gotthop, reflected a wish to avoid a diplomatic incident, but also the American military presence in Iviktut port in the form of Comanche. At the same time, Svana and his colleague Brun moved to tighten control of the mine, issuing a proclamation that, until further notice, they would be in charge, as the Danish company was unable to exploit its concession due to the interruption of communications and shipping between Denmark and Greenland. Svana finally arrived at Iviktut on June 13th, aboard the Campbell, accompanied by Penfield. By now, Julius Thompson was making preparations to return to Britain when, shortly before midnight, Svana stepped on board, claiming the ship in the name of the government of Greenland. The 6 men and 3 officers of the prize crew were to be transferred to the Nascapi and repatriated via Canada. The Canadian vice-consul and the officer commanding the prize crew both protested but acquiesced. Again, it was probably the presence of the 2 American Coast Guard cutters more than anything else that convinced the Canadians to cooperate. "I hope you can approve of my action, which was motivated by the need to act before it was too late," Svanna wrote with barely disguised pride to his fellow Governor Brune. "The successful outcome seems to have underlined the independence of Greenland." The Canadian government was highly dissatisfied with the incident, sending a telegram to its consul, who was still confined to Julius Thompson. "Please inform Governor Svanna that neither the United Kingdom government nor ourselves are prepared to accept his unilateral action in taking possession of the Julius Thompson," it said. This was the core of the matter, and only after the British authorities had agreed, after more than a week of hesitation, to acquiesce in the Danish takeover of the Julius Thompson was the small crisis resolved, and it was agreed that the prize crew would be carried to Canada on board the ship on its first trip to North America under Danish command. 3 weeks had passed since Nascapi arrived at Iviktut. It was an unusually long period, given that its root cause was a dispute among nations that were otherwise on friendly terms. With all outstanding issues cleared, on June 22nd, the men on board Nascapi were invited to dinner in Iviktut. Hendra, the combative Alcan executive, was seated next to Oscar Korp, the mine's manager, who had arrived on board Julius Thompson, but all attempts at getting information out of him about the mine were in vain. It was very evident that all questions regarding the mine at Iviktut would not be discussed in a satisfactory manner by Mr. Korp, Hendra remarked. In other words, suspicions about Canada's commercial ambitions lingered. While at Iviktut, Svanna was reminded how vulnerable the mine was, and he repeated his call for an armed U.S. force near the mine, arguing that an American ship in the harbor, while better than nothing, would not be adequate protection, as it would be unable to stay during the winter months. Hull remained unfazed, but in late June, for the first time ever, signaled the possibility that a force of former American servicemen could be employed as mine guards. At the same time, Campbell unloaded the weapons it had carried for the protection of the mine, including the anti-aircraft gun. However, since it did not bring any personnel proficient in handling the weapon or even assembling it, it remained disassembled in its crates for months afterwards. Essentially very little stood in the way of any foreign aggressor. And on the same day that the men from Nascapi had dinner with the mine's managers, France signed an armistice near Compiègne, acknowledging defeat after a 6-week German campaign. The Nazis were now masters of all continental northwestern Europe. They would soon make themselves felt across the Atlantic, as far away as Greenland, with its almost non-existent defenses. Chapter 7. The First German Mission. Summer 1940. Hans-Jürgen Stumpf, General of the Luftwaffe and commander of the 5th Air Fleet with a geographical area of responsibility covering Norway and Denmark, was showing growing interest in aviation in Arctic conditions in the summer of 1940. Accompanied by his staff, he inspected a glacier 6,000 feet above sea level near the town of Finse, in the mountains west of the capital of Oslo, where a 3,000-foot airstrip was being prepared directly on the ice. Soldiers had been busy working on the airfield since shortly after the German invasion, filling in cracks in the glacier's surface with ice and snow. They believed it was possible to land with airplanes. There were no stones or anything, said Robert Putzel, then a 20-year-old soldier from the Bavarian city of Bamberg, who had been sent to work on the airfield. Deep secrecy surrounded the project on the glacier, and all letters sent home by the German soldiers were carefully censored on the spot. Putzel and other soldiers at his level had no idea what purpose the airfield was to serve. Some have later speculated it could be in preparation of the evolving air war over Britain, where Luftwaffe operating from bases in Norway played an important role. According to another rumor that surfaced in the German press in the early post-war years, the project had a longer-term objective of preparing for a future strategic air offensive against the United States, still neutral but believed bound to eventually enter the war, with Iceland and Greenland as necessary refueling stops for the German planes. Georg Madelung, an influential aeronautical engineer with experience as a pilot over the Western Front during the First World War, had allegedly approached Hermann Göring, the commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, with a scheme to set up air bases in the middle of the Greenland ice cap. Göring, the post-war report went on, had been enthusiastic about the idea, but had decided to start out in a small way by ordering the high-altitude experimental airfield in Norway. Polar experts, meteorologists, and veterans from the war in the Alps from 1915 to 1918 were all sent to the test area to share their experience. "When famous scientists said it could be done, we believed it," said Putzel. "It wasn't crazy. I also thought it was possible. Well, maybe it was a little bit crazy." While the Luftwaffe was busy building its glacier airfield in Norway, possibly with a view to future operations in Greenland, the German Navy had separate plans aimed at securing an uninterrupted stream of weather reports from the island. Remarkably, Danish and Norwegian meteorological stations in Greenland were still transmitting daily measurements abroad for use by both parties in the conflict, but the German commanders assumed, correctly, that it was only a matter of time before the British would put an end to this. Therefore, the German Naval Command issued an order in June 1940 for Rupert Holtzapfel, a Luftwaffe meteorologist who had participated in one of Wegener's expeditions to Greenland and had been seconded temporarily to the Navy, to prepare a manned weather station on the East Greenland coast. It was to be located between Scoresby Sound and Engmagsørlik, roughly in the area near Kap Nansen, and its staff was to stay there during the entire upcoming winter season. Germany had a strange relationship with Denmark, the country it had just occupied, treating it as if it was still somewhat independent with a will of its own, and one of Holtzapfel's first priorities was to visit Copenhagen and seek the Danish authorities' permission to travel to Greenland. He had high hopes for the kind of assistance he thought he could expect. Not only did he want the green light to go to Greenland, but he also hoped that Denmark would be able to equip him with a ship suitable for the purpose. A maverick, he decided to avoid the usual bureaucratic procedures, bypassing the German mission in Copenhagen and going straight to the top of the Danish government, which was still functioning much as it had in peacetime. In his talks with local officials, Holtzapfel claimed, disingenuously, to have Berlin's backing, and a meeting was duly arranged at the Danish Foreign Ministry. It was attended by Niels Svenningsen, the director of the ministry's political and legal department, and also Knud Oldendorf, the head of the Greenland Board, the top state agency overseeing the island, who had been called in due to the nature of the German request. The conversation was carried out in German. As the official with the most precise knowledge about Greenland matters, Oldendorf did most of the talking, but for help in finding the correct phrase, he often had to resort to Svenningsen, who was the more accomplished German speaker. Oldendorf had bad news for the German visitor. "It's no use for you to contact the Greenland Board on this. We have no communication with the island, and we can't possibly place a ship at your disposal. Quite apart from the question of whether we approve of your scheme or not, it is not in our power to provide you with any assistance." He continued, "If you decide to go there, you must understand that the risk is all yours. I am convinced that it's a very risky thing to try and sail to the east coast of Greenland, given the conditions, with America just next door, and the mood in Greenland for Denmark and 100% against Germany. I would advise against it." Holtzapfel left the foreign ministry empty-handed, but he did not give up. He was married to a Danish woman, and he tried once again to approach the Greenland board, using his father-in-law, a mid-level official, as a go-between. However, Oldendorff would not be budged. "My reply was the same," he told an interviewer later. The Germans, incredulous at the audacity of a subdued people, interpreted the Danish intransigency as concern that German boots on Greenland soil could cause the Americans to take over the island. The Danes feared that such an expedition would give the Americans an excuse to realize their aspirations for Greenland. The head of the German mission in Copenhagen, Cecil von Rente-Fink, wrote in a letter to the German Foreign Ministry, evidently vexed that Holtzapfel had not consulted him before talking to the Danish officials. Still, the bottom line was that it was not up to the Danes to decide. It was clear that a Danish permission for Germans to go to Greenland was a mere formality, as the Copenhagen government had lost effective control over the island. Therefore, Holtzapfel left Copenhagen on July 27th, heading for Berlin, where he hoped to get the go-ahead he had not received from the Danes. To his chagrin, he found that the German Foreign Ministry was equally hesitant, and for similar reasons. The diplomats in Berlin were concerned that the United States would use a German presence in the Western Hemisphere as a reason to enter the war. This left the Germans with only one other available option. It was to get the Danes themselves to carry out the expedition, ostensibly acting as a neutral provider of weather information from Greenland, but in fact providing the Germans with essential information. In early August 1940, the Danish journalist and Arctic explorer Ebbe Munch was approached in occupied Copenhagen by a man in his mid-40s, Kurt Carlis Hansen. Carlis Hansen introduced himself as a Danish patriot who wanted to pick Munch's brains about a project that he was trying to bring to fruition, the establishment of a Danish weather station on the east coast of Greenland, to serve mainly the purpose of signaling Denmark's continued sovereignty over the island, despite the special circumstances brought about by the war. Carlis Hansen had already hired the members of the expedition, and funding was also secured. All he needed was Munch's suggestion about where exactly to set up the station. Munch listened with an air of intense interest, but it was all an act. As he wrote in his post-war memoirs, "I knew more about Carlis Hansen than I let on." Munch was aware that he was a hardcore Nazi and had no intention of helping him. In fact, Carlis Hansen was so well known for his extreme political views that it was something of a mystery that he even expected his story to be believed. He had attained national notoriety in 1934 when he had been the main organizer of an unsuccessful attempt to kidnap an émigré German communist in broad daylight in Copenhagen, allegedly in order to hand him over to Danish authorities for undercover agitation. At the same time, the Danish newspaper Politiken had described Carlis Hansen as a relentless man of action. Like some other Danish Nazis, he had been filled with somewhat contradictory emotions of shame at Denmark's hasty surrender to the Germans in April 1940, but he had quickly recovered and was now deeply involved in the Greenland mission. As Munch suspected, there were sinister designs behind the idea of sending an ostensibly Danish weather mission to Greenland. It was aimed exclusively at aiding the German war effort, now that the initial attempt to get Danish acquiescence in going to the island had failed. Intriguingly, it was a mission in which General Stumpf, the Luftwaffe commander conducting trials on the Norwegian glacier, had expressed great interest. British intelligence officers able to read enemy communication after breaking the Enigma code were alerted to the German plans, with hints that their origin came from even higher up in the Luftwaffe hierarchy. The decrypts revealed their intentions and the fact that Göring attached great importance to them, recalled Edward Thomas, then a young Royal Navy intelligence officer stationed in Iceland. Carlis Hansen, who had recently been hired by Abwehr, the German military intelligence service, was charged with organizing the expedition under the guidance of his case officer, Ulrich Graf von Finkenstein, and he had been spending the days prior to meeting Munch recruiting other Danish citizens for the journey. The aim, he claimed when talking to candidates, would be to trap wild animals for their fur, but at the same time, and more importantly, it would be to demonstrate sovereignty in northeastern Greenland at a time when Norwegians were attempting to gain a foothold with a view to taking over the area completely after the war. His first choice was Jürgen Tvermosse, who had spent 2 years in Greenland in the late 1930s and now ran a small trapping company, but was unable to return to the island because of the war. 3 other recruits had no Arctic experience at all. Carlis Hansen also informed the 4 that transmitting meteorological data would be an additional purpose of the expedition. Since the Danish and Norwegian weather stations were already sending this kind of information on a regular basis, they did not see this as a cause of concern. There was one last thing. They all had to invest a limited sum of money in the expedition. They accepted this without any second thoughts, partly because of the national task that they had been introduced to, partly because they wanted to leave Denmark, as life under German occupation was unbearable, they said later in a report. Carlis Hansen promised them that escaping Denmark would not be a problem, since he had excellent connections with the Germans and was able to get the necessary exit permits. He was fooling the 4 crew members, but some of them were fooling him back. My sole purpose for leaving Denmark in the summer of 1940 was to get over to the Allied forces, Tvermosse claimed after the war. There were persistent rumors in Denmark during the summer of 1940 that the USA had already occupied Greenland. On August 8th, Carlis Hansen, accompanied by his crew of 4, departed Denmark for Norway, where the seal-hunting ship Furenak had been chartered for the journey. It was now clear that Carlis Hansen would not stay in Greenland with the men, but would return to Norway with Furenak. While in Oslo, an expedition member who was an amateur meteorologist was introduced to 2 Norwegian-speaking Germans who gave him professional instruction in how to carry out the weather work in Greenland. We promised, we had to send weather reports back to Norway, to the German HQ, said Tvermosse after the war. We never for one moment intended to keep that promise. The Sicherheitsdienst, the Nazi Party intelligence service, was also helpful in seconding 2 officers and a translator to assist in transporting equipment from Oslo to the port of Ålesund in western Norway, where Furenak was anchored. Before leaving on Furenak, the entire 5-man crew had dinner at Hotel Bristol in Oslo with Munch, the journalist, who was in Norway on unrelated business. 2 officials from the Hamburg-based Deutsche Seewarte, a prestigious center of maritime meteorology, were also present. The conversation was remarkably frank and touched on the need to gather intelligence about long-term weather in order to facilitate air operations over Europe. Munch listened with polite attentiveness, and even though some of the expedition members found an opportunity to discreetly share their concerns with him about the strong German element, he advised them to stick to the plan and to contact colonial officials in Greenland if they had further concerns after they arrived. There was a good reason why Munch advised the Danes to follow through with the expedition, even though by now it was abundantly clear that it was serving Nazi purposes. He did not want the mission to be aborted at the last minute, now that he knew about it in detail and could pass his knowledge on. Shortly afterwards, he was on his way to Denmark. On the return journey to Copenhagen via Stockholm, he wrote in his memoirs, the British were informed. This supplemented information that the British already had received of the impending expedition from decrypted German messages, passed on from MI5 to the naval staff via a newly established unit of the British Naval Intelligence Division. It was one of the early successes of what was later to be known as Ultra. Essentially, therefore, Furenak's fate was sealed even before it departed from Ålesund and entered open sea in the middle of August. Chapter 8. The Norwegian Connection. Early Fall 1940. Events happening in Greenland at the time when Furenak was setting out on its lonely journey across the North Atlantic revealed the extent of naval activity already taking place around the island. The Norwegian vessel Veslekari, also a sealer, had been at sea for a fortnight, and on August 14th it landed a lone telegrapher at the Norwegian weather station Mosquito Bay in northeastern Greenland. Veslekari, under the command of the Norwegian trapper and explorer John Gaver, was visiting Norwegian outposts along the Greenland coast, replacing personnel and bringing coal, oil, and other essential supplies for the upcoming winter. It was ostensibly a humanitarian effort, organized by the state-run Norwegian Svalbard and Arctic Ocean Research Survey, to provide for the altogether 14 Norwegian nationals stranded in northeastern Greenland because of the war. And unlike Furenak, whose departure was shrouded in secrecy, no effort was made to cover up Veslekari's mission. Still, there was more to Veslekari than met the eye. Carl Setter, a Norwegian national who had been British consul in the city of Tromsø in northern Norway until it was occupied by the Germans at the end of the Scandinavian campaign in June, was deeply involved in the preparations during the summer for its departure. Most importantly, he wrote a letter that Gaver, the expedition leader, was to show to British authorities once the ship was intercepted by the Royal Navy, to the effect that most on board were anti-Nazi. It was understood that, in case of interception, Veslekari would not return to Norway, and it was essential that it be made to look like it had been taken over by the British against the will of the crew, lest the Germans decide to retaliate against their relatives left behind in Norway. Once word was out that Veslekari was about to leave for the free world, it was inundated with requests from people who hoped to join in order to escape from newly occupied Norway, most planning to enroll in the Allied forces. When reports of the planned Norwegian expedition reached Copenhagen, the Danish government initially prepared plans for a separate Danish expedition, but abandoned the idea and instead pulled the strings, so space was made on the Veslekari for a group of 3 Danes who were to reinforce the personnel at Danish stations along the East Greenland coast. Among them was 31-year-old Ib Paulsen, who had previously worked as a radio operator in Greenland. He was surprised at the speed with which the German authorities gave him permission to leave Denmark. "We supposed it was because the Germans were interested in continuous weather reports," Paulsen recalled. "Therefore, we resolved that I should stop the broadcasts of the weather reports as soon as I arrived." Understandably, the Germans wanted to keep tabs on Veslekari, initially proposing to place an observer on board, which Gaver declined. He also managed to stop a plan to have a German ship escort the Norwegian vessel part or all the way to Greenland. In the end, the Germans insisted on seconding a Norwegian by the name of Axel Koll as a precondition for letting the ship depart. He was to take photos for a German-language publication, allegedly in order to get maximum propaganda mileage out of the attempt to extend help to Norwegians in a remote, isolated place. He was running around taking photos of all kinds of things, a member of the expedition later recalled. In fact, Koll was an agent for Abwehr and had simply been handed a camera with orders to take photos from the journey, although, as he later claimed, he had no experience whatsoever as a professional photographer. Even so, the Germans were suspicious. In the port of Ålesund, where Veslekari was being made ready for the expedition, German inspectors stepped on board on an unannounced visit, threatening to reveal that the entire journey was a cover for escaping to the Allied side. This forced Gaver to think quickly and hastily dispatch 2 of his crew members, young men who wanted to go to Canada to receive training as pilots, to sweep the cabin floor, thus keeping a low profile. Meanwhile, another of his crew members plied the Germans with generous amounts of whiskey, softening their alertness. The trouble was not over, however. Some days later, in the northern city of Tromsø, which was Veslakari's last stop before departing, the German port commander seemed to have sensed foul play, and made no effort to disguise his dislike of the idea of allowing the ship to leave Norway and enter into waters controlled by the Allies. He promised that the Germans would take care of the families of everyone on board if we did anything that would hurt the German military, Gaver wrote in his memoirs, confirming the fears of the crew that their actions might trigger retributions. Veslakari left Tromsø on August 2nd, heading initially for Spitsbergen, an island in the Norwegian-controlled Svalbard archipelago, to load coal. 4 days later it moved on, arriving off Greenland on August 11th. Ib Poulsen, the Danish radio operator, immediately proceeded as he had decided to beforehand. I radioed the Mørkefjord station and asked the station to stop the broadcasts, he said. This was going according to plan, but other things were not. The crew was getting worried, since the Veslakari had managed to cross the entire North Atlantic without yet being met by a British ship, even though they revealed their position every day in both radio and telegraph form to the weather stations in Greenland, hoping that it would be picked up by the British. In fact, an Allied ship was on its way with a specific mission to intercept Veslakari. The Norwegian Coast Guard ship Fridtjof Nansen, which had escaped to the British Isles after the end of the Norwegian campaign, had departed from Reykjavik, Iceland on August 13th and was approaching the Greenland coast fast, with 12 Royal Marines on board. It is safe to assume that the German authorities have only allowed the Veslakari expedition on the condition that the stations along the Greenland coastline are equipped to work in their interest, read the instructions given to Ernst Ullring, the commander of Fridtjof Nansen. If Fridtjof Nansen encounters the expedition from Norway, the vessel must be seized, and unless other orders are received, it must be taken to an Icelandic port for further instructions. Part of Fridtjof Nansen's mission was also to ensure that meteorological reports from the Norwegian outposts in Greenland could no longer reach the Germans, and its first stop, once it reached the island on August 16th, was the weather station in Mosquito Bay, where Veslakari had just dropped off a telegrapher. The telegrapher, who was still settling in when Fridtjof Nansen anchored offshore, was scared out of his wits when he saw the 12 Marines, armed to the teeth and ready to fight, approach the coastline in a boat, and as the soldiers swarmed the station and seized its radio transmitter, he fled into the hills. Only when he realized they had been brought by a Norwegian ship did he return. He was taken on board Fridtjof Nansen, where he told Ullring that Veslakari was still in the area, continuing its work replacing personnel and unloading supplies at the various Norwegian stations. Fridtjof Nansen's crew spotted Veslakari in King Oscar's fjord in the afternoon of August 18th, approaching it with their guns pointed at the civilian vessel. Sailing up alongside Veslakari, Ullring addressed its commanding officers by loudspeaker, ordering them on board for negotiations. Shortly afterwards, Ullring sat face-to-face on Fridtjof Nansen with Gaver and Koll, the Abwehr agent. Koll's real identity was not yet revealed, but the mere fact that Veslakari was carrying a photographer from a German magazine was taken as sufficient reason to dismiss any idea that it was a neutral vessel. Therefore, Ullring explained, Veslakari would be seized, any weapons in its hull would be captured, and it would be taken to Iceland with a prize crew on board. Gaver was furious at the treatment, which suggested he had the status of an enemy combatant, but there was nothing he could do. Shortly afterwards, he and Koll were on their way to Iceland on board Fridtjof Nansen, while several of the other expedition members who had traveled with them on Veslakari, including Ib Poulsen and the 2 other Danes, were permitted to stay behind in Greenland. Upon arrival in the Iceland capital of Reykjavik, Ullring completed a report which characterized Veslakari's voyage as an ordinary polar sea expedition, concluding in the recommendation that the vessel be released and its crew as well as the expedition members, all of them good Norwegians, according to Ulring, be allowed to return to Norway. Ulring's recommendation fell on deaf ears. A British prize crew boarded Vesla Kari, and it was sailed on to the port of Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands, where the Norwegians were given 20 minutes to leave the ship. Under guard, they were taken to Pentonville Prison in London, where lengthy interrogations began. Most of the crew were released after a short period of time, but Gaver and the telegrapher from Mosquito Bay spent 9 weeks in jail. Kull was not released until after the war. The British-Norwegian activities taking place in August, the seizure of Vesla Kari, the Royal Marines' occupation of the radio station, and, just before Fridtjof Nansen's departure from Greenland, the forcible takeover of 35 barrels of aviation fuel from the Danish Navy's aviation arm over the vicious objections of a lone local representative of the Danish authorities were all minor, but clear challenges to the American policy of preventing the war in Europe from spreading to the Western Hemisphere. Remarkably, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter, Northland, commanded by Edward Hansen Iceberg Smith, was in adjacent waters at the time, partly to keep an eye on possible Axis activities, partly to make a preliminary survey of the East Coast. Northland could have interfered, but did not, as the diplomatic fallout between two friendly nations, the United States and Britain, would have been intractable. I assume Washington didn't want a meeting with Nansen to take place, and therefore they did like Nelson and turned a blind eye, Gaver wrote later. Gaver's instincts were right. The British had consulted with the Americans before Fridtjof Nansen's mission, opting to go straight to Roosevelt, whom they had deemed to be in favor of a more proactive policy than the more cautious officials at the State Department. When the United Kingdom's ambassador to the United States met with the president, the two had agreed that the only important issue was that the British troops should arrive there ahead of forces of any inimical interest. A few days later, Roosevelt gave an even more explicit approval of the activities in Greenland, stating that the Royal Marines' temporary occupation of the Mosquito Bay station was acceptable as long as no publicity should be given to the landing. The fact that the United States had decided to pretend it did not see what was happening right under its nose became obvious a few days later. Further south along Greenland's east coast, another civilian Norwegian vessel, Ringsel, was on a mission similar to Vesla Kari, visiting a Norwegian weather station at Torgilsbu to take home the station chief, as his wife, who had accompanied him, was hysterically homesick. Ringsel escaped discovery by Fridtjof Nansen, but it crossed paths with the Coast Guard's Northland not once, but twice, and on the second of these occasions, on August 31st, the U.S. commander, Iceberg Smith, even invited his Norwegian counterpart over for a drink and a chat. Shortly afterwards, Ringsel returned to occupied Norway, and Northland let it happen. Having tried to stop it would have involved all kinds of complications. The United States was not ready for that yet. The hunt for Vesla Kari had taken place while the Danish Nazi Carlis Hansen and his 4-member team were still making their way slowly across the North Atlantic on Furenak. Ignorant of the events that were only now wrapping up in the area, they made landfall on Greenland's east coast on August 31st, the very same day that the commanders of Northland and Ringsel had their friendly conversation, anchoring at Cape Beal, only a few miles from the point offshore where Fridtjof Nansen had seized Vesla Kari. Regarding our destination, Cape Beal, the decision was entirely mine, having been there before, Tvermose, Carlis Hansen's first recruit, recalled later. The explanation he gave the Germans was that it was necessary to be near the coast, as it would facilitate radio transmissions. In reality, he argued later, it was in order to make it easier for the British to find them once they arrived. The suspicions that Tvermose shared with his fellow Danes about Furenak's real mission were now confirmed. As they unloaded and unpacked the cargo they had carried from Norway, They were surprised to find, in addition to meteorological equipment, 3 machine guns, 20 rifles, 18,000 rounds, entrenchment tools, 20 pairs of skis, 6 dog sledges, and 20 tons of coal. Only then did they realize that Carlis Hansen was probably a German agent who had been able to fool them due to their own careless attitude, stated a report prepared shortly afterwards. They had not been given any instruction in the use of the weapons, and in their view, either Hansen had the intention of persuading them now to join him in the pro-German activities, or there were plans to ship over additional personnel. They protested against the landing of the equipment, but to no avail, and Carlis Hansen gave them a choice. They could decide to stay in Greenland, promising to send the weather forecasts as planned, or they could return to Denmark, where the German authorities might not look leniently on their failure to carry out their mission. It was even claimed later that Carlis Hansen had threatened them with being sent to a concentration camp upon their return, making a trip back even less inviting. The upshot was that all 4 decided to stay behind at Cape Bio with their crates of equipment, while Carlis Hansen departed on September 1st after having spent just 24 hours in Greenland. His last order to the 4 Danes was to immediately get the weather station into working order and then send weather reports 3 times a day, using a secret code which he handed to them. With Carlis Hansen gone, the 4 made no attempt to get either the meteorological equipment or the weapons ready for use, but they started building a cottage, as they had no idea how long they would be stranded on this isolated piece of coastline. They did not have to wait long. The British were alerted to the Fureneck expedition, both from the Enigma intercepts and from Munch's message sent out of Stockholm, and as early as September 4th, a ship was on its way to pick them up. Once again, it was Fridtjof Nansen. After spending nearly 2 days in a futile search of Fureneck, crew on board the Norwegian Coast Guard ship caught sight of the half-finished cottage and 4 tents on land. Ulring, the commander of Fridtjof Nansen, led a small armed force which landed near the site in a lifeboat. They met the 4 Danes, who explained the situation, but nevertheless were placed under guard, while all the weapons and other pieces of equipment were also carried on board. Before departing, the Norwegians set fire to the cottage and the 20 tons of coal. Then the ship set course for Iceland, arriving on September 10th. We protested against the capture by the Norwegians, as we were Danes on Danish soil, but that was only pro forma. Our purpose was to get in contact with the Allied forces, Tvermosa said. We were treated as friends, and were made to feel as comfortable as conditions permitted. Later, when the 4 Danes set foot on British territory, the attitude changed. We were put in jail and treated as common prisoners, ending up among convicts, Tvermosa complained in a letter to the Danish mission in London. It is unbearable for us, as we have always been very pro-British and admired British culture and freedom, as well as Britain's struggle to assist smaller nations in preserving their independence. After some months, Tvermosa and 2 of the other Danes were released and subsequently entered Allied service as soldiers. One last member of the group of 4 stayed in jail, as he was found to be a long-time Nazi, spending the rest of the war on the Isle of Man. Meanwhile, Carlis Hansen had returned to Denmark, telling his family that the journey to Greenland had been a success. He even showed his daughter a photo of a musk ox, which the expedition members had shot as they craved meat. My father told me he was very sorry that they had had to shoot this animal, his daughter wrote in a short biography of Carlis Hansen. He probably was sorry for more than that. No reports arrived from the weather station, which he had helped establish at great expense to his German masters, and eventually intelligence confirmed that the enemy had destroyed the station. Possibly in reaction to Fureneck's activities, all weather reporting from Greenland to occupied Europe soon stopped, as meteorological observations that had previously been transmitted uncoded to the benefit of anyone able to listen in were now encoded before being sent to Britain. Copenhagen soon inquired about the missing weather reports, triggering a curt reply from the Greenland governors. Interruption of reports has been necessitated by Greenland's exposed position as neutral territory. Shortly before 11 a.m. on November 10th, the Danish police officer Åge de Lemos, who was keeping a lonely watch at a radio station on Ella Island close to Cape Bio, was surprised to see a gray German airplane appear over the horizon. It flew a total of 8 times over the radio station at an altitude of just a few feet before dropping a cigar tin containing a note. The administration takes this opportunity to ask whether you have seen or heard anything of the following trappers: Jürgen Tvermose, Sterup, Burr Frank, Burzen. The note was signed C. Hansen. De Lemos ignored the message and made no move to reply, and shortly afterwards the airplane disappeared in north-northeasterly direction. Ultimately, Carlis Hansen's attempt to strengthen the weather service from Greenland ended in unadulterated failure, with the complete loss of all the men and equipment invested in the mission, while he possibly even contributed to the opposite outcome of what he had aimed for by precipitating a decision to end transmission of weather reports to Europe. Still, it did not have any impact on his position with Abwehr. Quite to the contrary, shortly afterwards he joined an 11-man expedition on board the traveler Heinrich Friese, sent to set up a weather station on Jan Mayen, an island halfway between Norway and Greenland. Shortly before reaching its target, Heinrich Friese was intercepted by the Royal Navy, and in the dramatic pursuit that followed, it was deliberately run aground. 2 of the crew drowned, while the rest, including Carlis Hansen, were taken prisoner. On November 18th, he reached Britain, now a captive like the other 4 members of the ill-fated Furenak expedition. On September 23rd, 2 weeks after Fridtjof Nansen's second mission to Greenland, U.S. Secretary of State Cordell Hull sent a sharply worded letter to Wilhelm Morgensterne, the exiled Norwegian government's envoy to Washington, referring to recent events on the east coast of Greenland and in the waters adjacent thereto. While Roosevelt had discreetly given a green light to British-led activities in Greenland and even permitted the temporary landing of Royal Marines, Fridtjof Nansen's maneuvers had assumed an extent that caused the State Department to intervene. In view of the geographical position of Greenland and the well-known policies of the United States with respect to the Western Hemisphere, my government could not acquiesce in any political, military, or naval steps which constituted a permanent occupation or change in the status of Greenland, Hull wrote. Hull stated, perhaps somewhat disingenuously, that he did not believe that Norway's government in exile, which had only recently established itself in London after the defeat at home, had any thought of interfering with the present status of Greenland. Still, having in mind the situation resulting from the war in Europe, and particularly as it relates to Denmark, he felt obliged to remind the Norwegians about the stance taken by the U.S. government back in 1920, when it had made it clear to Britain and everyone else in the Old World with possible designs for Greenland that it would not accept transfer of the island or parts of it to any third power. Greenland would be in either Danish or American hands, and no third alternative was acceptable. The position of the government of the United States remains unchanged, Hull added dryly. Even so, the reality on the ground seemed more complex. The maneuvers of 4 Norwegian ships, Fridtjof Nansen, Vesla Kari, Ringsel, and Furenak, off eastern Greenland in the summer of 1940, were no coincidence. Neither was the fact that Fridtjof Nansen's commander, Ulring, noted in his logbook that the Danish expedition led by Tvermose had been captured on Norwegian territory, nor the presence of several Norwegian trappers and weather observers in isolated posts up the island's long coastline. Or, for that matter, remarks by Halvdan Koht, foreign minister of the Norwegian government in exile in London, also made in September, warning against allowing new powers to claim territory in the north, adding that he was specifically thinking about Greenland. Despite its defeat at the International Court in The Hague in 1933, Norway remained an important factor when it came to Greenland. Scattered groups in Norwegian society maintained a strong interest in Greenland, mostly tolerated by the Danish government, as the political establishment in Oslo seemed to have given up any hopes of officially challenging Denmark's sovereignty over the island. However, as events in the early war years showed, some Norwegians saw the war, a period when all accepted arrangements were up for re-evaluation, as an opportunity to reach out for Greenland once again. Interestingly, these Norwegians were to be found on both sides, in the Axis as well as in the Allied camp. During the exact same days that Hull sent the letter in a determined bid to rein in Norway's ambitions in Greenland once and for all, his German counterpart, Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop, was facing a similar situation in Berlin. The world-famous Norwegian writer Knut Hamsun, 81 years and, by his own admission, worn down by age in many ways, was visiting the German capital on urgent business. He wanted to meet with Ribbentrop in person to talk about Greenland and make his case for what he saw as Norway's historical claim to the island. Fundamentally, Hamsun's agenda was not all that different from the one quietly pursued by the Norwegian government in London. But while he had been considered a national treasure, especially after winning the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1920, he had placed himself in an awkward situation after the German attack on Norway, voicing the view that his young nation might benefit as a member of a new European order under Hitler's leadership. "Norwegians, lay down your arms and go home," he had written in early May, while his countrymen were defending themselves desperately against the invading army. "The Germans are fighting for us all and are now breaking the British tyranny over us and all neutrals." 3 months before his trip to Berlin, on June 8, 1940, Hamsun penned a letter to Josef Terboven, the newly appointed Reichskommissar, German governor, of Norway. Hamsun warned the high-ranking German that Denmark might use the war, when everyone's attention was directed elsewhere, as an opportunity to sell Greenland to the United States. "We Norwegians know our Danish brethren," he added. This would be completely wrong, Hamsun argued, as in his view Greenland was not for Denmark to sell. Greenland is Norwegian land, from ancient times a Norwegian crown colony, where Norwegians have settled down and later had an income as trappers. The island, he added, had been plundered from Norway by Denmark in the Treaty of Kiel in 1814, and since then it had been impossible to wrench it from Denmark, Hamsun explained, with a clear reference to the 1933 ruling in The Hague. Hamsun had written his letter to Terboven at the prompting of Gustav Smedal, a high-profile activist campaigning for Norway's claim to Greenland. In a parallel effort, Smedal sent a document summarizing the Greenland issue to Terboven's temporary deputy in Norway, an official by the name of Hans del Brugge. It had the desired effect, he believed. Terboven seemed to have passed on Hamsun's concern to Berlin, and his own appeal had apparently had an even bigger impact. "From a source I have heard that the written summary that I gave del Brugge has been forwarded to Hitler," Smedal wrote with a note of satisfaction in his diary in mid-June. "Any possibility that Denmark might sell Greenland during the war has been stopped." Having just sent off his letter to Terboven, Hamsun asked Smedal if the appeal should be taken further up the Nazi hierarchy, proposing yet another letter addressed to Foreign Minister Ribbentrop. "He has been positively inclined towards me in the past," Hamsun noted, obtaining Smedal's acquiescence. In his letter to Ribbentrop, dated June 21st, Hamsun bemoaned the fact that the Greenland issue had poisoned the relationship between Norwegians and Danes for 4 generations, and he was now more specific than he had been when writing to Terboven about what he thought should be done. Norway was to receive the lion's share, located to boot in the southern, more accessible part of the island, while Denmark had to make do with the distant and inhospitable north. The Danish government must accede to a proposal from you that is beneficial and fair to both parties, Hampson wrote. To ensure that the letter had the desired impact, the author, who knew almost no German, asked Max Tau, a German émigré publisher, to help him translate it. Hampson did not dwell on the fact that Max Tau was Jewish, and that he had left his country of birth for that very reason. The matter was clearly not a priority for Ribbentrop, and when he wrote back 7 weeks later in August, he was nowhere near as enthusiastic as Hampson had hoped, arguing that there were limits to what Germany could do given the American insistence on the Monroe Doctrine. Still, Hampson was undeterred. Ribbentrop's reply doesn't say much, but at least he doesn't say no. He wrote to Smadel. It was over the following weeks that he hatched the idea of traveling to Berlin to meet face-to-face with Ribbentrop, believing that a personal appeal would help move the foreign minister into more action. "I must go to Berlin in late September," Hampson wrote to his son, Tore. "Greenland is at stake." Hampson's other son, Arild, accompanied him when he arrived in Berlin at the end of the month. "I don't dare travel alone. I am old and have no energy." He knows Berlin well, the octogenarian said. "I cannot sprechen Deutsch." The old man was truly lost in the bustling German capital, and Ribbentrop had no time for him. It almost seemed a deliberate snub, even though Hampson tried to explain it away and comforted himself with speculation that the Nazi foreign minister was probably too busy with more urgent political matters. In early October, after long days of futile waiting, Hampson left Berlin, having failed in his mission. "The trip has not been entirely successful," Smadel wrote in his diary. He was not able to meet with Ribbentrop. He was told that Ribbentrop would only be able to see him in November. Smadel was dumbfounded. Probably some intrigue has got in the way, he reasoned. In fact, the explanation was probably much more straightforward. First of all, it was highly questionable that Germany was in a position to dictate a new international settlement for Greenland, given its proximity with the United States. Besides, there was nothing to be gained for Germany in playing such a role, whereas it was bound to upset relations with Denmark, where the occupation had so far proceeded peacefully. Most importantly, however, the real issue was the Monroe Doctrine, as Ribbentrop had revealed quite candidly in his earlier letter to Hampson. In other words, he was moved by the exact same concerns that less than a year earlier had likely led Hitler to politely ignore Quisling's suggestion of a German occupation of Greenland. The Nazi leadership believed that conflict with the United States was inevitable in the long run, but for the time being, when Germany was still establishing itself as the dominant power in Europe and was secretly preparing a showdown with the Soviet Union, war or even tension with the world's strongest power was to be avoided at all costs. Despite the failure of his quixotic efforts, Hampson was not about to abandon the hope of seeing the Norwegian flag flying over Greenland. It was a hope that united Norwegians on both sides of the chasm that had opened up because of the war. The followers of the government in exile in London and the supporters of a Nazified Norway under German tutelage might be mortal enemies, but some of them shared the aspiration of reversing the verdict from The Hague. As events in the coming months would show, their Greenland dream had not been laid to rest, and would come back again to complicate great power politics in the North Atlantic. Chapter 9. Preempting the Nazis. Late Fall and Winter, 1940. There was worsening concern in the United States about the risk of German attack, and a growing conviction among decision-makers that preemptive action was needed. Given the potential role of Greenland as a staging ground for Axis aggression, it was natural that the American focus on the island sharpened. With the evolution of military technology, especially in aviation, Greenland has attained decisive strategic significance in the eyes of both the United States and Canada, not just as a base for attacks on shipping across the North Atlantic, but also as a base for attacks on this continent. Kaufmann, the Danish envoy to Washington, wrote in a confidential report to Copenhagen in September 1940. The many surprises that the war has had in store so far means that they would rather anticipate events than run an unnecessary risk. The anxieties in Washington, D.C. had been exacerbated by the German-backed activities along the Greenland east coast during the summer. Burl, at the State Department for one, was concerned that the Vesla-Kari incident reflected a pattern of German interest in the Western Hemisphere more generally and might be seen in an even broader light in connection with intensified German propaganda in Latin America and Spanish and Italian activities in Africa as part of a coordinated campaign to challenge the existing world order. All of this might very easily be the advance flank of preparations for operations against this hemisphere based on the thesis of a German conquest of Great Britain, which of course has not happened yet and may never happen at all, he wrote in his diary. Reports of German espionage activities further fueled suspicions about Berlin's intentions. On December 7, 1940, Hugh Cumming, an official with the State Department's European Division, warned Einar Blackenberg, a senior diplomat at the Danish mission, that the New York-based photo agency Black Star Publishing Company might be connected to the German government. Furthermore, Blackenberg wrote in a report to the Danish Foreign Ministry immediately after the conversation, he had received information that the company was planning to approach people in Greenland, or possibly a delegation sent from the Greenland government currently in the United States, to acquire intelligence about conditions on the east coast of Greenland, probably in connection with the Vesla-Kari case. The State Department had already seen to it that the two consuls in Greenland were informed, and Cumming asked that Kaufmann tell the delegation, but in a discreet manner so that the photo agency was not made aware that it had aroused suspicion. Black Star had been suspected since the late 1930s of conducting espionage and spreading propaganda on behalf of the Nazi government in Berlin, ironically so, since it had been founded by German Jewish émigrés. Some industry insiders believed that the suspicions were the result of malicious rumors spread by envious competitors, and the FBI, which kept an eye on the agency for years, never managed to come up with any solid evidence. One of the objects of investigation was German-born Paul Schulte, a priest with an interest in the polar regions, who carried out missionary work among the Inuit and documented his activities in photos on behalf of Black Star. An FBI agent who reviewed the case amassed against Schulte concluded that his photos only showed churches and religious practices among the Eskimos. The fact was that most fears of immediate German offensive operations against Greenland on a significant scale, beyond attempts to improve weather reporting from the island, were overblown. On November 14th, Hitler met with Admiral Erich Raeder, chief of the Germany Navy High Command, briefly discussing ways to attack the United States. The northern route across the Atlantic and Greenland was not a priority for the dictator, who maintained an advance across the ocean further south held more promise. The Führer believes that the Azores give him the only option in case of American entry into the war of attacking the United States with a Messerschmitt-type airplane, thus forcing it to build up its still insufficient air defense rather than aiding Britain, according to a report written up after the meeting. The German Naval Command was aware of the American concerns and, in its war diary, had even marveled at what it considered unwarranted paranoia. Following press reports, precautionary measures against a German attack on Greenland are being considered. It had written as early as August 9th, adding exclamation and question marks to underline its own surprise at the notion. Still, for some naval officers in Berlin, Greenland was indeed an objective, albeit for the long term. During the summer of 1940, in the afterglow of the lightning victories in the West, General Admiral Rolf Karls wrote a memorandum to the Naval Command, providing a vision of what the post-war world ought to look like in order for Germany to be able to defend its position as a global power with colonies in Africa and likely further afield. In that case, he argued, Germany's strategic situation on the oceans would be fundamentally changed, and even if it respected the American sphere of influence, it would need to be the dominant power in the Atlantic to protect its maritime links with the components of its sprawling empire. In the north, Germany will control a space including Norway with Spitsbergen, part of the Svalbard archipelago, the Faroe Islands, Iceland, and Greenland. In August 1940, Iceberg Smith of the Northland met an old acquaintance on the east coast of Greenland, the American polar explorer Willy Knutsen, who had been able to hitch a ride out of occupied Norway on board Ringsel, the Norwegian ship that was allowed to go both to Greenland and back. Smith suggested that the hands-off attitude that the United States maintained in Greenland, including the decision to let Ringsel off the hook, was not going to last. "Look, Willie," Smith said, "you are an American. I am going to tell you unofficially that America is not going to stay out of the war forever. President Roosevelt himself has activated plans to protect Greenland from being used by the Nazis." The same month, while Northland was surveying the East Coast, another cutter from the U.S. Coast Guard, Duane, was busy on the west coast of Greenland, reconnoitering for suitable locations for future airfields. In neither area did the Americans have adequate charts, and they often had to undertake the work from scratch, sailing up one side of a fjord and down the other while making soundings. Captain Julius Lacey, a meteorological officer on loan from the Army Air Force, took part in the Duane expedition, taking photos from the air in a Curtiss SOC-4 biplane. There were no active plans to establish bases, but the military did what it was supposed to do and made ready for any eventuality, including an occupation of Greenland. While stopping at Godthaab, Lacey also met Axel Svanne, the governor of southern Greenland. They had a revealing conversation. "How would you react if Canadian or British troops occupied Greenland?" Lacey asked him. "I would launch a formal protest, but I would make arrangements for positive and close cooperation as far as Danish interests and the welfare of the Greenland people allowed it," Svanne replied. "Would you protest if American forces occupied the island?" Lacey continued. "No," Svanne replied. In this way, officers in the field were discussing openly what was only hinted at further up the ranks in the U.S. government, that an American military presence in Greenland was probably going to happen sooner or later. Those with political responsibility could not state this in a straightforward manner, as they feared being dragged into the war in Europe, but those who would be called on to implement an occupation of Greenland started making contingency plans. The American Army was also quietly getting ready for deployment on the island. In September, George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, told one of his subordinate officers confidentially that ski training for a number of units was needed, partly due to the possibility of some duty in Greenland. Meanwhile, at Iviktut, armed Americans were already deployed. Following repeated requests from the Greenland authorities for assistance in guarding the mine, Washington had relented and allowed a team of 13 former Coast Guard members to depart in August. Once they had arrived, they were issued a special blue uniform with a star, on which was written Iviktut Cryolite Mine. A small police force would probably not be able to do much against a German landing attempt or even a commando raid, and upon arrival it did not even unpack the gun that had been brought earlier that summer by Comanche. Although it was not said so openly at the time, the truth was that the 13 American guards were responsible as much for internal as for external security. Guards were posted at the mine, also when no one was at work there, even during the lunch break, said Christian Sørensen, a sailor. The reason was allegedly fear of sabotage. Rumors had circulated in Iviktut that a Dane had spied on the mine 2 years earlier. While caution was the name of the game for the U.S. government, decision-makers were gradually being pushed towards acceptance of bases in Greenland. In August, the State Department was disturbed by British and Canadian plans to set up a landing field in southern Greenland, permitting airplanes to make refueling stops while flying from Labrador via Iceland to Britain. Burl was not happy. The difficulty of this is that if planes can go east that way, they can likewise come west, and I am not enthusiastic about developing an air route which might be used by an enemy to make trouble for us, he wrote in his diary. The moment it becomes an air ferry station, we would have to contemplate the possibility that the Germans might try to interrupt the place. Burl asked the Army if it objected to the Canadian plans, and was surprised when it said it did not. My own feeling, Burl commented in his diary, is that if anybody has a base in Greenland, I prefer that we do. It all led up to a meeting at the State Department on November 12th, which turned out to be crucial. Present on the Danish side were Kaufmann and Svana, the latter visiting from Greenland, while the United States was represented by Burl and Penfield, the U.S. consul in Gotthop. At the start of the talks, Svana mentioned the incident just 2 days earlier when a German plane had dropped a message at Ella Island inquiring about the fate of the 4 Danes in the Nazi-funded weather operation. Against this background, in a somber demonstration that Greenland was within striking distance of Hitler's war machine, Svana raised the issue of how to defend Iviktut, essential both to American and Allied armaments and to the Greenland economy. A more adequate defense of the mine is needed, as the cryolite income is vital to the well-being of Greenland, and capture or destruction of the mine would be catastrophic, Svana said. He suggested that one more gun, along with the necessary crew to handle it, would be a welcome strengthening of the mine's ability to defend itself. 2 3-inch guns would probably be sufficient to repel any casual small raider of the type which operated on the East Coast this summer, but against any craft mounting 6-inch guns, they would hardly be able to provide any defense worthy of the name, Burl replied. Perhaps what was needed was more robust defense beyond what the Greenland authorities themselves could mobilize, the American official said, adding, I have not considered exactly what form this might take, but presume that it might be in the nature of some sort of base which would permit the conduct of adequate patrols. The import of Burl's words was clear to those present. American bases were just a question of time, awaiting the official decision from the very top. As Svana recalled later, the entire winter of 1940 and 1941, we were waiting for the Americans, who had, of course, announced their arrival in the meeting in Washington, D.C. on November 12, 1940. By late 1940, the American presence in Greenland was still modest and characterized by makeshift arrangements. The small consular staffs of both the United States and Canada in Gotthop were initially housed in the home of the local Danish doctor. Their offices attracted quite a lot of attention among the population, as they were equipped with all manners of American comfort, according to a Danish resident. After we'd been there a while, we'd had a Sears Roebuck house shipped up, that is, all the parts, and it was constructed by a Greenland carpenter. We also had put in batteries and a wind charger, American diplomat George L. West recalled. On the surface, the encounter between Americans, Greenlanders, and Danes was a friendly one. Brun, the northern governor, wrote to Roosevelt in October 1940 that it had been impossible for the Danes in Greenland to carry on their social and cultural work for the education of the Greenlanders, which we always have found it our duty to carry on, but for the kind and humanitarian help from the United States. At the same time, however, Brun also expressed the hope that we shall be able to get through these hard times without interruption of our work. He had expressed similar sentiments a few months earlier when talking to the New York Times. For the present, at any rate, Greenland does not need any other assistance than good advice from experts in connection with her trade. There were signs of emerging friction between the Danes and the Americans in Greenland. In particular, Svanna, the southern governor, was a cause of concern, according to the American consul Penfield. Svanna was unable to grasp the feel of the situations in his dealings with people, a fault which many times leads to unnecessary and unconscious tactlessness on his part, Penfield wrote in a dispatch to Washington, D.C. This had severe consequences in one crucial respect. Unbeknownst to much of the outside world, the supply of Greenland cryolite, and by extension the fate of military aviation in the Allied camp, was held hostage to the whims of a fickle workforce at the Iviktut mine. There was a tense relationship between the island's authorities and the mine workers, and it could be argued that Svanna's conduct only worsened matters. The workers were furious that the governor, who traveled up and down the coast visiting small communities during much of 1940, waited months to come to see them. It did not help that Svanna also closed down a small newspaper that the miners published for internal distribution, carrying news from around the world. In this tense atmosphere, even the slightest faux pas could be interpreted as a deliberate slight and trigger an angry reaction from the workers. Representatives of the miners had visited the United States, and on the way back, their ship sailed straight to Gotthop before dropping them off at Iviktut. The consequence was a 2-day strike. Significantly, when Brun visited the United States in late 1940 with plans to stay until early the next year, he was encouraged to return to Greenland. To leave the other sub-governor Svanna all alone with many difficult local problems, such as the mines, the labor troubles, distribution and shipping, etc., would normally be unwise, but it is the more unfortunate in times like these, an influential New York-based Danish-American businessman wrote. Burl issued a direct order to the Danish governor. "I told Brun bluntly he had to go back to Greenland." In fact, the governors were pressured from two sides. On the one hand, the Americans were constantly on their case, watching their every step, and on the other, the Danish envoy to Washington, Kaufmann, saw them as a challenge to his authority as Washington's main negotiating partner on Greenland issues. During the crucial winter months of 1940 and 1941, when the American decision about setting up bases in Greenland matured, Kaufmann took pains to ensure that both of the governors were far from the U.S. capital, where they could have left their footprint on the decision-making. The two Greenland governors entered 1941 in a weakened position. While Brun was still valued by the Americans for his vigor, Svanna was increasingly seen as an obstacle to progress. He was rather nervous, recalled American Vice Consul George West. He was worried about his retirement when the Germans had won the war. The impression of an official whose net contribution was negative also spread among the Danes. It was the general impression, said a member of the Danish community in Greenland, that Svanna did not want to delegate responsibility, and as he did not avail himself of assistance from others, things didn't move as fast as they could. Many also felt that he seemed under too much strain. Chapter 10. The Yanks Are Coming. Winter and Spring 1941. At a press conference on January 7, 1941, President Roosevelt was asked to react to a report from Reuters out of Stockholm saying that the United States was in the process of occupying Greenland, or had already done so. "New one on me. I must have been asleep," Roosevelt said, triggering laughter among the reporters. That may have been true in a strict sense, but it is unlikely that the American president was unaware of the intense deliberations taking place on the subject in senior government circles. The dilemma that the Americans were in remained unaltered. Ideally, as long as the U.S. government was aiming for neutrality in the conflict in Europe, it would prefer that Greenland stayed isolated from hostilities, fearing that if the island became a battleground, it would increase the risk that the United States would be dragged into the war. On the other hand, if any of the belligerents were to make a move on the island, the United States would rather get there first. This was also true in case the belligerents making that move were the British or the Canadians. That scenario, which had already been discussed at length the previous year, moved up the agenda again in early 1941. The day before Roosevelt's remark, on January 6th, a member of the Canadian mission in Washington, D.C., had told Cumming at the State Department that Britain wanted Canada to explore the possibilities of setting up an airbase in Greenland. The airbase would be needed in order to transfer a total of 12,000 airplanes, which the United States had agreed the previous fall to deliver to Britain. At the same time, the Canadian diplomat opened up the possibility of direct American participation. The Greenland authorities themselves could, with the assistance of the United States, undertake the construction of such facilities, he said. The Canadian approach, and other similar approaches by Britain, forced Washington to act. Over the next few weeks, the State Department prepared an appeal to the Greenland governors, explaining the Canadian ambitions and suggesting instead the dispatch of a group of American experts that were to survey the southern part of the island for proper locations for civil aerodromes and additional radio and meteorological facilities. Crucially, these facilities were to be built by the Greenland authorities themselves. The American consul in Greenland, Penfield, introduced the proposal in a meeting with Svanna on January 31st and received a positive reply from Svanna the following day. The Greenland authorities will be pleased to receive a group of American experts. There was not much time, for the Canadians were impatient. On February 6th, Burl noted in his diary that a Canadian battalion had been lined up, ready to be sent to Greenland. Either the Canadians or the British or we will be moving pretty soon, he noted. On the same day, he met with representatives of the Army, the Navy, and the Coast Guard, arguing that if the United States did not act on Greenland, others would, and the result could be war on America's doorstep. It seemed, Burl said, obvious that the utilization of an aerodrome in neutral Greenland by Canadian or British military planes would open Greenland to the possibility of an attack by German forces. 1 week later, on February 13th, Secretary of State Hall met with Roosevelt and got his approval to go ahead with the Greenland base plan. The same day, Burl again met with Canadian diplomats and now, armed with full political support, told them directly that they couldn't grab an airbase there. Instead, he informed the Canadians that the Greenland government would build one with American help, which seemed to satisfy them. To Burl, there was no question that a crucial turning point in American diplomacy had been reached. This was a case where we are forced into a move primarily lest a military enemy should grab it first and make trouble for us, he wrote in his diary. It is, I think, a distinct new step in the American position. For the first time, the Monroe Doctrine has to be implemented militarily on a frontier. On February 18th, Kaufman visited Burl in his office at the State Department. In the course of the conversation, it became clear to the Danish envoy how far the American plans for building bases in Greenland had progressed, including the imminent dispatch of American experts, and how deeply involved the two governors on the island had become. Kaufman put up a brave front, even though he was confronted with the possibility that he was being sidelined in the most important issue on the Danish-American agenda since the German occupation the year before. He offered his assistance in communicating with the governors, but Burl turned him down, saying it was not needed for the time being. Kaufman tried again. I rather hope, however, that it will be taken up through me, he said. We can discuss that later, Burl replied, somewhat coolly. I merely wanted to let you know how our minds are running. While preparations for the dispatch of the American experts to Greenland were still underway, on March 5th, a gathering in Burl's office of Army, Navy, and Coast Guard officials, an impressive meeting, in Burl's own words, decided to change one key precondition for the entire mission. Considerations of defense, jurisdiction, operation, and maintenance meant that it was no longer considered practicable to trust the Danish authorities in Greenland with building the landing fields, and the officials present agreed to hand the job to the United States Army. With this altered brief, the team of experts, consisting of representatives from the State, Treasury, Navy, and War Departments, left the United States on board the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Cayuga on March 17th. From this moment onwards, the role of the Greenland governors became more peripheral. To put it simply, they were outmaneuvered by Kaufmann, who mobilized his entire diplomatic skill set and his personal charm to persuade the Americans that he was the one they ought to deal with when it came to Greenland matters, not the governors. The fact that the State Department decided to listen to him, even though it was free to stick to the governors, may also have been caused by practical concerns related to the decision by the Americans to build the bases themselves rather than entrust the Greenland authorities with the task. The governors, with their detailed legal and economic knowledge, would be harder to push around than Kaufmann, who was not to the same extent intimately involved in Greenland affairs. The stage was now set for detailed negotiations between the State Department and the Danish mission in Washington, D.C., headed by Kaufmann. The resulting treaty, which was signed by Hull and Kaufmann on the symbolic day of April 9, 1941, 1 year after the German occupation of Denmark, gave the United States contractual rights to establish bases in Greenland. Article 2 of the agreement read that it is agreed that the government of the United States shall have the right to construct, maintain, and operate such landing fields, seaplane facilities, and radio and meteorological installations as may be necessary to keep Greenland's existing status. The following article gave the Americans the right to deepen harbors, construct roads, and build houses. In short, any and all things necessary to ensure the efficient operation, maintenance, and protection of such defense facilities as may be established. The announcement was a shock to the Danish government. As late as on March 17th, the chargé d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Copenhagen had visited the Danish Foreign Ministry, reassuring the officials there that no plans existed for American air bases in Greenland. The governors in Greenland had also been kept out of the loop until the very last moment before it was made public. Only on April 5th it was presented to them in the form of a fait accompli. Svanne was furious. He appeared to appreciate the position of the United States, but was much more agitated and concerned than I have ever seen him, Penfield wrote in a dispatch from Gotthop. The governor initially wanted it to be put on record that he concurred to the treaty only under protest, but after having been talked down by Penfield, he agreed to a more moderate wording, concurring under the extreme force of circumstances. Kaufmann had won, and the two governors were forced to see themselves rendered without influence on one of the most important Danish diplomatic agreements in decades. This turn of events had been facilitated by a sense in Washington, D.C. that Svanne was not to be trusted. He will have to make a choice. Cumming of the State Department wrote in his diary about Svanne shortly afterwards, either play ball with the U.S., which is trying to restore Denmark, or line up on the other side. Soon he realized he had been too harsh on Svanne. When Cumming met with the governor in Gotthop in May, he described the way that the agreement had been imposed on the governors as a diktat and a blank page on the records. At the same time, he moderated his views further in his diary. I find that I like Svanne more and more. He is slow but very honest in his thinking and rigidly devoted to his duty. He is certainly no pro-Nazi. At 6:25 a.m. on March 31st, 1941, Rudolf Schütze, an experienced Arctic pilot, took off from the Luftwaffe airfield at Trondheim, Norway. His objective was Greenland. His aircraft, a two-engine Heinkel HE-111, carried 5,400 liters of fuel, enough for the long flight. After having flown for several hours across the North Atlantic, the dark gray monotony of the ocean's surface started being broken up by icebergs, appearing as scattered specks of white. Then the jagged east coast of Greenland could be seen. He reached the town of Scoresby Sound and was taken aback by how small it was, with no more than 20 wooden houses. We see clearly how a group of people run from one of the biggest houses towards a tall flagpole. There they hoist the Danish flag as fast as they can, Schutze wrote later. Obviously, they have noticed the German markings, and they want to show us that they are pro-German, or at least not loyal to Britain or the United States. Schutze's flight served no immediate purpose, and was perhaps the closest he came to undertaking a regular sightseeing trip during his military career, as he had always wanted to view Greenland from the air, and was granted permission to undertake the somewhat unusual flight because it was his 100th mission. Unwittingly, however, he and Bernhard Joppe, another German pilot who also flew to Greenland in late March, helped precipitate the signing of the Greenland Treaty. The two German flights were reported immediately to Washington, D.C., which shared the information with London. A few days later, Secretary of State Hull cited the flights of German planes over Scoresby Sound as one of the reasons why the agreement on bases in Greenland could not be delayed. Overall, the record on German Air Force plans for Greenland is scarce, as reflected in the scattered evidence about the Luftwaffe's experimental airfield on the glacier in Norway less than a year earlier. Still, there are tantalizing clues that the construction of air bases on the island were being discussed among German officers. When he drafted his war memoirs years later, British Prime Minister Winston S. Churchill described the American establishment of an air base in Greenland in the spring of 1941, then adding, "It was known that the Germans intended similar action." Reports of this nature also reached the U.S. government at about the same time. Loyal Norwegians sent us the disquieting news that Germany was preparing to base an air squadron on the east coast of Greenland and service it with U-boats, according to Samuel Eliot Morison, the official historian of the U.S. Navy in World War II. The State Department also noted that the Germans had purchased detailed maps of Greenland in occupied Denmark, while it was considered suspicious that some Danish individuals had been allowed to travel to Gotthop and Iviktut with the German authorities' tacit approval. At the same time, both British and American intelligence received reports about German weather stations actually being established in Greenland. It was known that the Germans had already installed weather reporting stations on the East Coast, Churchill wrote in his war memoirs. Similarly, Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson noted in his diary about a cabinet meeting on April 25, 1941. The president mentioned the rumor that had come up to the effect that the Germans already had a force landed on the east coast of Greenland. He said that the British Admiralty and the Navy were not inclined to believe the rumor, but the War Department did believe it, and that he was inclined to believe the War Department. In fact, the War Department was wrong, and at this particular time, the spring of 1941, no such plans were actually in the works, mostly because of Hitler's reluctance to provoke the United States. Indeed, German propaganda tried to make light of these American concerns. This was reflected in the censored Danish media, which cited claims by Roosevelt that Axis troops had landed in Greenland. In Berlin, they reject any reports of an occupation of Greenland as hallucinations and declare that Germany has never had any intention whatsoever of getting near the Danish colony, according to a report in National Tidende, one of the major Danish dailies. Behind the scenes, however, the Nazi leaders found nothing to laugh about. Berlin showed a great deal of interest in the Greenland question, Cecil von Rente-Fink, the German envoy to Denmark, said in post-war interrogations. Kaufmann's conclusion of the agreement with the United States caused great consternation in Berlin. The German government was left with the impression that the Danish king had tacitly approved of Kaufmann's actions, and a crisis was only averted when the monarch made a public protest over the Danish diplomat's behavior. Likewise, Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop confirmed during the Nuremberg trial after the war that it was an issue of great concern. The occupation of Greenland, Iceland, on the African continent, etc., the aid given to Soviet Russia after the outbreak of this war, he said. All these measures strengthened the Führer's conviction that sooner or later he would certainly have to reckon with a war against America. The United States stumbled into the position of protector of Greenland with only vague knowledge of the vast territory. In a conference in Washington, D.C. in April, Assistant Secretary of War for Air Robert A. Lovett pored over a map of Greenland, saying, in half-despair, "There is only one name in this I can pronounce." The American giant, which had been tucked up in isolationist slumber, was waking up to global responsibilities. Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins later described how shockingly new it was. "I remember that at the May 1st, 1941 cabinet meeting, Roosevelt said that we were going to use Greenland for patrols. I remember being so startled at the thought of Greenland's icy mountains coming to be an airbase," she recalled. "All of a sudden, the world shrank. Greenland was something you went to and did things with, not just a place where Eskimos lived." In its public statements, the United States also ensured that its new position was known to friend and foe alike. In April 1941, Admiral Ernest J. King, commander of the Atlantic Fleet, drew a more comprehensive demarcation of the Western Hemisphere than the one made public after the Panama Conference, now also including Greenland. He also made clear the consequences of entering into the area. Entrance into the Western Hemisphere by naval ships or aircraft of belligerents other than those powers having sovereignty over territory in the Western Hemisphere is to be viewed as possibly actuated by an unfriendly interest toward shipping or territory in the Western Hemisphere. Roosevelt declared an unlimited national emergency in a public address on May 27, 1941, describing the defense of the Western Hemisphere as beginning well into the Atlantic, including Greenland. "It is stupid to wait until a probable enemy has gained a foothold from which to attack," he said. "Old-fashioned common sense calls for the use of a strategy that will prevent such an enemy from gaining a foothold in the first place." The change brought about by the April 9th treaty also meant American forces began trickling into Greenland and its surrounding waters. Before the end of the month, the Navy had established Task Force 11, consisting of the Coast Guard cutters Northland and North Star, as well as the aging USS Bear, a dual steam-powered and sailing ship. The force was ordered to patrol the northeastern coastline and prevent establishment of military, naval, and air bases or landing of European nationals except as authorized by the government of Greenland. In a parallel effort, the U.S. Army assembled a Greenland force consisting of 469 officers and men, engineers, artillery, and infantry, and prepared it for shipment to the southern part of the island on board the two transports USS Monargo and USS Chateau Thierry. Despite the intensified activity, doubts were expressed from various parties. The Canadian government continued to voice concerns about the U.S. ability to defend Greenland, especially the mine at Iviktut, and as late as May, Ottawa's idea of sending a garrison to the island was not completely off the table, triggering a strongly worded message from Roosevelt to Mackenzie King. The president would deprecate a Canadian garrison being sent to Greenland, the Canadian Prime Minister told London. He has plans prepared for the protection of Greenland, which he thinks would be effective in case of trouble. More surprisingly, perhaps, U.S. General Marshall also openly vented worries that Greenland's geography might pose an insurmountable obstacle to the establishment of the airfields needed to ferry airplanes to Britain. In fact, it is rather probable that this route may be found impracticable, he wrote in a memorandum to Admiral Harold Stark, Chief of Naval Operations. The initial attempts by the Army force sent to Greenland to build the first base were not encouraging. It was at Narsarsuaq on the west coast, at a place that would be widely known as Bluey West 1. To be sure, the location was ideal, almost exactly the same distance of 775 miles from air bases in Goose Bay, Labrador, and Reykjavik, Iceland, respectively. This meant that there were enough stops on the transatlantic route that even fighter planes with their shorter ranges would be able to fly to the British Isles. However, the American Vice Consul George West visited the troops and got first-hand knowledge of the challenges the construction teams faced, including a topography that did not exactly invite the construction of large airfields. Although there was a little gravel on the top, you got down a bit and you had these boulders, he recalled later. They had an awful time getting equipment ashore. All kinds of ships were sent up with heavy equipment. They were stuck there sometimes for over a month just because of the tempestuous weather. It was perhaps some consolation that the Americans were not the first to try to make the area habitable, since Bluey West 1 was close to Eric the Red's old farm, as Brune, the southern governor, explained during a visit. I once told a Catholic clergy, which was with the army up there, that just across the fjord were the ruins of the oldest Catholic church in the Western Hemisphere, he said. This made a deep impression on him. Penfield, the American consul, had soon grown tired of Greenland. The entire island was a backward place that was not helped by having been deliberately isolated for generations, he wrote in a dispatch to the State Department in May 1941. There are a lot of false reports and rumors always current in a country like Greenland, which is so cut off from world events. These rumors and reports are often repeated, even though obviously inspired to a considerable extent by active imaginations, by reliable Greenlanders, and even the more sophisticated Danes, he said. As for the Greenlanders, he commented disparagingly in another report, in their childlike way, they invariably approve of anyone who gives them things. Greenland politics was no better than you might expect against this background, Penfield said, describing a meeting of elected representatives with utter disdain. The session as a whole gave more the impression of a class in school than of a deliberative assembly in operation, he wrote. It is only natural, however, that a people which has lived under the extremely paternal Danish colonial system for over 200 years should be characterized by an immature provisionalism, and the tone of the council meetings is certainly no reflection on the native intelligence or character of the people. There was little interest among the local population in the work of the assemblies, evidenced in the lack of spectators at the meetings, even though they were open to the public, he complained. Some of the unhappiness that permeated Penfield's reports back to Washington, D.C., was also noticed on the other side of the enforced cultural encounter that evolved as more and more Americans traveled to Greenland in the course of 1941, most visibly when Coast Guard cutters were making brief stops at its major harbors. The visits of the American inspection vessels did not happen without friction everywhere, said Christian Sorensen, a Danish sailor. Overall, the Greenlanders felt somewhat uncomfortable with the Americans. Some of the Greenlanders complained about what they saw as racial prejudice. When we trade with them, they treat us as if we have no brains, a Greenlander said angrily. Still, the arrival of the Americans in ever greater numbers in the course of 1941 also meant pleasant surprises. They brought hitherto unknown prosperity to the Greenlanders. The new ties with the United States meant a drastic increase in the consumer items available. The Greenlanders were fond of several American products, clothes and so on, which were completely different from what they were used to from Denmark, an eyewitness said. Catalogs from American department stores were distributed among the population, who were able to order a variety of consumer items, although they often had to wait months for delivery, as U.S. trading companies were unable to meet the demand for the ubiquitous fish oil lamps. Kerosene lamps were permitted. Home by home, the Greenlanders were bathed in a bright, modern light during the dark winter months. It was the single biggest technical advance in Greenland history, according to Brune, the governor. War was a welcome change to some. The workers at the cryolite mine in Iviktut had a strange feeling of liberation. "We didn't feel very bothered by our isolation," said Eric Yule, an engineer. Especially it helped that the rest of Greenland was opened up so that workers and managers could go traveling, and in addition we were allowed to visit the United States and Canada. Axel Svanna found out that the Aluminum Company of Canada was often better placed at sourcing supplies than anyone else. The company is a great power and could often provide supplies which our contacts in New York could not, he told a reporter. American censors reading the mail of the Greenlanders reported that they were happy, adapting themselves easily to the changing conditions, and are, on the whole, contented. This is no doubt due to the fact that they are materially well provided for. Their connections with American and Canadian ships have added interest and excitement to their lives. Gotthope was experiencing a craze for everything American, a local Dane reported. Everyone wants to learn English, also many Greenlanders, and a female lecturer from the teachers' training college is busy teaching classes. Kirkwood, the Canadian consul, was also giving private lessons, stating that the English fad was triggered by frequent visits by Coast Guard vessels, but not only that. It is also a reflection of the subconscious feeling here, sometimes expressed but often not admitted, of a possible future drift of Greenland into a North American orbit, and misgivings as to Greenland's future political affiliation, he noted. Many Greenlanders, especially the young, became enthusiastic about the United States. The United States, this huge and immeasurably prosperous country, had many fans among the Greenlanders, and some people even thought that it would be better and more beneficial if Greenland was ruled by the United States after the war, a resident of Greenland recalled 6 decades later. There was another and more immediate cause of concern, which the Greenland governors explained in a meeting with Penfield in May 1941. If U.S. servicemen in Greenland spent too much money, it could create dangerous divisions in local society, they argued. Those with access to the Americans could become richer than the rest too fast and abandon their normal ways of life for others less suitable to their unsophisticated nature. Secretary of State Cordell Hull voiced similar concerns to Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, in a letter sent 1 month earlier. "You will be interested to know that the German propaganda has already made much of the assertion that the contact of Greenlanders with Americans will result in the enslavement, miscegenation, and ultimate extinction of the native population." Sentiments such as those described by Hall might have more of an audience in Greenland than he knew. In a surprising development, an embryonic Nazi movement emerged among indigenous youth in at least some settlements along Greenland's west coast. There were local fans of the Nazis during the early years of the war, when Germany was still victorious. In a certain settlement, there were rumors that a local Nazi association was to be formed. A teacher at the teachers' training college was from southern Denmark and was rooting for the Germans. It rubbed off on some of his students, an eyewitness testified much later. Once he observed a surprising episode. During a dance in the college gym, the Nazi students stepped onto the stage wearing homemade armbands. They showed a portrait of the Führer and talked about his excellent qualities. The demonstration ended when the young people held the arm straight in front of them, yelling, "Heil Hitler!" The extant sources of this peculiar phenomenon are scarce, providing little basis for speculating about its origins. However, as it appears that most followers were young, it may have been part of a youthful rebellion against traditional society, while lingering resentment over Danish colonial rule may also have fed admiration of Hitler's Germany, the occupier of Denmark, based on the idea that my enemy's enemy is my friend. An eyewitness said many years later that there had been rivaling pro-American and anti-American groups among the students at the college. The principal of the college was also rumored to have been a Nazi sympathizer, and possibly to have facilitated the emergence of pro-Nazi sentiments. A Greenlander who was young then explained the varieties of opinion. As was the case with rationing, the war divided the Greenland population into 3 different categories: those loyal to Denmark, the pro-Americans, and the Nazi sympathizers, he said. The Nazis also had fans among the Greenland youth during the war, especially during the first period when Germany was victorious. Young students at the teacher training college even demonstrated in favor of Adolf Hitler. The issue was not limited to Gotthop. In the settlement of Holsteinsborg, further up the west coast, a group of young people attempted to set up a Nazi chapter, introducing Nazi armbands and the Nazi greeting. It became influential and ambitious enough that its members wanted to take over the leadership of a local community association, which was in charge of organizing cultural events and similar activities. It seemed the young people were so aggressive that the older community members couldn't stop them, a junior official reported in a letter from the town. It all seemed very cunning, with an underground force seeking to fan the flames without surfacing itself. However, Leif Ragnar Hargesson, the local representative of the colonial administration, managed to quell the movement. Possibly related to this, Holsteinsborg appears to have been the scene of considerable tension throughout the war years. An account from the early war years includes the following passage. Colonial Chief Schultz had experienced major trouble with the local population. At one point it had gone so far that the Greenlanders had threatened to kill the colonial chief, and it was rumored that the Coast Guard ship Northland was to be dispatched. However, the assistant had allegedly managed to settle the dispute before the arrival of the ship. Brun, in a letter, also described that some combative fellows had threatened to shoot a representative of the colonial power in Holsteinsborg. The fact that a Nazi movement, most likely embryonic, emerged in a town with a history of tension between the locals and the Danish administrators strengthens the suspicion that Nazi sympathies were primarily a means of expressing antipathy against Danish colonial rule. As the war progressed, and knowledge about the crimes of Hitler's regime spread, these sentiments, born out of ignorance about actual conditions in Europe, faded away. Chapter 11. Of Dogs and Men. Summer and Fall, 1941. On August 25th, an American seaplane landed at the police station on Ella Island on the east coast of Greenland. It picked up one of the station's 2 occupants, Åge de Lemos, the man who had observed the German aircraft in November the previous year, seeking news about the lost Furenak expedition. De Lemos, 45 years of age, was tiring of his work in the isolated outpost, and as the seaplane was taking him north for talks with representatives of the U.S. Coast Guard, he was preparing what he planned to say. The station was poorly equipped. The clothing that he could obtain from the Americans was inadequate and better suited for the tropics. There was no tobacco and no fresh fruit. And worst of all, the job was meaningless. The station was 60 miles from the ocean, squeezed in between high mountains, which he thought rendered the meteorological observations that he had had to contribute of questionable value. After flying for about 100 miles, the seaplane carrying De Lemos touched down at the scientific station of Eskimonis. Edward Iceberg Smith, commander of the Northeast Greenland Patrol, the renamed Task Force 11, was awaiting him there on board the Coast Guard cutter USS Northland. Immediately upon seeing Smith, De Lemos launched himself into a lengthy tirade about why the police station on Ella Island ought to be closed down, and he himself sent to the more populated West Coast, where he could act as a translator between English and Danish, and would be of greater value for the money that he was paid. Smith listened patiently, and then replied that the station was to stay. It was needed more than ever, he explained, as it was designated to become one of the bases for a new sledge patrol, which was to be formed from scratch, with the chief responsibility of keeping a watch on the entire northeast coast of Greenland. Smith handed de Lemos a freshly typewritten document which got right down to business. Sledge patrols of northeast Greenland during the cold months of the year, October to June, have been found desirable, the opening paragraph stated. They should be regarded as confidential. It then went on to outline the responsibilities of the new unit. The patrol should be essentially one of reconnaissance and search, first of the closed hunting stations and numerous huts, and then of the more remote places and secluded fjords, which would naturally be suspected of providing concealment, read the document, which was addressed to de Lemos personally. The patrol should be devoted to the detection and notification to the proper officials of the presence of any radio, military, naval, or air activity by persons of a belligerent power. De Lemos accepted, as did the handful of other Danish police officers and trappers along the northeast coast contacted at the same time. Norwegian nationals were given the opportunity to join the patrol in order to signal that it was not a Danish attempt to reinforce sovereignty over the area. Initially, just one Norwegian applied and was accepted. A few Greenlanders were also employed as helpers, but it was decided from the outset that they would not be required to take part in any combat operations. The patrol was to man 3 stations along the east coast: Scoresby Sound in the south, Ella Island in the center, and Eskimonis furthest up north. The equipment was basic, and the members were issued Springfield rifles used in World War I. The original plans for the sledge patrol were rather extensive and required a great number of small patrols in order to cover the very great area assigned to the service, Brune later wrote. The patrols were therefore relatively small, mostly consisting of 1 patrolman accompanied by 1 or 2 native sledge drivers. The background of the sledge patrol was a gap in understanding of conditions on the northeast coast of Greenland, felt as far away as in Washington, D.C. Amid the slew of intelligence reports in spring of actual or impending German attempts to set up weather stations in Greenland, the Secretaries of War and the Navy, Henry Stimson and Frank Knox, had written a memorandum to Roosevelt in April listing the likely German moves in the months ahead. When the ice conditions permit, in July, Germany may attempt to establish new weather stations and to send supplies to any which may now be in operation, they warned. Since the region involved is slightly less than 1,000 miles from German bases in Norway, attempt may also be made to establish aviation facilities. In his reply, Roosevelt concurred. I think Germany will probably seek to get a definite foothold, even if this foothold can only defend its own location. Therefore, our own expedition should be fitted out with sufficient guns to hold the Scoresby Sound area until early September, leaving just before the ice closes in, the President wrote. 4 reconnaissance flights, carried out in late May and early June by American PBY Catalina planes, led to the conclusion that whatever the Germans might be planning, they were not present in Greenland yet. There was absolutely no sign of any kind of habitation. This entire section is by far the most barren, desolate, and uninhabitable area that can be imagined, one of the pilots reported afterwards. Roosevelt was undeterred, and so was Brune, the governor of Greenland. It appeared obvious that the Germans were interested in establishing stations in that part of the coast, Brune wrote later. The question was how to keep an eye on a part of the world that was this remote and inaccessible, trying to detect what would likely be a small band of men within the vast wilderness. New air bases were soon to be built, but it would be difficult to institute routine reconnaissance flights of an area this huge, and naval patrols were limited to only parts of the year because of the ice. In this situation, the idea of a sledge patrol was promoted by the Coast Guard and was accepted by the War Department after some hesitation. The official decision to set up a sledge patrol service appears to have been made in the middle of the summer, possibly on July 19, 1941, during a meeting in Ulianehoop attended by Smith, Penfield, and Brune. According to Max Dunbar, the later Canadian consul in Gotthop, the impetus to set up the patrol came from Brun, who saw a need for the unit following the German attempts to establish a weather reporting system on the Greenland east coast. These operations inspired Eske Brun to the establishment of a small Greenland army composed of Danes, Norwegians, and Greenlanders based on the northeast coast, he wrote in short memoirs from his time in Greenland. It is disputed if Brun indeed took the first initiate to the sledge patrol as claimed by Dunbar. Predictably, Coast Guard historians credit Smith. As founder and champion of the concept within the U.S. military and senior officer with control of the needed resources and logistic support, Iceberg Smith was indeed the founding father of the Northeast Greenland Sledge Patrol, says one. Smith was largely responsible for the creation of the Greenland Sledge Patrol, writes another. It appears likely that the original initiative to set up the Sledge Patrol did indeed come from the Americans. The American side proposed the establishment of an expanded police force along the coastline with the responsibility of reporting all alien activity to the American military authorities, wrote Niels Ove Jensen, one of the officers placed in charge of the new unit. Whether or not he was the originator of the idea, Brun was eager. He had been frustrated that American papers reported extensively about Norway's resistance against Germany while saying very little about Danish efforts. The administration felt that it would be possible to play an active role in the area against the German war effort, Brun recalled later. The sledge patrol that would monitor the inhospitable Northeast was just the right opportunity to show off Danish activism. Penfield, on the other hand, was skeptical about the usefulness of the new unit. It would soon be put to the test, although the challenge would not come from Germany, but from Norway. The Norwegian foray into Greenland had ended in failure in the fall of 1940 with the capture of Vesla Kari, but the dream of a future on the island had not died. This was true for Norwegians on both sides of the Axis-Allies divide. In June 1941, the Norwegian government in exile in London contacted the U.S. government with a proposal to have the remaining Norwegian trappers on the east coast of Greenland supplied by a Norwegian warship. On the surface, it was a humanitarian gesture, but it could easily be seen as a repetition of earlier tactics of increasing Norway's footprint in Greenland in preparation of later territorial claims, and Washington turned the proposal down. The United States had got what it wanted in terms of access to Greenland from Denmark, and while America was not yet a belligerent nation, it identified increasingly with the Allied cause, and in this light, it did not wish to facilitate friction inside the Allied camp between two nations that were arguably its members, Denmark and Norway. It was in consequence of the same policy that Secretary of State Cordell Hull had sent his stern letter the previous fall to Morgensterne, the Norwegian envoy in Washington, D.C., criticizing the overactive Norwegian moves in Greenland waters, but in early 1941 it had resulted in a reply from the Norwegian diplomat which was remarkably unapologetic in tone. What has been done by the Norwegian Navy at Greenland has been only to prevent the sending of weather reports and other radio messages which might benefit exclusively countries with which Norway is at war, Morgensterne wrote. Norway was not planning to change Greenland's status, he claimed, but could not guarantee that it would stay out of the island. As long as the war lasts, the Norwegian government cannot admit that Germany should be given the opportunity, directly or indirectly, to utilize Greenland for German purposes. Even later, Morgensterne continued to push for Norwegian interests on the island. Parts of the Norwegian establishment exiled to Britain saw the war, in which Norway had fought hard to resist German invasion, whereas Denmark had been overrun in one morning, as an opportunity to use its new-won prestige to push Denmark out of the North Atlantic. Trygve Lie, the foreign minister of the Norwegian government in exile in London, was harboring hopes of a post-war cooperative arrangement that would give Norway a major role in the area. To preserve peace, it is important for Great Britain, the United States, and Norway to be jointly responsible for the defense at sea, on land, and in the air of Greenland, Iceland, and the Faroe Islands by having bases there, Lee told Sir Cecil Dormer, the British envoy to Oslo prior to the German invasion. In this respect, he was picking up from thoughts about abandoning Nordic cooperation in favor of a Norse area of collaboration involving territories around the North Atlantic that had been circulating among some Norwegian intellectuals in the interwar years. Lee made the Norwegian interest in Greenland known on several occasions. In a letter to a Norwegian exile in Stockholm dated May 3, 1941, he wrote that Norway's future security primarily depends on cooperation with Great Britain, the United States, Canada, and Iceland. The Faroe Islands and Greenland will also be of significance. In a speech at Oxford in October of the same year, he elaborated on this idea, seeing Greenland as part of an ambitious vision for Atlantic defense cooperation in the post-war world. What I would like to see would be an agreement on Eastern Atlantic defense between Britain, the USA, and Canada, covering Greenland and Iceland. Norway would then wish to come in for the sake of her own defense. Summarizing his position, Lee told Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, that Norway had special interests to tend to in all matters relating to Greenland. The British Foreign Office was somewhat lukewarm to Lee's ideas, believing that it was premature this early in the conflict with Germany to speculate about U.S. policies in a post-war world. The Foreign Office asked the Admiralty for its view on the matter. The Admiralty, too, considered any thinking about U.S. long-term policies on the North Atlantic to be speculative, but emphasized Greenland's strategic importance along with the Faroe Islands and Iceland, suggesting that the security of these areas should in future be managed by people who not only were friendly towards Britain, but were also willing to be cooperative with it on their own defense. Meanwhile, similar sentiments were playing out in occupied Oslo. Kaufmann's deal with the Americans caused the Norwegian Arctic Seas Committee, a nationalist pressure group associated with the Greenland cause, to voice concerns about the long-term prospects for the island. It had echoes of Hampson's words the year before about the mercenary attitude of the Danes. It seems evident that Denmark is not exerting itself to keep Greenland in European hands, the committee wrote to Quisling, Norway's Nazi Party leader, in July. They have handed over to the United States a great and valuable piece of Arctic land which, thanks to Norway, has so far been linked to the Nordic region and to Europe. Quisling, whose passion for Greenland predated his Nazi sympathies, was completely on the same page. I do not doubt that the final defeat of Britain and America will bring the old Norwegian possessions back to the Nordics, Svalbard, Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, as well as the Shetland and Orkney Islands, Quisling said in a radio message. This will guarantee our natural living space and also the basis for our exertions in the world and on the oceans. In private conversations, Quisling said later that the Norwegian claim to Greenland was for the entire island, not just parts of it. In May 1941, Quisling met with two leading members of the Arctic Seas Committee, Gustav Smadal, the activist who had been involved in Hampson's attempt to reach the Berlin leadership the year before, and Adolf Hull, a geologist and prominent polar researcher. They discussed plans to send an expedition to northeast Greenland to support and supply the 7 Norwegian trappers who remained there, with the hardly disguised ulterior motive of showing the flag in the disputed territory. Quisling was eager and proposed a major undertaking, sending 100 Norwegian trappers to northeast Greenland as reinforcement on board the same ships. While Quisling had no official position at the time, the two activists believed he could pull the strings. Without a doubt, he was the right man to break down the resistance that the expedition was likely to meet from the Germans, Hull remarked. After additional work, Hull handed over a detailed plan for the expedition to Quisling in late June. Clearly, memories of Veslakari's fate the previous year were still vivid. The dispatch of such an expedition under the present conditions entails a certain risk that the expedition may be captured, Hull wrote. Therefore, the ambitions were scaled down somewhat, and the suggestion was now to send 4 ships with altogether 50 trappers, who were to be spread along the northeast coast of Greenland to make it, to all intents and purposes, Norwegian land. Detection should be avoided. The expedition should be dispatched in such a way so as to ensure that the ship will arrive off northeast Greenland at a time when navigation in those waters has usually stopped, Hull advised. In early July, Hull met with Ragnar Skanke, a member of a Nazi-installed council with a rank similar to a cabinet member, only to receive disappointing news. The Germans were not keen on the whole enterprise, as they feared that a Norwegian expedition to northeast Greenland could be seen as a German offensive. Once again, Hitler's reluctance to upset the Americans showed. Over the next few days, the planned expedition was further reduced to 30 people on board one ship, and it now received the required permission from the German-dominated Norwegian authorities, which also agreed to provide the necessary financing. A ship was chartered, the steam-driven sealer Busko, owned by the shipping magnate Elling Orshet, who also owned Veslakari, now confiscated and in Allied service, and to head the expedition, the organizers opted for Halvard Davold, the polar explorer who had led the private occupation of a piece of northeast Greenland in 1931. Some discussion arose about whether the expedition should carry a radio station, as on the one hand it was considered vital for surviving in Arctic conditions, while on the other the crew could risk being accused of espionage if caught by the British or the Americans. The upshot was that no land radio station was to be transported to Greenland. It was now August, and Busko was ready to depart from the Norwegian port of Ålesund, where Veslakari had also been sent off a year earlier. There was one last snag. The Germans did not want to give out an exit permit. Only after Hull met with General Admiral Hermann Bohm, the commanding admiral of the German Navy in Norway, was the permission granted. On August 19, 1941, Busko, with 29 men and 1 woman on board, finally steamed out of Ålesund. Germany only got a stake in the Busko venture almost as an afterthought, and at the initiative of the Military Intelligence Service, which, unlike the Navy, wanted to be involved. During part of the preparations ahead of Busko's departure, Obersturmführer Werner Krause of the Abwehr, German military intelligence, had been breathing down the organizers' necks, inquiring incessantly about the mission and especially the backgrounds of the participants. Again, on August 20th, the day after Busko had sailed out of Ålesund, Krause ordered a meeting with Hull and now demanded that the expedition should also carry along a radio station and a radio operator in order to send weather reports to the Luftwaffe from Greenland. Hull protested, but to no avail, and on August 25th he was informed by Krause that the radio operator had already been found and would be placed on board Busko, which was still in Norwegian waters, picking up expedition members from various ports. His name was Jacob Bradley, 26 years old, and with a past in the Norwegian Nazi Party. In the middle of August, he had been contacted by a member of the German security police with an offer to be employed as a radio operator and meteorologist for an expedition to Greenland. After having suggested he was interested, he had been taken to a private home in Oslo, where he had been subjected to a 5-day crash course in basic radio handling and weather forecasting, and instructed to send weather reports 4 times a day. He had also been issued a pistol with 50 bullets. Upon completing the course, he was put on a plane and flown to Tromsø in northern Norway, before being taken the last part of the way to Busko on a small fishing vessel, accompanied by Krause. The arrival of Bradley and Krause, with the radio equipment packed in several suitcases, was not welcomed by the expedition members, who protested loudly, but were quickly silenced by Krause. "We have a long arm, and can reach anyone who doesn't want to do it our way," the Obersturmführer said menacingly, before sailing back to the mainland. The suitcases were carried on board, but placed on deck, so they could be thrown overboard immediately if Busko was to be stopped by Allied ships. Finally, on August 29th, the ship left Norwegian waters for Greenland. Bum, the naval commander, made sure to emphasize in his war diary that the mission went ahead without German assistance, thus seeking to relieve the Navy of any blame if things were to go wrong. Bradley was treated coldly by the rest of the crew. He was not assigned a bunk, and the other participants avoided him. Davold told him there was no way the radio station would be set up once they reached Greenland, as it would jeopardize the entire mission. He was very dispirited and also angry at the Germans for having put him in this idiotic situation, Davold reported later. The voyage across the Atlantic proceeded smoothly, and on September 2nd, Busko anchored in Peters Bay on the east coast of Greenland, dropping off Bradley and 2 trappers near a hunting station. Once again, Bradley was ordered not to attempt to use his radio, while the other 2 Norwegians made sure he understood that he would not get a share in any of the profit they might make from their catch in the coming months. Busko immediately continued south in the direction of Mosquito Bay, intending to let off personnel along the way according to the plan. The few Norwegians already in place were elated to see compatriots for the first time in months. Henry Rudi, a Norwegian trapper, eyed the Busko on the horizon on September 8th. "There's a ship! There's a ship!" the lonely man thought to himself. He ran around in his cottage, making everything ready for receiving guests as he saw the vessel approach. "So they are still sending ships from Norway. They haven't forgotten us after all." This was, however, when everything started falling apart. A motorboat from the newly formed Sledge Patrol spotted Busko and informed the U.S. Coast Guard cutter North Star. In turn, it informed Iceberg Smith on board Northland, which went searching for the mysterious ship. On September 12th, it caught sight of Busko. Smith sent a boarding party, which directed the ship into Mosquito Bay, where a thorough search was undertaken. The Americans counted 27 people on board, including the woman, who said she was a nurse. "Have you dropped off any men?" a Coast Guard officer asked. "No," was the universal answer from anyone on board. After some further questioning, members of the crew owned up to the fact that Bradley and the 2 trappers had disembarked at Peters Bay, and while North Star towed the Norwegian ship to Scoresby Sound, Northland sailed north to arrest the remaining 3 expedition members. Lieutenant Carlton Skinner, who was on board, described what happened next. When in the vicinity of the station, Northland was stopped, and at about 2 a.m., a motorboat put over the side with a force equipped with rifles and Tommy guns. The motorboat proceeded to the hunting station landing at about 3 a.m., surrounding the hut, and immediately took possession. There was no resistance. The hut contained 3 men, all of whom were asleep, Skinner said. From Scoresby Sound, Busko was towed by Bear all the way to Boston. It was the first U.S. capture of the war, in fact happening even before the United States was officially a belligerent, and the arrival of Busko was a sensation. The New York Times reported the unprecedented arrest of authenticated Nazi operatives, including a man described as a member of the German Gestapo. Interrogations of those on board by Norwegian officials led to the conclusion that all except 4, including Bradley and Davold, had decided to participate out of unpolitical motives. As for the others, based on the impression I have, I see no problem in releasing them, a Norwegian official reported. One problem remained. It was unclear under what justification anyone on the Busko could be held, since the United States was not at war, and so they were not prisoners of war. The unembarrassed Justice Department, which knows a lot about the law, smoothly ruled that the Busco's crew could be held because they are not in possession of the proper traveling documents, according to a report in Time magazine. When the war came to Greenland, the human presence along the island's harsh northeastern coastline was extremely limited. There had been 2 Danish police stations at Eskimonis and Ella Island, a Norwegian weather station at Mosquito Bay, a Danish research station in Dove Bay, and, scattered along the entire vast emptiness, 13 Norwegian and 12 Danish trappers. During the ensuing months, that number had fallen further, as the Norwegians were removed from Mosquito Bay, and the majority of trappers were also evacuated. In the summer of 1941, Governor Brune issued the final order to vacate the northeastern coastline completely of people. Presumably, he wanted to get a better grasp of all activities in the area. Once the evacuation was complete, any person still observed there could automatically be assumed to be an enemy. The task was assigned to U.S. Coast Guard vessels patrolling the area, and they were equipped with powers to use force if anyone refused to be moved. Initially, the order only applied to Danes, which caused a great deal of discontent. 6 Norwegians had been evacuated to Iceland by Fridtjof Nansen, but by 1941, 7 remained in northeast Greenland, and for the time being they were allowed to stay despite Brune's decision, in order not to upset the Norwegian government in exile. By October 1941, 4 Norwegians remained in northeast Greenland, but now they also had to go. One of them was Henry Rudy, the trapper who had been pleasantly surprised by the arrival of Busco. He was now visited by 2 vessels from the U.S. Coast Guard. The American commander on board addressed Rudy with great politeness and confronted him with an ultimatum. He could either join the sledge patrol, or he could be sent to the West Coast. "There is no third alternative," the American said with a smile. Rudy opted for the sledge patrol. Once the last Norwegian had been evacuated in the fall of 1941, the entire area was nearly deserted, apart from the odd appearance of military personnel. As a theater of war, it was more desolate than even the most remote and inaccessible areas of the world. The most distant ocean, the most impenetrable jungle, the most isolated desert had more people than this. It was to give the war in Greenland, as it would play out over the next almost 4 years, a very special character. The U.S. Coast Guard, by contrast, was boosting its presence. Alongside Northeast Greenland Patrol, consisting of Northland, North Star, and Bear, the South Greenland Patrol had been established in the summer, made up of Coast Guard cutters Modoc, Comanche, and Raritan, as well as the geodetic ship Boden, and charged, among other things, with protecting the mine at Iviktut. In October, the 2 patrols were consolidated into Greenland Patrol, named Task Force 24.8, under the command of Iceberg Smith. In the meantime, the practical work of building the air bases that were foreseen in the April agreement signed by Kaufman and Hull kicked into gear. The construction of Bluey West 1, designed to be a main refueling stop on the ferry route bringing aircraft to Britain, was already well underway, and now the Army Air Force wanted a second base on the west coast, further up north at Sundrastrom Fjord, later to be named Bluey West 8. It was to provide an alternative in cases when the capricious Arctic weather closed down the more southerly route. The commander of the Army Air Force, Henry H. Arnold, knew exactly where to look for the right person to handle the task. "Where's Burnt Belchen?" Arnold asked. "Sir, I haven't the faintest idea where Burnt Belchen is," one of his senior aides replied. "Well, find him. Get him in. I want to commission him in the Air Force. I want to send him to Greenland." Belchen was an officer in the Norwegian Air Force, flying for the Allies, and was also a well-known polar aviator. He was in the Pacific at the time when Arnold summoned him, and once he appeared in the United States, he was informed about his new mission in Greenland. "But the United States isn't in the war," Belchin pointed out. The Army Air Force officer who briefed him shrugged. "It will be." Before he left in September 1941, Belchin received a letter from Arnold hailing his mission as unprecedented, given how high north it was. "The thin paths beaten in the snow by courageous explorers have been obliterated by time. It is up to us to establish detachments to serve as stepping stones to the far-flung areas we must reach," Arnold wrote. The route through Bluey West 8 actually turned out to be used more frequently than the southern route via Bluey West 1, as unexpectedly the weather further north turned out generally to be better suited for flying. Belchin and his men could not know this in late 1941, and for them it was mostly dreary work in complete isolation. Came our first Christmas, and I saw what I had expected, faces around me expressing a quiet gloom. There was no mail from home. The last had come in with the last ship. None would arrive until spring, Belchin recalled. The loneliness felt by the Americans was self-imposed to an extent. Squadron leader R.A. Logan from the Royal Canadian Air Force had participated in an Arctic expedition in 1922 to assess the feasibility of aviation in the area, and recommended in the report he completed upon his return to cooperate with the local population. "It will be found advisable to employ Eskimos for work around the air station, in various ways, but especially in connection with hunting for food and clothing," he wrote. In actual fact, the opposite was true when the Americans settled down in Greenland 2 decades later. Reflecting the concerns expressed in Hull's letter to Morgenthau, the Americans embarked on the Greenland venture with a basic principle of minimizing contact with the Greenlanders. The Germans had excellent information about Belchin's activities. One afternoon he was listening to a broadcast by Lord Haw Haw, the American-born propagandist William Joyce, working for the Germans. "I say there, burnt Belchin," Lord Haw Haw chided in his distinctly recognizable intonation. "How are you doing way up there at Sunderstromfjord in Greenland? We know all about the new 6,000-foot airfield you have built, and we will be taking care of it in due time, old chap. Cheerio." The harsher tones from Germany reflected one fact: the United States was now at war with Germany. There had been dense snow over Gotthop on December 7th, and a strong wind had been blowing in from the southwest, as if to emphasize that this was arguably the most isolated capital in the world. And yet it was more connected to the outside world than ever on that fateful Sunday. The radio reports were all about the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Christian Wiebe, the young polar explorer who had now become a journalist based in Gotthop, met Eske Brun, the governor. "Now we're at war," Brun said. He did not seem concerned. In his post-war memoirs, the governor confirmed that the war had actually come as a relief. Any doubts that the Americans were not on the island for serious reasons had disappeared. The mood at the American bases changed completely. People turned resolute and serious. The storm that caused America's vast potential in productive capacity and human skill to be mobilized entirely for the struggle was also felt on our shores. The dice had been cast, and everybody and everything was in the fight, Brun recalled. Penfield, the American consul, put it succinctly when describing his reaction to the war. "It's awful, but still, I feel a great deal better." Chapter 12. America Bomber. Winter to Summer, 1942. At 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 12, 1942, senior members of the German Luftwaffe convened at Rechlin, a testing ground for new aircraft models 60 miles northwest of Berlin. Among the topics that were discussed, Greenland. Field Marshal Erhard Milch, the top officer responsible for aircraft production in Germany, presided over the meeting. Now that the United States was an active belligerent and had joined the enemies of the Reich, the gloves had come off, and the Luftwaffe was looking into ways to bring the war to the American homeland. The search was on for an America bomber that could cross the Atlantic, deliver its deadly load on the big cities on the U.S. East Coast, and return safely. As for long-distance aircraft, what airplanes do you have? When will they be ready? And in what numbers? Milch asked. We have Messerschmitt Me-264, Junkers Ju-390, Junkers Ju-290, and a Focke-Wulf project, which has not yet been assigned a number yet, replied Walter Friebel, a leading aviation engineer. The question is, what are the tasks at hand, and which aircraft can solve them, and which cannot? Milch continued. One task that has emerged with renewed urgency recently is the need for an America bomber. With this in mind, all ongoing projects involving long-distance aircraft have been reviewed. The most interesting project is the Me-264, because it has advanced the furthest, Friebel said. But can it really deal with the America challenge? Milch asked. With the current means at our disposal, it is not possible to reach America by air. There are partial solutions that can only be handled with relatively complicated procedures, for example, mid-air refueling, Friebel replied. The back and forth between Milch and Friebel resulted in the conclusion that mid-air refueling at the time was not a feasible option. If the General Staff changes its mind about mid-air refueling, I would like to be informed. Until then, I would ask that the idea be put aside, Milch said. Then he raised a completely different solution. There is also the idea of landing in Greenland and have a submarine bring fuel. I'm not sure what people are thinking. It would be better to fly over, drop the bombs, crash the plane, and then ask, what POW camp have you planned for me? The stenographic record that was produced for the meeting is the only source that is surfaced from the Luftwaffe archives after the war, suggesting that officers in the German Air Force did indeed consider using Greenland as a refueling base for bombing raids on the United States. Milch's brief reference to the idea of a refueling stop in Greenland lacks any detail, but it is possible that these thoughts might be connected to the tests on the Finse Glacier in Norway in 1940. Technology had not yet reached a level where intercontinental flight for large bomber aircraft was feasible, and therefore other solutions had to be found. Since mid-air refueling apparently was also not realistic in mid-1942, it would seem that a refueling stop in Greenland was the most promising option, for lack of better alternatives. However, Milch's remark suggests that he also did not favor this approach, although the rationale for his thinking is unclear. Perhaps it was a simple question of timing. While an end to the 11-month invasion of the Soviet Union was nowhere in sight, an offensive against the United States was entirely out of the question, and even tentative planning for a strategic bombing campaign against North American cities was a waste of resources. Later, during the same meeting at Rechlin, Colonel Dietrich Schwenke, another aeronautical engineer, was invited to introduce various long-term projects connected to the Western Hemisphere. He mentioned the Panama Canal as an obvious target, as well as the aircraft being flown from America to Britain, but again, the problem of mid-air refueling posed an obstacle. And then Greenland suddenly was back on the agenda. The cryolite deposits at Iviktut in southern Greenland would be of special importance, as the United States, Canada, and England use them for the production of aluminum. We are talking about the only major cryolite reserves in the whole world. The United States can't produce aluminum synthetically the way we do, Schwenke said. Remarkably, given the amount of time spent by American, British, and Canadian planners agonizing over the risk of attack against the crucial mine at Iviktut, this is the only example in the sources of senior Luftwaffe officers actually discussing this option. And it was put aside immediately as not feasible, likely because of the refueling problem. Schwenke briefly raised another possibility. Practically speaking, it would hardly be possible to interrupt the operation of the mine, but it should be possible to disrupt the shipping going to the mine and back, he said. That, too, was dismissed as not realistic. A secondary reason why the Luftwaffe officers dismissed the topic may have been that the German submarine fleet was already carrying out a campaign to deprive the Allies of their access to vital resources, including cryolite. It was a campaign that was underway and was costing lives, even as the Luftwaffe officers were meeting. Public concerns in the United States and Britain persisted about the vulnerability of Greenland and its cryolite. If Germany should capture the Greenland cryolite deposit, the only one in the world, it might seem that our Achilles' heel had been cut. Harry N. Holmes, the president of the American Chemical Society, told members in 1942, going on to state, however, that fortunately we know how to make synthetic cryolite from our own fluorspar, soda, and sulfuric acid. Still, the aluminum makers of North America remained uninterested in this option. This made men like Niels Olaf Petersen, the experienced captain of the steamship Hans Egede, which carried cryolite from Iviktut, essential to the war effort. But in early 1942, Petersen had an uncanny premonition. "I don't think I'll return from my next voyage," he told an acquaintance. He was right. Hans Egede left Iviktut on February 27th with a cargo of 560 tons of cryolite bound for Philadelphia. It never made it to its destination, but disappeared without a trace. Only 3 months later, on June 1st, did the newspaper Grönlandsposten report its loss, with Petersen and 22 other men on board, 17 Danes, 4 Greenlanders, and 1 Norwegian. Memorial services were held both in Greenland and in occupied Denmark. What had caused the tragedy was open to speculation, but the Greenland newspaper wrote what most were probably thinking. Unfortunately, there is no doubt that the ship, like so many others, has fallen victim to a Nazi submarine. Only after the war was it confirmed that Hans Egede had indeed been sunk by a U-boat, the U-587, commanded by 32-year-old corvette captain Ulrich Borchert, south of Newfoundland on March 6th. Borchert reported that the sunk ship was a camouflaged Greenland patrol vessel, misreading its name as Hosgud. U-587 was only on its second patrol and was itself sunk at the end of the same month by a group of 4 Royal Navy destroyers. There were no survivors. Sailing in Greenland waters was hazardous, even in the absence of German submarines, when the elements were the main foe. Magnus Magnusson, the captain on board Nanook, a converted fishing vessel that joined the Greenland patrol, described the daily hardship on board. Cold weather, ice, fogs, snowstorms, and plenty of hard work were far worse than any of the expectations of my crew of green potential sailors, said Magnusson, called Maggie by his men. But there they were, cooped up in that little tub month after month, in bad weather, wet to their skins, regardless of whether they were on the lookout watch or in their sacks. "I saw those kids stand in water up to their armpits," he continued, "in water that had a temperature of 34 degrees, working from 6 in the morning to almost midnight, floating and rolling oil barrels ashore. I saw them work all day and well into the night, unloading tons of shark meat whose odor could be smelled for miles, their hands torn and bleeding from the sharp needles on the shark skin. I saw them hang on with one hand and break ice with the other 20 out of 24 hours in a 65-mile-per-hour gale, with the ship on her beam ends and the temperature at 5 degrees below zero. Cold, hungry, tired, and sleepy, but they worked with a grin on their faces, not for 1 day, but for 3 days. Thaddeus D. Novak, a young seaman who joined the Nanook's crew in 1942, recorded the endless dreariness endured for months on end, depicting the lonely bow watch that had to be undertaken at all times of the day. My back aches and tires under continuous pounding of heavy, solid waves that managed to fall upon me. To cope with the pressure, he began daydreaming about solid ground under his feet and clothes that were not wet, about picnics and walks in the sun. How can I dream these things with ice water dripping off my face and drenching the inside of the collar of my parka? He wrote in his diary. I think of civilization as something unreal, something I'd only read about. To many Americans, Greenland did not feel like part of the Western Hemisphere. Indeed, it might as well have been as far away as China. Getting there was an achievement in itself. C. Gray Bream, an official at the American consulate, described the epic voyage he had to undertake in order to return to his post after an appendectomy in the United States. I hitchhiked my way back to Greenland, but I spent 3 months getting to my post. I think I set a record en route to post. I got from Washington to the South Base in Greenland, but from there it was another story. This was in the wintertime. I got as far as Iviktut, which was where the cryolite mine was, and I was there for 6 weeks, and finally an icebreaker came through and took me up to a little emergency landing field which had been established 50 miles south of Gotthop, and from there I was picked up by a local motorboat which took me to Gotthop. Still, even a few months into the war, the Americans were beginning to build small enclaves throughout Greenland's vast Arctic wilderness. Bluey West 1 and Bluey West 8, which Belchen had been busy building since late 1941, was joined by a number of other bases, or Blueys, up the west and east coast of Greenland. Extensive surveys of the east coast had been carried out by Captain Elliott Roosevelt, the president's son, without any luck in locating a suitable spot for an airfield, but one was finally found in 1942 at Ikatek, near the settlement of Angmagserlik. The base, known as Bluey East 2, doubled as a weather station, and while its military purpose was paramount, the planners also made sure that a few modern amenities were available. It was a very odd place. There were 800 people, and a movie theater was operating around the clock, wrote a visitor. The original plan had been to expand the ferry program to an extent where 1,000 planes could be shipped from North America to Britain every month. However, the material requirements were so massive that they threatened to undermine other priorities, such as the buildup of American forces on the British Isles in preparation for the attack across the Channel, and the project was scaled back significantly. Even though the ambitions were reduced, the local commanders in Greenland still faced major logistical problems, as most of what was needed had to be shipped in. Nothing is available locally except drinking water and sand and rocks for construction, the base commander at Bluey West 1 complained in July 1942. One of the problems was that, despite gradually improving harbor facilities, cargo was being unloaded at an unsatisfactory rate. In a desperate move to reduce the backlog, the military authorities decided to hire 32 experienced longshoremen from Baltimore and Philadelphia. Their presence during the last 3 months of 1942 brought about a visible reduction in the unprocessed cargo, but even though the workers were paid excellent wages, none of them wanted to stay on in Greenland beyond their original contract. There was a reason why the civilian workers were out again the moment they could. Endless monotony, a lack of normal social contacts, and a resulting intense sense of isolation meant that neuropsychiatric cases made up 18% of all cases of servicemen being repatriated stateside, second only to those sent back home due to accidents of various kinds. From early autumn, when the northern ice forced the last ship to retreat to civilization, until the thaws of late spring permitted the first vessel to return, the men saw no living thing except their dogs and perhaps a few Eskimos, the official Army Air Force history reports. After more than a year in Greenland, a majority of the men developed a vacant, emotionless expression that was commonly referred to as the Arctic stare. George C. Marshall, the Army Chief of Staff, sent a memorandum to Roosevelt in September 1942, pointing out the issue of morale in the outposts. We have isolated garrisons scattered throughout the Pacific from Alaska to Australia. We have them in Labrador, Greenland, Iceland, and many other places. Many of the men on this duty have been in position for more than a year and will probably continue in their present positions until the end of the war. We hope there will be no fighting in most of these garrisons, but we must be ready for action. Morale is therefore an important factor, and the difficulty of maintaining morale increases with the length of stay without active operations. In a letter to a senator, Marshall pointed out the responsibility borne by the higher-ups. The soldier overseas in many of the theaters is utterly dependent on the activity of the War Department in providing for him recreation and reading and off-duty educational opportunities. This is particularly true in the many isolated stations, such as in Greenland and the Aleutians, small islands in the Pacific and Atlantic, equatorial Africa, and in the Himalayan mountains in Burma and China. The suffocating isolation motivated some to take matters into their own hands. Radio operators seized any opportunity to get in touch with the outside world. During a single night in July 1942, a total of 11 urgent messages were sent from Bluey West 1 to the airbase in Goose Bay, Labrador. Nothing short of the melting of the Greenland ice cap could have justified that number, an observer noted tersely. Others sought alternative ways to combat boredom. "I was able to read War and Peace, among other things," said C. Gray Bream, the American diplomat who had taken 3 months to get to Gotthop. A few snapped. The U.S.-installed chief of police at the cryolite mine in Iviktut lost his mind and had to be sent home. I had been sensing it for several days when he came to me with all kinds of trifles and looked weird. Religious stuff, engineer Oscar Korp wrote to his wife. It came out into the open yesterday, and we had to put him under guard around the clock. He was violent, but we took away his revolver immediately. He expresses a wish to be crucified and die for the sake of us all. He will now be returning to the United States. Eric Fredrickson, a teenager when the war broke out, was impressed with the American efficiency he encountered at Narsarsuaq, or Bluey West 1. Immediately after they arrived, the Americans started constructing the airfield and building houses. They had cleared the entire plain in a matter of days. We were a little concerned when they arrived, but also happy, since we feared the Germans. Little by little, as more Americans trickled in, the exchanges became more numerous and more profitable, despite the official policy frowning upon fraternization. There was a lively barter, allowing us access to candy, cigarettes, and other small items, said Yehu Davidson, a young man in Narsarsuaq. By 1942, a small building boom was taking place in Gotthop, especially in order to house the American and Canadian consular personnel in suitable buildings featuring toilets, hot water, and modern kitchens. The arrival of the foreigners meant new opportunity. Young Greenlanders got jobs on ships plying routes in North America and were exposed to the outside world to an unprecedented extent. The straightforward manner of the Americans appealed to the Greenlanders, and cigarettes, jewelry, and silk stockings inevitably made an impression on the women, a wartime observer wrote. At least among some, it all fed into even stronger pro-American sentiments than had been observed the year before. When American planes appeared in the sky over Gotthop, the Greenlanders would emerge out of their houses, waving and shouting, "America! America!" Local Danes were not pleased to see the welcoming attitude. How many Greenlanders really see themselves as Danes? Christian Wiebe, the young polar explorer who had now found a job as a journalist in Gotthop, wrote to an acquaintance. It does hurt to see young Greenlanders flashing American flag lapel buttons or using the flags to decorate their homes, because to the Greenlanders it is something special, and the Americans have little tact and hand them out by the hundreds. Kirkwood, the Canadian consul, reported to Ottawa about the mixed feelings among the Danes. They regard the Allied cause as their own hope. This feeling is not strong enough, however, to make them welcome any Allied action or intervention in Greenland, which they would strongly deprecate unless it were to counteract an actual enemy attack. On this point, they are most sensitive. Wiebe was rather suspicious of U.S. designs on Greenland, and his feelings often seemed to veer into actual anti-Americanism. Every now and then we see some coast guards or airplanes that we are not allowed to write about, but that's okay. We are not interested at all. More like the opposite. We rush out and hoist the Danish flag whenever such a devil shows up, not to greet, but to show that we live here, and we are not Americans, he wrote in a letter to a friend. Likewise, Wiebe was critical of the U.S. consul, Penfield, as reflected in a letter to an acquaintance sent in October 1942. "We have all had more than enough of American ways. Penfield is definitely not very popular. He sticks his nose into all kinds of matters that aren't his business, and he exhibits a curious interest in the Greenlanders. Maybe he just wants to see if he can pick up some gossip about us Danes. Maybe he is paving the road for the United States. I have given him a cold shoulder more than once." The Americans, too, developed a fascination with the Greenlanders, fueled by their radically different culture. Thaddeus Novak, the enlisted man on board Nanook, the converted fishing vessel, described the elaborate hairdos of the Inuit women. "It shines as if varnished," he wrote. "The varnish is really whale, seal, or musk oxen oil. It has an unpleasant odor, but the artistic results justify the odor." Mutual attraction was increased by tolerant attitudes among the Greenlanders towards sex. In the past, it was very common that the designations for the sexual organs were used as personal names, according to a Danish account. The report also noted that it was widely accepted among Greenlanders to discuss intimate sexual issues without anyone feeling offended. However, the report added, they are reluctant to discuss such matters in the presence of more prominent Greenlanders or of Danes. The U.S. military, reckoning that sexual relations involving the American servicemen and local women were inevitable, attempted initially to introduce an organized approach that could facilitate control and policing. Soon after the American arrival, U.S. officers suggested to Brune that the establishment of brothels staffed with Greenlander women would be beneficial for the morale of the troops. Brune rejected the idea. The result was that the matter was left to personal initiative. At Narsarsuaq, 2 young servicemen had girlfriends in a nearby settlement, sailing across the fjord to meet them in the summertime and walking on the ice in the winter. A U.S. Army Weather Observation sergeant was said to have gone native. He wears an Eskimo jumper and boots, and has several Eskimo women pregnant, a Coast Guard sailor wrote in his diary. "This behavior could be costly," he added, citing a rumor among the men. "If any serviceman impregnates a native woman, he must pay the Danish government the sum of $500 to provide medical attention at the child's birth and thereafter." There were other costs as well. During the war, the Americans arrived in Angmagserlik, near Bluey East too, and so did gonorrhea, according to an account. The local nurse, Sina Vest, received much appreciated assistance from the American infirmary, but the disease proved impossible to eradicate. No precise figure exists for the number of children fathered by American servicemen, but statistics suggest they were in the hundreds. A total of 1,401 children were born out of wedlock in Greenland during the 1940s, up from 600 during the previous decade. As a proportion of total number of births, the figure also went up. Whereas during the decades prior to the war, the percentage of children born out of wedlock never exceeded 8.7%, during the 1940s it rose to 16.6%. It is also likely that some pregnancies, perhaps a large number, were terminated even though abortions were illegal at the time. One report describes a Greenland woman who had become pregnant out of wedlock and provoked an abortion by carrying a heavy bucket of water out of her home and emptying it before walking around barefoot in the snow, while there were also several instances of newborn babies being killed. The sanctions against unmarried women who decided to go ahead with a pregnancy could be severe. Some were denied entry to the local church and had to listen in on the service through an open window. One unmarried mother reported having her national costume burned and her hair cut off. The Danish authorities were keen to put up as many obstacles as possible to this exchange, and courts in Greenland handed down sentences for actions that in Denmark proper were not considered illegal. A woman in Gotthop was punished for allowing sailors and women to have intercourse at her home against pay, while a person in Jakobshavn was sentenced for allowing a couple to spend the night at his house in exchange for cigarettes and chewing gum. But, as an observer noted, while having little else in common, Americans and Greenlanders at least share an aversion to the rigorous enforcement of bans. Jehu Davidson, the young resident of Narsarsuaq involved in barter, was soon employed in the municipal government and was put in charge of controlling access to the American base. Only people on official business were allowed to enter, yet it happened pretty often that I had to go to the base to pick up girls who stayed there illegally, he recalled later. I was impressed that my modest insignia as a municipal official had this much of an impact on these huge uniformed foreigners. They always obeyed me when I arrived to pick up their girls. Chapter 13. The Reluctant Commander. Fall and Winter, 1942. Hermann Ritter was excited about the prospect of traveling to his beloved north. It was a chance to escape the war he hated. Born in 1891 in the Bohemian city of Karlsbad, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he was from a generation that was too old to be thoroughly carried away by Hitler, and with an Austrian father and a Finnish mother, his background was perhaps a little too cosmopolitan for Nazi tastes. Now, as an officer in the Kriegsmarine, he had been ordered to head the first German attempt to set up a weather station on the east coast of Greenland. All previous meteorological missions to the island had been funded or otherwise supported by Germany, but they had been staffed by Norwegians and Danes. This time, it would be a purely German undertaking. The rationale for not sending German expeditions to Greenland had disappeared with Pearl Harbor and the state of war that now existed between the United States and the Axis powers. Soon after the United States officially joined the ranks of the Allies, Germany's naval leadership began making concrete plans for a permanent or semi-permanent weather service located in Greenland. In April 1942, a proposal was discussed to send the polar ship Zenith on a weather reporting mission in waters off Greenland. In the summer months, it would operate in the open sea, moving to a stationary position, possibly near the east coast of Greenland, during the winter. After some debate, the naval planners decided instead to equip the weather ship Coburg for the expedition, but soon changed their minds and eventually settled on the weather ship Zaxen as more suitable for the mission. Meanwhile, they gave the operation a name, Holzauge, in an odd and unnecessary decision that could only risk compromising attempts to keep details secret to the enemy. This was in reference to the officer who was originally picked to lead the expedition, Rupert Holzapfel, the same officer who had attempted and failed 2 years earlier to get the Danish government's approval for a mission to Greenland. Since his services were fully needed by the Luftwaffe, he could not be spared for the mission, and the next choice was Ritter, incidentally captain on board Zenith. On paper, at least, Ritter seemed to have all the right qualifications. Given the unusual nature of the mission, to survive in Greenland's harsh climate for at least one winter while avoiding enemy contact, polar experience was considered paramount, and Ritter had that in droves. Fresh out of high school, he had taken part in an Arctic expedition organized by Prince Albert of Monaco, only to volunteer for the Austro-Hungarian army and serve as an officer specializing in mountain artillery on the Italian front during World War I. After the war, when Austria-Hungary fell apart, he had become a citizen of the newly emerging Republic of Czechoslovakia. He became a sailor, traveling extensively in the Arctic region, often spending prolonged periods as a trapper. In 1933, when Hitler came to power, Ritter was employed as a teacher at the Nautical College in Altona, near Hamburg. The Nazis were extremely distasteful to him, and to keep his Czech citizenship, he went home to Bohemia. Shortly afterwards, he was back in the polar regions, appearing in the Norwegian city of Tromsø, where he befriended Henry Rudi, the Norwegian trapper, who would later move to Greenland. Ritter ended up spending most of the 1930s in the region. Hermann Ritter had arrived as a typical order-loving Austrian, but you cannot be like that and live long in the Arctic, wrote the American polar explorer Willy Knutson, who knew about Ritter through a friend. He quickly adapted and was soon a true Arctic man, enthusiastically tolerant of the most primitive and life-threatening conditions. In 1934 and 1935, Ritter had passed the winter in the Norwegian island of Spitsbergen with his wife, Christiana Ritter, who subsequently wrote a best-selling book about their exploits, Eine Frau erlebt die Polarnacht, or A Woman in the Polar Night, which was also translated into Swedish. When the war broke out, Ritter was the master on the whaling ship Vikinger, which was now converted into a tanker to serve the German military. He continued in this capacity until the fall of 1941, when he was suspected by the Gestapo of spreading anti-Nazi propaganda and of carrying out espionage for Russia. This caused him to be dismissed by his employer, the whaling company Hamburger Walfang Kontor, but he was ultimately cleared of any overt anti-Nazi activity, and in February 1942 he was called into active service and commissioned Leutnant sur See, the equivalent of ensign in the United States. It was a rare, twisted road that had led him to command in the German wartime navy, and it would turn out to entail far more complications than anyone had expected. Not long after Hermann Ritter had been named to lead the Holzauge expedition to Greenland, the ship that was to carry him and his men across the Atlantic, Sachsen, was renamed Hermann in his honor, in another inexplicable breach of security. Slowly, his team came together. Eventually, it consisted of 18 men, counting himself. The meteorologist Gottfried Weiss was named scientific leader of the expedition, essentially also becoming Ritter's second-in-command. The naval command had left the exact position of the weather station to Ritter's discretion, and while the ship was being prepared in the North German port city of Kiel on July 10th, Weiss was taken in a Focke-Wulf FW-200 Condor long-range airplane to survey the future operation area. The 15-hour flight, conducted out of the Norwegian city of Trondheim, led Weiss across the Atlantic and up the east coast of Greenland past Eskimones. A thin mist spread below us, but through it I saw a flagpole with the Danish flag flying from it, he wrote later. So there were people here. He did not know at the time that it was, in fact, one of the stations of the Northeast Greenland Sledge Patrol, but later learned that the inhabitants had been alerted by the low-flying airplane, reacting by throwing their sleeping bags out of the windows, and would have jumped out themselves if it had turned out to be an air raid, following a basic Arctic rule of survival: sleeping bag first, man second. Back in Trondheim, Weiss analyzed his observations and came to the conclusion that the best area to set up the weather station was between 74th and 75th northern latitudes. The fact that this was close to Eskimones, which was obviously manned, did not seem a major issue to him, possibly because travel across anything but the shortest distances would be almost impossible to undertake during the winter. Hermann departed from Kiel in early August, heading for the port of Tromsø in Norway, where the last preparations were carried out. Among other things, the crew removed the anti-aircraft gun, as Hermann was to make the voyage to Greenland disguised as a Norwegian fishing vessel. While the gun was left on the dock, a dummy was placed in its stead. A couple of boards and a broomstick, wrote Helmut Scherer, the radio operator, in his diary. This was merely for show. While the ship was still sailing in waters close to Norway's coastline, there was a risk that it would be spotted by local resistance members who would pass their observations on to the Allies, and the absence of the gun would be seen as a hint that the vessel was to be put to special uses. The ship sailed out of Tromsø at 11 a.m. on August 22nd, accompanied by the minesweeper M251, heading for the east coast of Greenland. A few hours later, in the afternoon, 2 polar dogs, Agar and Bello, were carried over from the minesweeper. Waiting until now was also a security measure, as the appearance of the dogs on Hermann while in the harbor would have been an indication about the purpose of the mission. The 2 dogs can't stand each other and whine at each other the entire evening, Scherer wrote. At 7:30 p.m., Hermann reached the open sea, and the dummy gun was now torn down, while the Norwegian flag was painted on the hull. This was part of the cover while the ship crossed the Atlantic. It is particularly important that the crew does not act in any way that attracts attention if overflown by enemy aircraft or meeting enemy submarines. It can contribute to the deception if they wave or show Norwegian flags, the Naval Group Command North, a naval station based in the North German port of Wilhelmshaven, said in a confidential written order. The crew on Hermann reached the pack ice off the East Greenland coastline on August 25th. 2 days later, the ship arrived at Sabin Island, which was separated from the mainland by Clavering Strait and part of the area previously reconnoitered by Weiss by plane. At the north side of the island, the ship entered Hansa Bay, which Ritter decided would be ideal for spending the winter. The anchorage in the bay had a depth of 130 feet, and its entrance was concealed by another smaller island called Little Pendulum. Ritter also decided to split the team in 2. One was to stay on board the ship, and the other to build a hut on land near water's edge. Landfall was made the day after, on August 28th. 5 crew members sailed to the coastline in a boat. All of them are heavily armed with submachine guns, pistols, and hand grenades, Scherer wrote in his diary. They step onto Greenland soil as the first ever German soldiers. One thing was abundantly obvious as the Germans started settling in at Hansa Bay. Ritter was not a popular commander. Belonging to a different generation than his men, he was considered old and out of touch. Weiss, the scientific leader, recognized Ritter's Arctic expertise, but considered him a fiasco as a leader. Because of age, background, and inner convictions, he was not on the same page as his men. He failed to bond with them, and he did not enjoy their confidence. Weiss wrote after the war, "It would have been a problem under any circumstances, but in the crushing isolation of the Arctic, where a handful of men had to endure each other's company for months within a tightly confined environment, it became magnified to a point where the entire mission was endangered." Some of the distrust was out of professional shortcomings. Whether it was because of his lack of experience as a military leader or just sheer bad luck, Ritter made a series of wrong choices, and his men had to pay for it. His decision after anchoring in Greenland to wait until the bay froze to unload the stores proved costly. The ice turned out to be so uneven that transporting the heavy supplies onto land proved more trouble than if a boat had been used right at the outset. Scherer and Ritter also disagreed on where to place the antenna, but Ritter overruled Scherer, requiring it to be attached to the railing, where it soon threatened to fall into the water. He has regretted making that decision, Scherer wrote in his diary. Ritter did not seem to cope well with unexpected challenges. The expedition numbers on land soon settled in after they had built a hut, but a mishap broke the routine. In September, Rudolf Kasper, deck officer and part of the crew that was housed on land, was shot twice in the thigh during a hunting accident when the man next to him accidentally fired his double-barreled rifle. After this incident, the men were told to hand back their weapons, and skiing was prohibited. The measures were seen as too stern, and thinly veiled criticism of the commander emerged. Ritter is afraid of accidents, Scherer wrote. My view is if something is bound to happen, it will happen no matter what, maybe just in a different way. Ritter was the opposite of the ideal officer, as promoted by the Wehrmacht during the war years. While there should be no question of the officer's authority, he was supposed to be his men's best comrade and lead by his example. Instead, Ritter often isolated himself. When Hermann was being refurbished to make it ready for spending the winter in Hansa Bay, arrangements were being made for the entire staff to spend their time in one big space in the hall, except for Ritter himself, who stayed aloof in his cabin. Although he tried to connect with his men, for example by leveraging his teaching experience by giving algebra classes, it was the kind of paternalistic behavior that did not necessarily appeal to all his crew. The only expedition member that seemed to really get along with him was Wenzel Novotny, a fellow Bohemian. The rest of the crew soon gathered around another leader, helmsman Fritz Koch, owing to his resoluteness, his experience as a sailor, and his skill in all work required on board, Weiss wrote. Even though there was no feeling of confidence with the commander, the men had enough sense to maintain discipline by themselves. Most devastatingly, Ritter had incessant arguments with his closest deputies. There were frequent disagreements with Casper, the injured deck officer, after he was transported from the camp on land to Hermann for treatment. Rudolf Sense, the expedition's physician, also found himself at odds with Ritter. Since I often contradicted him, he became more withdrawn. He did his duty, but at the same time expressed his sadness that the war was now also being waged in the Arctic. He was an Arctic fool, Sense said. Finally, Weiss had to struggle to conceal the bad blood between the commander and himself. Ritter and I disagreed on most professional matters, but both of us made sure not to create a scene or ever to exchange any angry words, he noted. Although it was a subject that the participants in Holzauge were reluctant to address directly in the post-war era, it appears that Ritter's anti-Nazi views were a source of considerable acrimony. He did not agree with a number of aspects of the system then, Sense remarked after the war, carefully choosing his words. Weiss's somewhat nebulous reference to Ritter's inner convictions seems to point in the same direction. The Americans put it more bluntly. Ritter, in the words of a U.S. Army report completed later during the war, hates Prussian militarism and glories in the fact that he is Austrian, not German. The problems with Ritter as a leader were eventually noted by the naval command in Germany. He was the amiable kind of Austrian officer with all his recognized flaws and weaknesses, according to a critical evaluation report written about him later. The report did not go into detail, but it probably referred to an attitude regarded as laid back and complacent by the standards of the military of World War II. In the dense prose of a German officer who later filed a report on conditions in Hansa Bay, Ritter had numerous flaws. The very reserved attitude of the expedition leader towards almost all expedition participants right from the outset, combined with the decisions he made regarding the location for the anchorage of the ship and the construction of the huts on land, as well as the mostly unclear directions he gave when carrying out special missions, soon dealt heavy blows to the confidence in Lieutenant Ritter's leadership skills. It was more than a month before Holzauge was ready to perform its task and act as a meteorological observation post. Scherer, the radio operator, had been working overtime for weeks to get the wireless connection established with Europe with no luck. "I'm almost going crazy. It still doesn't work," he wrote in his diary nearly 5 weeks after they had arrived. He was beginning to feel the anger among the other members of the expedition, some questioning his qualifications. It was not until early October that it finally worked out. The first weather report from Hansa Bay was sent to Tromsø on October 6th and reached Seekriegsleitung H, the hydrographic unit of the German Naval Command, the following day. Hermann was gradually pulled apart to make it less conspicuous from the air. The mast was taken down and the chimney cut in half, the other half thrown into the bay. "In the last couple of days, the ship has almost turned into a wreck," Scherer wrote in his diary. "They are going to wonder when we return to Germany in this condition." Soon the bay started freezing, and before long Hermann was completely surrounded by pack ice. Then the snow started, and the ship was so completely buried in snow that the thought of being on board a floating mobile vessel was completely alien, Weiss wrote. Meanwhile, on land, a second hut was built next to the existing one, allowing accommodation for the people on Hermann if they had to be evacuated for whatever reason. The sun disappeared below the horizon on November 7th, and did not show itself again until February 3rd the following year. Helmut Scherer described the sinister mood that spread amid the perpetual darkness. "The bad weather continues, and every once in a while one wishes with all one's heart to be somewhere else," he wrote in his diary on November 13th. "The comrades also often dream of Hamburg or of being lifted out by airplane, but that's just dreams. Still, I hope, and do so persistently, that I will be able to go home next year. Now, when the nights are completely dark, life here becomes even more monotonous." The following day, he noted, "With mixed feelings we hear about heavy fighting in Africa and other events in the Mediterranean. Then we are cheered up by the successes of German U-boats in all oceans around the world. For a sailor, it is nice to hear that comrades have done well against the enemy. That way, our boring task becomes less of a drag, since we know that we are working for them." Ritter led a 4-man expedition attempting to reach the mainland across the ice from Sabin Island with a sledge pulled by the 2 dogs, but it was back after a week, without having achieved the crossing. "They returned rather exhausted and disappointed," Scherer wrote. "They had thrown away half their equipment along the way." Another foray closer to Hansa Bay was more successful. It was just 6 miles from the camp, on the southern tip of the island, at a place called Germania Harbor, named after a German expedition in the 1860s. They found a hut built by Danish trappers. A note left inside showed that the last time it had been visited was in April 1940, when a sledge driver from Eskimonis 50 miles to the south had passed by. "It was confirmation that we had company at some distance from us," Weiss remarked. "It was also confirmation that visits from the outside were infrequent, and that there was a good chance no one would notice the Germans." Over the next months, the Germania Harbor hut became a coveted retreat for the Germans, especially Hans Rotger, second deck officer, who became an avid visitor, using the hut as a base for fox hunting. With limited abilities to escape from the narrow area around Hermann and the hut on land, cabin fever became worse. In the afternoon, Scherer wrote in a typical entry in his diary, once again a state of war reigned on board. Casper was furious at the old man simply because he wanted to use his cabin, and later he had an argument with Dr. Sensa. Hardly a day passes without someone throwing a tantrum. Another entry, "We play cards this evening, but a small dispute between Casper and Hoffman ends the fun." In particular, Heribert Venglors, leading engineer, was a source of considerable tension. One evening, when too much alcohol was consumed, things got out of hand, Scherer recorded. It all ended on a bad note, and Venglors, totally wasted, was to blame. Weiss, who tried to keep morale high with frequent lectures on topics such as polar exploration, described how maintaining one's sanity became a priority. Experience shows that passing the winter during the polar night results in a certain nervous tension and restrained irritability. The reasons are the darkness, and especially the lack of incident and constricted space, he wrote. The only way to overcome it is to stay active and demand absolute self-discipline from everyone. It was important that sufficient numbers of good books, a scientific library, games, musical instruments, and radios were available during the expedition. Christmas marked a brief interruption in the monotony of the 3-month-long polar night. In the afternoon of December 24th, the inhabitants in the hut on land walked out to Hermann, carrying a Christmas tree made from pieces of wood. The men listened to radio from home. An officer had made a small present to each of them. Scherer received a wooden Sabin Cross First Class. A member of the expedition had written a song for the occasion, with humorous descriptions of each of his comrades, and a refrain they could all agree on. "Greenland, Greenland, land of snow, we will remember, that I know." Just 50 miles south of Hansa Bay, at Eskimonis Station, members of the Danish Sledge Patrol were also marking Christmas, eating a meal of porridge, steak, and ice cream. A few had too much to drink. There were greetings from home, sent to Greenland by radio from occupied Denmark. Among those present was Henry Rudy, Ritter's old friend from his adventures in the Arctic years before. Ritter, of course, did not know. Meanwhile, the Danes had no idea that within a distance that could be covered in a couple of days by dog sledge, the German enemy was also celebrating Christmas. It was testimony to the cold and the darkness, closing everything down. That would change in spring, once the darkness lifted and long-distance travel was again possible. Chapter 14. The Hunt. Winter and Early Spring, 1943. On March 11th, 1943, Marius Jensen of the Northeast Greenland Sledge Patrol and his two Inuit companions, William Arke and Mikkel Kunak, were on the third day of their spring patrol up the east coast, each driving their own sledge. It was a clear day, and at minus 16 degrees Fahrenheit, it was not unusually cold for the year. Moving towards Sabin Island across the frozen Clavering Strait at mid-afternoon, they were surprised to see footprints in the snow, and when they eyed the lonely trapper's hut at Germania Harbor on the southern tip of the island, they noticed a thin trickle of smoke emerging from the chimney. As we approached, we saw 2 men and a dog run off into the distance, Jensen wrote in his diary. Searching the house, they found a green tunic with the German eagle and swastika, as well as 2 down sleeping bags. We found no provisions, no radio, and no equipment of any kind. Only the fur and meat from a polar bear was to be found, Jensen noted. The 2 men that Jensen and his companions had seen hastily run north, Hans Rutger and Friedrich Littmann, had been in the hut resting in a break during a fox hunt expedition. They covered the roughly 6 miles to the German main camp in Hansa Bay on foot, bringing the bad news that, after more than 6 months of operation, Holzhauge had been revealed to the Allies. Rutger was reprimanded sternly for not seeking to engage the sledge patrol, and Ritter ordered 3 reconnaissance patrols to return south to Germania Harbor by different routes in order to ascertain if there was a larger enemy presence. A patrol headed by Gottfried Weiss, the scientific leader of Holzhauge, took the shortest route straight south and reached Germania Harbor before the other 2, finding the hut abandoned but with sledge tracks leading south across the ice on Clavering Strait. Weiss proposed that he and the members of his patrol continue following the tracks. Ritter, who was also on the scene at Germania Harbor, agreed to the proposal before himself returning north to Hansa Bay. Once back in the camp, the Germans undertook comprehensive work to strengthen their defenses, while Ritter sent a radio message via the German radio station in Tromsø to Group North, the naval command station based in the North German port of Wilhelmshaven. 3 men with dog team discovered us this morning. They fled, likely in the direction of Eskimonis. They will arrive there in 2 days at the earliest. We try to catch up with them. To Ritter, it was inconceivable that the men who had discovered the German presence on Sabin Island would not immediately set out for Eskimonis. In fact, Marius Jensen, described by another patrol member as an old East Coast rat, had been in severe doubt how to proceed once he had come across the first clear evidence of Germans in Greenland. Remarkably, it appears that the sledge patrol had issued no detailed orders about what to do in this eventuality. "We had no idea what to do," he told interviewers many years later. "I had been given no instructions. If you meet the Germans, then what are you to do? Are you to try and contact them, or to get away unnoticed? We didn't have the slightest inkling, but I found it to be the wisest choice to withdraw. Still, he and his two companions had moved no further than 5 miles to a hut at Cape Wynn, just across Clavering Strait, where they decided to make a halt because of the gathering darkness. "We are going to spend the night here," Jensen told the Greenlanders. "We'll drive to Esquimones tomorrow. We have driven too much already to be able to drive all the way back today." They had only settled in, just long enough for Jensen to write the day's entry in his diary while a fire was started in the stove, when, towards 10 p.m., Weiss's patrol, seeing the light in the window from a distance, approached across the ice. The dogs outside the hut sensed the presence of the strangers and began stirring and becoming unruly, alerting the three inside. They saw the dark shadows in the distance and immediately understood that there was no time to get the dog sledges ready. Instead, they made a swift decision to flee the hut on foot. They only had time to quickly grab the clothes they needed to survive in the severe cold. Jensen put on an Icelandic sweater and a pair of Inuit boots. There was no hesitation in Jensen's mind now. "Get back to Esquimones as soon as possible and report about what has happened," Jensen told the two Greenlanders. "I'll follow you later." He found a spot near the hut and lay down in the snow, planning to observe the Germans and get an idea what they would do next. But he soon gave up because of the cold and started his own desolate trek by foot through ice and snow towards Esquimones, 50 miles to the southwest. He found that the boots were no good for the long walk, and when after long, bitter hours struggling through the snow, he reached an empty hut at Cape Herschel, he was able to trade them for a pair of ski boots. He finally caught up with the two Greenlanders at Elvsborg, a Norwegian hunting station on Clavering Island. Meanwhile, the German patrol under the command of Weiss had burst into the hut at Cape Wynn, deciding not to pursue the fleeing occupants as they feared running into an ambush. Instead, they searched the building, finding the nearly complete equipment of the three men, as well as, crucially, Marius Jensen's diary, which he had left behind in the rush to get out. Waiting out the night in the hut, the Germans returned north to Hansa Bay at dawn on March 12th, bringing the 3 dog sledges that had been abandoned. They had little experience handling dogs, except for the 2 canines they had brought from Norway. The dogs would pull with great eagerness, but run in whichever direction they wanted, and then would suddenly stop, looking at their new masters with an expression as if to say, "Aren't you happy with us? Aren't we doing a great job?" Weiss reminisced. The short journey took most of the day. The captured diary was an intelligence triumph for Ritter, giving him an almost complete picture of the people he was up against and who had passed the dark winter months within just a few hundred miles of Hansa Bay. Many were identified by name, and at least one, that of his old friend Henry Rudy from a decade earlier, must have surprised him. After spending several hours perusing the diary, Ritter reported the coup in a telegram to Group North in Wilhelmshaven in the early hours of March 13th. From a base at Esquimones, Greenland is patrolled up till 72 degrees 0 minutes north. Last enemy patrol order, a trip to Sabin Island and Pendulum. A threat such as this could not be tolerated, he continued. Esquimones appears to be occupied by 5 police officers and several Greenlanders. Elimination seems called for, as we can be observed from there and reported by radio. Awaiting instructions. Exhausted and cold, Marius Jensen and the other 2 men reached Esquimones in the middle of the day on March 13th, after having walked for 36 hours with only a few breaks in between. The station was thinly staffed, as several members were on patrols with the sledges in the surrounding area, but Ib Paulsen, the leader of the unit, was there, and surprise at seeing the men in this condition soon gave way to anger at how Marius Jensen had handled the situation. When I asked Marius why he did not go straight on to Esquimones, he answered that the dogs were tired and that he did not consider it dangerous to stay the night at Cape Wynn, even though it is only 8 kilometers, 5 miles, from Sabin Island. This decision was, of course, absolutely wrong. Paulson commented later. After listening to the three men's account, Paulson wrote a lengthy telegram to S.K. Brun in Gott Hope, describing the dire situation that had now emerged. "Unfortunately, diaries and instructions have been left behind," he said. "Unless I receive orders to the contrary, I intend to depart myself in order to investigate further." In his reply, Brun ordered Paulson to stay put at Escamones for the time being until the various patrols had returned and the station was fully staffed. At the same time, he left no doubt that he wanted him to act aggressively and proactively. "Your task for the time being is to gather as much reliable information as possible and also to eliminate the enemy force by capturing or killing its members, as long as it does not compromise the ability to obtain information," Brun wrote. "You have the authority to use any means to achieve this objective. While taking prisoners, you must use your weapons rather than run the slightest risk, and the same applies if there is the slightest indication that prisoners will resist or attempt escape. An energetic response is crucial for our future position in East Greenland. Remember that the enemy is probably highly resolute. Therefore, take no chances, but shoot first." The situation immediately set off a crisis atmosphere at Escamones. In the daytime, the Inuit members patrolled the area around the station, scouring the horizon for any human activity. At night, the Danes kept a watch, while one team of dogs was placed at a distance to provide early warning if someone approached. Meanwhile, the personnel worked around the clock to strengthen the defenses, placing sacks of flour near the doors and windows of the main building. Kurt Olsen, a member of the sledge patrol, was on a 2-day expedition at the time, and when he returned without knowledge of what had happened, he was surprised by the scenery that met him. "As I approached, I noticed 8 metal pipes sticking out of the snow around the building. When I got even closer, I realized they were the muzzles of guns. They were retracted when the chaps recognized me," he wrote in his diary. The situation did not look good. Paulson had requested support from the Americans the moment the German presence was known, but none had arrived. Besides, there was widespread recognition that the Germans were now directly privy to information about the sledge patrol after having captured Marius Jensen's diary. "The Germans could not have wished for any better intelligence about our tasks here," Olsen remarked dryly. Nevertheless, for the young men, confirmation that the Germans were now standing on Greenland soil boosted morale and the will to fight immensely. Some thought of the day 3 years earlier when Germany had occupied Denmark and little actual resistance had taken place. Now was the chance for revenge many had been waiting for. "We are now actually at war. The Germans are 60 miles from here, and we have no other choice but to throw them out. Well, we will get them," Olsen wrote in his diary. The members of the sledge patrol had little idea about the German capabilities. They did not know if the opposing force also was able to call in air support, and one of their main concerns was that they would be targeted by an air attack. Therefore, they built a bomb shelter with room for the entire personnel, from old coal sacks filled with sand, while also preparing a reserve depot near the station, containing sledges, tents, skis, and food, so that they would be able to travel even if the main huts were destroyed. The station's accounts, instructions, and reports, as well as all telegrams sent and received since 1939, were put in a cache amongst the rocks that only 3 men knew about, while the codes were placed in a different location, also known only to a few. Escamones was not fully manned. One member of the sledge patrol, Peter Nielsen, was on patrol almost 100 miles to the north, in an area known as the Hochstetter Forland, and Paulsen sent Marius Jensen and Eli Knudsen, another patrol member, to retrieve him. Besides, from the outset, nearly 2 years earlier, it had been understood that the sledge patrol was only to employ native Inuit as helpers, not as combatants, and this was not going to change now. 2 Inuit at Escamones, who had been hired as factotums, were a cause of concern. They began to show considerable anxiety, and it was clear that it was useless to count on them in action, Ib Paulsen said. Henry Rudy made the same observation. Their faith prohibited them from using arms against another person under any circumstances, he said. Now they were nervous and were mostly in the way. The upshot was that there were only 3 men at Escamonis in a position to fight: Paulsen, Olsen, and Rudy. Still, the mood lightened somewhat as the days passed, with no Germans in sight. We felt quite at ease, since the Germans did not come during the first days after Marius's arrival, as we had expected them to do, Paulsen wrote later. There was an explanation for this, and had he known about it, Paulsen would not have been reassured. At Hansa Bay, Ritter had received orders back from Group North little more than an hour after his original telegram reporting about the existence of a sledge patrol at Escamonis. The reply was brief and to the point, and in its unforgiving attitude it was remarkably similar to the message Brun had sent to the Danish sledge patrol. Eliminate Escamonis, even if it means that you will temporarily be unable to send weather reports. The implementation is up to you. Having been given a free hand to organize the attack on Escamonis as best he could, Ritter spent more than a week making the necessary preparations. Having discovered the efficiency of dog sledges in Greenland conditions, the men under his command took their time getting to know the ropes and becoming accustomed to the 3 dog teams they had captured at Cape Wynne. Only on March 21st, despite suffering from a slight fever, did Ritter take off, accompanied by Novotny, his favorite, as well as the Dr. Sense and 2 sailors, Karl Kaiser and Littmann. It was a small team, but it was heavily armed with 1 light machine gun, 6 automatic rifles, 6 pistols, and a dozen hand grenades. Ritter's team reached the area near Escamonis in the afternoon of March 23rd, making a temporary camp at the Breivik hut, a small shelter built by Norwegian trappers a few miles to the east. After sunset, they left their dogs behind and began the short trek towards Escamonis, armed and on foot. The evening had started out somewhat overcast, with weak moonlight, and by the time they reached the station about an hour before midnight, the sky was completely covered by clouds, and the darkness was nearly impenetrable. Noticing that the hut was inhabited, Ritter moved forward, positioning his men with weapons ready to fire. Inside, Paulsen was wrapping up an inspection tour of the station and its vicinity. Olsen was busy completing weather observations, which were to be transmitted at 11:20 p.m., and Rudy was standing outside on night watch duty. At 11:12 p.m., the dogs started barking, and Rudy could hear footsteps on the ice. He saw that it was an entire group of people trying to walk in step over the uneven ground. Rudy slammed open the door, alerting the others. Paulsen rushed through the hut past Olsen, who had not yet realized that the enemy was just outside. "Do you want me to finish the weather report first?" he asked. "No!" Paulsen yelled at him before leaping out of the hut. Olsen now also ran out to his action station at one corner of the building, but remained unaware of the seriousness of the situation, omitting to burn the code books on his desk, although this was his primary responsibility in case of enemy attack. The 2 Inuit hastily disappeared behind the back of the building, leaving Escamonis as had been decided beforehand. No one had fired a single shot yet. "Wer da?" Paulsen shouted in German into the darkness, seeking cover behind a box filled with ice while grasping his rifle firmly with the safety off. "Who is there?" "The German Wehrmacht," a voice said, also in German. Paulsen replied that 1 man could approach, unarmed. The reply from the dark was now in perfect Norwegian. "Is Paulsen present?" "No, he is away on a sledge expedition," Paulsen replied. "Why don't you come back tomorrow?" "Is Henry Rudy or Olsen there?" "No." Paulsen wondered where the German had got the names, and in the heat of the moment he did not make the obvious connection with the captured diary. Instead, he suspected with growing unease that the enemy might have listened in on the sledge patrol's radio communication and broken the codes. Rudy, meanwhile, was shocked by the voice from the dark, but for completely different reasons. It was Ritter, whom I knew as a friend. Now he was confronting me, armed. It's either me or you. That was the motto now. I hated it, he recalled later in his memoirs. Paulson now heard movement in the dark, and he yelled, "You must pull back immediately." "We need to talk to Mr. Paulson, Mr. Rudy, or Mr. Olson," the voice in the darkness replied. "One man, unarmed, may come forward," was Paulson's reply. "Are you prepared to offer armed resistance?" the voice now asked. "You bet," was Paulson's answer. At this point, the Germans suddenly opened fire. Both Rudy and Olson got the impression that they were aiming their weapons chest-high, intending to kill. Paulson raised his rifle and fired towards a spot where he had noticed movement a few moments earlier, but it was so dark that he was unable to use the sights of his weapon. The flash from his own muzzle, on the other hand, immediately gave away his position, and a hail of projectiles slammed into the ice-filled box in front of him. The German tracers flew in confused patterns across the night sky, and it was now impossible to determine where the shooting was coming from. When the firing eased up for a brief moment, Paulson ran back to the hut. He found Rudy in his firing nest at one corner of the building, standing bolt upright as if paralyzed, perhaps not yet fully recovered from realizing that it was Ritter he had just heard. Paulson gave the older man a nudge, and then ran to the other side of the building where Olson's position was located. Olson was under heavy fire, and did not respond when Paulson called out to him. The Germans were now shooting in a nearly uninterrupted fashion, with one or two automatic weapons in use at a time, causing splinters from the woodwork to fly through the air. Especially the machine gun made a difference. "The fire was so intense now that I could hear nothing else," Rudy recalled. "If one of my comrades was hit, I wouldn't be able to hear it." After the shooting had lasted for several minutes, Paulson decided to abandon the building and run into the mountains behind it. He believed that Rudy had joined him in the retreat, but was also under the impression that Olson had been hit and remained in the building. At a depot placed about a mile behind the station, he was relieved to see that a rifle and other objects had recently been removed, showing that someone, probably Rudy, had already got away. However, he was concerned about Olson and walked back towards the station, hiding on high ground at a distance of about half a mile from the main building. He kept observing Eskimonis for several hours, but registered no activity except for one person moving about outside the main building for a while, and as the cold was severe, he pulled out at 3:30 a.m. When they broke into the hut and searched it, Ritter and his men found Governor Brun's belligerent note calling on the patrol members to shoot first. Even more seriously, they discovered so-called dum-dum bullets with their tips hollowed out and therefore designed to expand on impact, creating a larger wound on the target. While the sledge patrol most likely intended to use this ammunition while hunting for large game such as polar bears, it had been banned from use in war since the late 19th century. Furious at what he had uncovered, Ritter ordered the entire station to be burned down. Even though the Germans left a small shed next to the main building where they stored the personal effects of the Danes as well as a large number of furs, it was a clear breach of the code of conduct among travelers in the Arctic, where even the tiniest shelter can mean the difference between life and death in severe weather. Ritter knew this better than most, and left a handwritten note in English on the wall of the small shed justifying his actions. March 23rd. The USA protects its defense interests in Greenland. We do the same also. We are not at war with Denmark. Now the administration on Greenland gave orders to capture or shoot us, and you are giving weather reports to the enemy. You are making Greenland into a place of war. We have stayed quietly at our post without attacking you. Now you want war, so you shall have war. But remember that if you shoot with illegal weapons, dum-dum bullets, which you have at hand here in the loft of the radio station, then you must take full responsibility for the consequences, because you are placing yourselves outside the rules of war. Note, we have put all personal effects of the hunters and all furs in this hut, while we have destroyed the radio apparatus operating for the USA. Signed, H. Ritter, Commander of the Wehrmacht Unit, Eskimones. While the Germans were collecting supplies from the destroyed Danish station in preparation for their return to Hansa Bay, Paulsen was making his way on foot to Ravet, a hunting station 20 miles due north. So were the two others, for Olsen had not been hit after all. He had escaped at about the same time as Paulsen and run into Rudy a small distance from the hut. The following day, the two arrived at Ravet independently of Paulsen, and Olsen sent a lengthy message to Brun in Gotthop. Eskimones had fallen, he explained, and went on. The enemy had better weapons. The dogs had been captured by the Germans, and yet more news, now really bad. In the confusion of the battle, Olsen had left behind his diary, and he had failed to destroy the codes, causing new secrets to fall into the hands of the Germans. From Olsen's diary and other documents left behind at Eskimones, Ritter learned that the station had not been fully manned, and that Marius Jensen and Eli Knudsen were on an expedition to the north to find Peter Nielsen. The German commander was also given their route back south, from Hochstetter Foreland via Kuhn Island to the station Sandoden. Sandoden was on the route the Germans planned to follow as they traveled back to Hansa Bay, and Ritter decided to organize an ambush. Having covered the roughly 25 miles from the charred buildings at Eskimones to Sandoden, they camped there waiting for the Danish patrol to pass by, wanting to take its members prisoner. Sensa was manning the machine gun from inside the hut, while Novotny had found a well-camouflaged position in the terrain in front. The first to arrive at Sandoden on March 26th, unaware of the German presence, was Eli Knudsen on his dog sledge. At the last moment, he appeared to sense that something was not right and tried to steer the dogs away from the hut. The Germans opened fire, aiming for the dogs and hitting several of them. Novotny, who had hidden near Knudsen's path, stood up, pointing a submachine gun at him. This prompted Knudsen to reach forward into his sledge for his rifle. Sensa was handling the machine gun, felling Knudsen with a single shot before his weapon jammed. He had to be stopped from firing at Novotny, he said. Knudsen fell on a snowdrift while the dog team continued, dragging the dead and injured dogs along, while the Germans rushed up to his lifeless body. He was lying face down in the snow, groaning softly. He was unconscious, Ritter said later. Knudsen was carried inside, and Sensa, who had fired the projectile, was also the one now trying to save him. It was to no avail, and he died within 30 minutes. The German knew it was impossible to bury him because the soil was frozen solid, and instead they carried his body to a small sod house next to the main building where food had previously been stored. They put his body in his sleeping bag and wrapped it in the Danish flag, and in front of the building they placed a wooden cross along with his name and date of death, as well as the message, "He died for his country." The Germans expected the two other Danes, Marius Jensen and Peter Nielsen, to turn up shortly afterwards, but they waited for hours, and nothing happened. It turned out that Jensen and Nielsen had got separated from Knudsen and had decided to raise a tent roughly 10 miles from Sandoden, continuing only on the following day, March 27th. Marius Jensen was the first to arrive. What was left of Eli Knudsen's dog team was placed outside the building to leave the impression that he was inside waiting for the other two. It was a ruse, and it worked. Jensen drove right into the trap. When he had almost reached the building, several Germans who had been hiding on the ground stood up, pointing their weapons at him. Shortly afterwards, Nielsen was captured in the same way. Ritter assembled the 2 Danish captives in the hut. He wanted no uncertainty about who was in charge, and his anti-Nazi leanings were far from obvious to his captives. "You are prisoners now," he said in Norwegian. He then explained that they would be going back to Germania harbor, divided into 2 teams. Each of the teams would be driven by a captured Dane, as the Germans had still not developed the necessary skill. "If one of you makes trouble, the other one will have to pay," he said menacingly, making a movement with his hands as if he was twisting a small animal's head around. Soon afterwards, the 2 teams took off. It was a clear German victory. 1 enemy had been killed, and 2 had been taken prisoner. The sledge patrol's main station in the area had been burned to the ground, and its members were on the run. 6 sledges and 6 teams of dogs had been captured, and all with no losses to the Germans, not even a single injury. It seemed that Ritter had finally proven himself as an efficient leader of men in times of crisis. He had been vindicated after 6 difficult months holed up with a group of argumentative men in the claustrophobic darkness of the Arctic night. And yet, everything was not right. The unit under Ritter's command was much more fragile than it seemed. At the moment when it appeared stronger than ever, it was in fact reaching breaking point. This would have fatal consequences only a few days later. Chapter 15. The Escape. Late Spring, 1943. In early April, Ritter's achievement received recognition from the very highest level of the German military hierarchy. Grand Admiral Karl Dönitz, who had been Commander-in-Chief of the Navy since late January, sent a telegram to Hansa Bay via the radio station in Tromsø. "Your work has been extremely valuable for our war effort at sea and in the air. The raid on Escamones was a sound success." On the face of it, this ought to be the final confirmation of Ritter's ability, removing the last bit of doubt about his suitability for the role as commander of the isolated outpost. Quite to the contrary, it came at a time when his authority as leader, already challenged in the escalating tension of the long, dreary winter months, was falling apart, and his relationship with his men, always tenuous, was rapidly deteriorating to a point where there was no turning back. Despite the triumphant mood in Dönitz's telegram, Ritter knew he was in a difficult position, not just vis-à-vis his own men, but also the enemy. The Danes, and by extension the Americans, now knew that the Germans had a presence on Sabin Island, and it was just a question of time before Hermann, squeezed in place by huge masses of ice and unable to move, was spotted from the air along with the 2 huts. They could move the camp on land to a new position, but the tracks left in the snow would be all too easy to detect. And even if he managed to find a place to set up a new weather station, would he be able to survive a second winter with a group of much younger men who were grumbling behind his back, rejecting him as an old man hopelessly out of touch? After arriving back at Germania harbor from Sandotten, Ritter dropped off the 2 Danish prisoners, Marius Jensen and Peter Nielsen, along with a few armed guards, while he himself continued on to Hansa Bay. He did not give any explanation as to why the prisoners were not to come along for the last 6 miles of the journey to the German camp. Perhaps he wanted to keep his options open. At any rate, there were incipient signs that he was a changed person. The other members of Holzauge sensed it, and they linked it to the killing of Eli Knudsen. Ritter was shaken by the death of the Dane. It was an outcome he had not wanted at all, wrote Gottfried Weiss, while noting that it meant a blow to him to find out that his old friend Henry Rudy was fighting on the other side. Rudolf Sense, the doctor, also observed a drastic change in Ritter's behavior. He was very depressed that Escamones had been destroyed, and after Eli Knudsen's death, he shut himself off. He didn't say much, he recalled. The sources do not give any details about what happened in the short period while Ritter was in Hansa Bay, and the captured Danes remained at Germania harbor. Perhaps his depressed mood deteriorated further after he found that his leadership problems remained. Perhaps he found that his men were not as impressed by the successful raid on Escamonis as he had hoped, and that an unbridgeable gulf still existed between them. Perhaps his fellow officers had used his absence to plot against him. His colleagues at Hansa Bay later voiced the suspicion that Ritter had lost his nerve after realizing his weak position among the other expedition members and wanted to distance himself physically from the station. To some of the younger, more military-minded men, it also added to their frustration over Ritter that he had failed to discipline Hans Rutger, who had been in command of the two-man hunting expedition that had been interrupted by Marius Jensen and fled the scene rather than seeking to oppose and capture the approaching team. He even feared that members of his expedition might report him to the Gestapo for not being a loyal German. Marius Jensen and Peter Nielsen were not aware of the internal tensions among the Germans. Initially, during their stay at Germania harbor, they and their captors killed time with card play inside the cabin. It turned out that one of the Germans even spoke reasonable Danish, having grown up in a part of Germany close to the border with Denmark. I wouldn't say we were friends, but they treated us correctly, Marius Jensen recalled later. The relationship developed as the days went by, and Jensen commanded grudging admiration from the Germans because of his experience in Arctic conditions. They were also looking to him for advice about what to do with the dogs captured from the sledge patrol, now numbering about 100. One day, one of the Germans, the Danish speaker, stepped inside the cabin with an excited look on his face. "I've just seen 7 polar bears pass by just outside," he said. "Why don't we go hunting together? Shoot a polar bear?" Jensen asked. Bear meat was sorely needed, not least for the dogs. "Will you promise that you won't shoot me while we are hunting?" the German replied. "Why the hell would I shoot you? My dogs and all my gear is here," Jensen replied. This convinced the German, and soon Jensen was carrying a rifle, hunting side by side with his German captors. Ritter returned to Germania harbor from Hansa Bay after a few days. He, too, was developing a rapport with Marius Jensen. As was perhaps to be expected, he enjoyed the company of the young Dane, feeling that since they both had a history in the Arctic, he had more in common with him than with his own compatriots. Marius Jensen sensed the subtle change in attitudes towards him, reasoning that, with his deep knowledge of life in Greenland's harsh nature, he was of value to the less experienced Germans. He decided to turn it to his advantage. "Can we make a deal?" Ritter asked him. "It depends on what it's about," Jensen replied. "Will you drive me around in this area to find a new campsite?" Ritter asked. "We can talk about that, if you hand back Peter Nielsen's equipment and his dogs," Jensen replied, suggesting that the other Dane should be allowed to return to Sandodden to give Eli Knudsen a proper burial before his body was eaten by wild animals. Ritter wanted to think it over. Agreeing to the proposal could ease his nagging sense of guilt over the killing of Knudsen. On the other hand, there was an obvious risk that Nielsen would simply make a run for it. In the end, Ritter decided to return the sledge to the Dane, fully equipped with weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, and provisions. In short, everything needed for survival in Arctic conditions, against his word of honor that he would not try to escape. Marius Jensen was the last person to talk to Peter Nielsen before he left, speaking out of earshot of the Germans. "Just go south. Find the others. Don't stay at Sandodden," he told him before he disappeared into the distance. Ritter's decision was received with disbelief by his men, and any goodwill the commander might have earned from the successful raid against Escamonis evaporated, instead deepening the gulf that had existed since the previous fall. Few of Ritter's men saw any need to release Nielsen, pointing out that it would be impossible to dig a grave in the frozen soil. Instead, Nielsen could easily have been brought to Hansa Bay and placed under guard there, and even if it had been impossible to keep him as a prisoner, He should not have been let go, they thought. If a prisoner cannot be transported and becomes a burden on the other members of the expedition, the commander must have the courage to shoot him, said Novotny, otherwise one of Ritter's few allies. You cannot just release him. A few days after Peter Nielsen's departure, it was Marius Jensen's turn to fulfill his part of the deal, acting as Ritter's sledge driver during a reconnaissance mission in the area around Hansa Bay, looking for a new place to establish the German camp. On April 5th, the two left Germania Harbor on 2 sledges, accompanied by Karl Kaiser, the sailor who had also taken part in the raid on Eskimonas. Initially, they headed north in the direction of Hochstetter Vorland. On the same day, a separate sledge mission, Stoßtrupp Ella Insel, or Combat Patrol Ella Island, consisting of Weiss, Sense, Littmann, and Novotny, moved south. Its aim was to search the station at Ella Island for members of the Danish sledge patrol and, if needed, eliminate it. Ritter's group soon ended up in a local snowstorm, and the sledge driven by the inexperienced Kaiser was so far behind that he lost visual contact with the other 2. It was becoming clear that Kaiser was a drag on the expedition, and Ritter ordered him to return to Hansa Bay. Ritter and Jensen continued on their own sledge and got along well. Ritter suggested, only half in jest, that they should try to reach the west coast of Greenland by moving anti-clockwise following the coastline to the north. Jensen thought it could be done. Ritter let it shine through in the conversations that he found himself in a desperate situation. I don't think he expected to survive with the other Germans, Jensen recalled later. Suddenly, only 3 days into the journey, Ritter made an astonishing proposal. He would swap roles with Jensen. Captor would become captive, and vice versa. Weapons would change hands, and they would head south, aiming for the southernmost sledge patrol station at Scoresby Sound, well inside territory controlled by U.S. forces. Jensen agreed. It was a momentous decision, and one with potentially enormous personal consequences for Ritter. An officer handing himself over to the enemy without offering any resistance was at such odds with the expectations in the German military, or any military for that matter, that it was hard to imagine that it would result in anything but a court-martial and a probable death sentence. Equally important, it entailed abandoning his men to their own devices at a time when it was likely that their position had been compromised, or soon would be, and the result could very well be an Allied air raid, against which the German station had almost no defenses. They were young men with families back home in Germany. Novotny was informed by radio in April that his wife had given birth to a daughter, and the fact that their commander would leave them to an uncertain fate, possibly death, reveals the extent of the acrimony between them. On the way south, Ritter and Jensen aimed to make a stop at the Mosquito Bay station, incidentally the spot occupied by 12 Royal Marines nearly 3 years earlier during the hunt for Vesla Kari. They were surprised to find it occupied by the members of Stoßtrupp Ella Insel, who had not got any further because of their lack of familiarity with sledge travel. It didn't seem to suit him that he ran into us at Mosquito Bay during our journey to Ella Island. He seemed affected, Sensa recalled later. Most likely his awkwardness reflected embarrassment at being found so far south when he was supposed to be much further up north, reconnoitering for a new campsite. Weiss and the other Germans also noticed that Ritter had approached the station unarmed. Their reading of the situation was that he had been worried that he might come across people that he had known before the war but were now on the other side. They did not realize that he had already handed over control of the mission and his weapons to his captive. Both he and Jensen wisely kept quiet about this fact, as it could potentially cost them their lives. Ritter had a heated argument with the members of Stoßtrupp Ella Insel. He did his utmost to dissuade them from following through with the mission against Ella Island. Jensen, he said disingenuously, had divulged to him the fact that the station had a garrison of 16 men, so that an attack would be suicide. Weiss insisted on carrying out the mission, and Ritter now proceeded to show him a route to Ella Island twice as long as the direct way, which, he said, contained dangerous crevices. Hardly had the German combat patrol disappeared along the longer route before Jensen jumped on his own sledge, leaving Ritter behind at Mosquito Bay, while going the straight way to Ella Island in the hope of warning any Danes who might be staying there. A furious race was on. Jensen, the more skilled sledge driver taking the shorter route, got to Ella Island first, finding it empty. Persuaded that there was no danger to any Danes, he returned directly to Mosquito Bay in order to pick up Ritter. He circled the station in a radius of 1.5 miles in order to ensure that there were no fresh sledge tracks before being assured that Ritter was alone. He picked him up and resumed the journey to the south in the direction of Scoresby Sound. Meanwhile, Weiss and the other Germans turned up at Ella Island, finding it deserted but noticing the prints of a sledge, as well as one lonely sledge dog running around bewildered near the empty huts. Since they recognized the dog from Ritter's and Jensen's dog team, each of the canines had distinct appearances and personalities, they put 2 and 2 together, realizing that the others had been there before them. Beyond that, they were left guessing what had transpired. One of the possibilities, they reluctantly agreed, was that Ritter had voluntarily surrendered to Jensen, but they immediately dismissed the idea, stating that a German officer doesn't do that. In fact, of course, this was exactly what had happened. Ritter and Jensen were now on their way south, the Dane headed for freedom, the German for captivity. For the next 3 weeks, the two covered 300 miles. It was quite a job, remarked Paulson, the head of the sledge patrol. Just before the two reached Scoresby Sound, at the small settlement at Cape Hope, Ritter made a halt, tearing the military insignia from his uniform in a dramatic gesture. "Now the war is over for me," he said. Ritter spent more than 2 months at Scoresby Sound. He was not interrogated, and he was allowed to roam freely in the settlement, although he was constantly watched by a guard, mostly his own former prisoner, Peter Nielsen. In the German camp at Hansa Bay, Ritter's former subordinates were still questioning what might have become of him. His return was expected in mid-May, possibly because that was what he had told the members of Stoßtrupp Ella Insel when he met them at Mosquito Bay. When he had still not turned up by the middle of the month, the Naval Command in Germany ordered Holzauge to launch a sledge expedition to look for him. On May 17th, just a few days after returning as part of the Stoßtrupp, Sense took off with a team of 5 sledge dogs. "As we were not many people, I left on my own," he said later. Another reason why it was a one-man expedition was the likelihood that it would lead only to death. There was a high probability of running into enemy forces, and the incipient thaw meant sledge travel was becoming riskier. In other words, according to his own testimony, Sense was prepared to sacrifice himself, but would not let other members of the expedition follow him on what could very well be a doomed mission. Exactly what Sense was supposed to achieve is unclear from the contemporary sources. Perhaps the Germans thought Ritter had been in an accident. In that case, however, it was unlikely he was still alive. Novotny's testimony a quarter-century later was more straightforward in this respect. Sense was in pursuit of Ritter in order to arrest or kill him, as this had been clearly ordered by Group North. From the outset, Sense's lonely expedition was marred by bad luck, and possibly also by his lack of experience with dog sledges. He was only on the 2nd day of his journey, and had just passed Sandotten, where he had killed a man only recently, moving in the direction of a Norwegian trapper station known as Herschelhus, when, near the coastline, he suddenly passed over a stretch of thin ice, and the sledge broke through. The dogs struggled, but all 5 were pulled into the deep by the heavy sledge, as Sensa himself fought for his life. I pulled myself onto firmer ice and reached a shed that I knew between Sandotten and Herschelhus. I dried my gear there and walked back to Sandotten, he explained later. From the depot there, I built a light sledge from skis and a frame, loaded it with necessities, and pulled it after me in a harness. I found a pair of good skis for myself and moved faster than I had expected. A few days into his lengthy trek, Sensa observed 3 American bombers on their way north. Most likely, they were aircraft under the command of Norwegian aviator Bernd Belchen, who was carrying out a brief campaign against the Germans in northeast Greenland during that month. The campaign was ultimately the result of Ultra, the top-secret Allied ability to read encoded German messages after the Enigma cipher had been cracked. British intelligence read communication from Group North, revealing that it wanted the Holzauge weather station to continue its meteorological reports, even though it had been discovered by the Sledge Patrol, and that it prepared a relief expedition. This information was passed on to Washington, D.C., prompting General George C. Marshall to issue an order to annihilate the German stations in East Greenland. On May 14th, Belchen led a group of 2 Boeing B-17 Flying Fortresses taking off from their base at Keflavik in Iceland in a raid of Eskimonis, as it was assumed that Germans might still be using the station as a base. Apparently, there had been no attempt to reconnoiter by air in advance, and when Belchen arrived with his fortresses over Eskimonis, he got his first inkling that it had in fact been deserted. From his cockpit, he could see how thorough the destruction at the hands of Ritter's men had been. Doors swung open, windows were broken, and vacant in half-burned and wrecked buildings. Still, Belchen decided to go ahead with his mission, completing the work that the Germans had begun. We carried out our orders, dropped our bombs, strafed the buildings, and left them burning as we headed back to Iceland, he wrote later. The raid had taken the B-17s to the limit of their range, and they had even had to allocate space in their bomb bays for reserve fuel tanks. Belchen realized that for the next raid, against Hansa Bay at an even greater distance from his base in Iceland, he would need B-24 Liberators with longer-range tanks. While he was waiting for 2 Liberators to arrive from stateside, he prepared what he later termed the northernmost bombing ever attempted by the Army Air Forces. The B-24s had only 6 defensive positions compared to the B-17's 9, and therefore the fortresses would still be needed for the raid on Hansa Bay as added protection against possible enemy fighters, he decided, fearing that the Luftwaffe might be able to interfere from bases in Norway. On May 25th, at 4 a.m., the 2 B-17s, one of them carrying Belchen, took off from Keflavik base, followed 30 minutes later by the 2 B-24s with full bomb loads. One of them also carried the base mascot, a 6-month-old Icelandic sheepdog by the name of Tailspin. The 4 aircraft rendezvoused at Buntako Island, south of Mosquito Bay, at 9 a.m., while Belchen went ahead in his B-17 to carry out reconnaissance of Hansa Bay, presumably in order not to repeat the disappointment earlier that month of bombing a deserted target. The 3 others assembled 50 miles to the southeast, awaiting his orders. As he flew over the area at 5,000 feet, Belchen noticed 2 large wooden huts, as well as the German ship, the Hermann. He also noticed small figures like ants running around frantically. So it was still occupied, unlike Eskimonis. Belchen returned to the other aircraft and led the way back to Hansa Bay, arriving shortly before noon. To make it easier for the B-24 crews to recognize the target, Belchen dived towards the 2 buildings. "We gave it everything we had with our forward machine guns. The tail gunner took over as we passed," he wrote. "Looking back, we could see smoke from our incendiary bullets pouring out of both buildings." Now the scene was set for the B-24s. The first of the 2, the one carrying Tailspin, made a perfect run over the German camp but did not drop its bombs. It turned out the Icelandic puppy had fallen asleep in the bomb bay and would have been released onto the Germans along with the bombs if the crew had not hesitated. Instead, the B-24 circled back and emptied its load in the second try. On the ground, the Germans counted 16 bombs from the two B-24s and noted that none of them hit any target. But long minutes of terror ensued after the bombs were dropped, and all 4 aircraft made repeated runs at low altitude, firing their machine guns. I pressed myself motionless against the ground, and every time the planes approached, I felt as if the projectiles were going to hit me straight in the back, Gottfried Weiss recalled. The larger of the 2 buildings was ablaze when the 4 aircraft disappeared over the horizon. Since we were all lying on the ground, they probably thought we were dead, Weiss wrote. They now counted the damage. The building was burnt to the ground, but the other building was largely undamaged, and the same was true for Hermann. No injured, no dead, Scherer wrote in his diary. Troubled days are behind us, and there are surely difficult days ahead as well. Sense, hundreds of miles to the south, was oblivious to these events. At the time of the raid on Hansa Bay, he was still on his way to Mosquito Bay on his skis and with his homemade sledge. Some days later, he finally reached Mosquito Bay, hoping that perhaps this would be the end of his search, but he was quickly disappointed. Ritter wasn't there, he recalled. The sledge tracks didn't tell me much, as the thaw had already begun. He now decided that he could go no further, and he returned north. After yet more days struggling through the barren landscape, he reached Escamones, the target of the first American air raid. It was the first indication he had got of the bombings that had taken place. Belchin had shot the Danish flag from the pole, he remarked matter-of-factly, many years later. On June 7th, at 4:25 a.m., an unarmed German Dornier Do-26 flying boat landed at Hansa Bay under an overcast sky. On board were Fregattenkapitän Reinhold Böcklin of the Navy and Oberregierungsrat Richard Becker from the Military Weather Service, in addition to a radio operator and the aircraft's 4-member crew. The mission, which was also aimed at evacuating 3 members of Holzauge who had fallen ill, had been in preparation since May, even before the American raid. Headquarters back home in Germany had read between the lines in the stream of telegrams that had arrived from Greenland, and it was clear that a dangerous rift had developed between Ritter and the other officers. Ritter's behavior was also considered increasingly odd. Releasing a prisoner who would almost certainly escape back to his own lines and divulge the location of the German station was one thing, but following this up by then going on a reconnaissance patrol alone with another prisoner showed severe lack of judgment. It was impossible to get to the bottom of the case through the exchange of telegrams, and therefore the Naval Command had decided that inspection on the spot was needed. The flying boat's journey across the North Atlantic from its base in Norway had lasted for 8 hours as the bulky hull had made its way slowly through the dim light of the polar summer night, with headwinds forcing speeds down to 100 miles per hour. Flying as low as 15 feet over the ocean, the crew had enjoyed limited visibility, and twice icebergs had been mistaken for enemy warships. When the rugged coastline of Greenland finally emerged in the distance, navigation had been made difficult by the accumulation of pack ice, blurring well-known contours. Only after the peculiar shape of Shannon Island appeared in front of the plane was the pilot able to find his bearings, and shortly afterwards he landed the plane in ice-free water off Hansa Bay. A group of Holzauge expedition members were lined up, along with a dog sledge containing the equipment of the men who were to be evacuated home. It was exciting and a great feeling to suddenly see new people, Weiss, among those welcoming the plane, wrote in his memoirs. There was little time to waste, and Böcklin and Becker immediately sat down with Weiss and Casper to discuss the problems encountered by the Germans in Greenland. From the testimony of the two officers, it was clear that Ritter had failed almost consistently in making the right choices at decisive moments, Becker wrote in a report afterwards. The mistrust between Ritter and his men had reached a level where some of them even thought he had been behind the American air raid. It was understandable that such suspicions would arise, Becker remarked, but added dutifully, "There is no evidence for this." Further Allied attacks, most likely from the air, were almost sure to happen, and since the men had little means to defend themselves, the conclusion was straightforward. Taking everything into account, Fregattenkapitän Bürklen and I were convinced beyond any doubt that the station could no longer continue under the present circumstances, Becker wrote. As a result, it was decided that the flying boat would return to Norway with a total of 6 Holzauge members rather than the 3 originally slated for evacuation. The 10 Germans left behind would be flown out at the earliest date possible. If the thaw meant that Hermann could be extricated from the ice, the skeleton crew was to attempt sailing it back to Europe. Hans Rutger was put in temporary charge of the expedition, with Weiss as his deputy and scientific leader. If Ritter by some miracle returned to Hansa Bay, he was to be arrested. It was now mid-morning, and a wind started blowing in from the sea, necessitating a swift departure of the Dornier Dio 26. By the time the flying boat took off, after 5 hours and 15 minutes of talks, carrying a large number of Germans home from Greenland, Holzauge was history. The same Dornier Dio 26 was back 10 days later to pick up the last expedition members. It was shortly after midnight, and in the eternal day of the Arctic summer, the sun was shining from a clear blue sky as the plane landed. One of the last actions of the expedition members before they boarded the aircraft for the long journey back across the Atlantic was to blow up the remaining building and sink the Hermann, only leaving emergency supplies for the possibility that Ritter or Sense were to return. Relief at going home in one piece, mixed with sadness at leaving the island we had come to know so well, Weiss wrote. Sense was still far south while all this was taking place, only returning to the German camp more than a month later. Towards the end of his journey, the melting snow made large parts of the coastal area lakes of mud, and trekking across open land was now an impossible endeavor, forcing him to cover the last distance in a small flat-bottomed boat he had found. He arrived near Hansa Bay in late July, finding the camp deserted. Furious at what seemed to be the defeat of the German mission to Greenland, all he found was a record player and a potato masher hand grenade. Dejected, he sat down, waiting to strike one last blow for the fatherland. Incidentally, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter North Star, under the command of Captain Carl Christian von Paulsen, arrived off Hansa Bay just a short while afterwards. A landing party led by von Paulsen himself was put ashore and quickly encountered problems. They had a real tough time of it, the mud being so thick the men sank to their knees with almost every step, Coast Guard photographer Hyman Rothman recalled. They walked in this manner for 6 or 7 miles until they discovered the deserted German station, finding abandoned clothing, food, wrecked machine guns, and plenty of ammunition. The search parties found no people, and at night they returned to the cutter, while only von Paulsen and 2 others stayed behind. Late the next day, the 3 heard the strange sound of a German love song across the empty, barren wilderness. Following the sound, they came upon Sense, who was sitting next to the record player, clutching the hand grenade. Sense stood up and made the Nazi greeting, but surrendered to the Americans without following through with his plan to fight to the last. Sense was under suspicions of being a Gestapo agent, but no evidence to this effect ever emerged. I was taken on board and placed in the sick bay, where I was treated well, Sense later recalled. Meanwhile, Ritter was picked up from Scoresby Sound and flown on board a U.S. Navy Catalina seaplane on July 20th to Iceland, where he was handed over to U.S. Army authorities in the capital of Reykjavik. While in Iceland, he was visited by Belchin, who told him how he personally had bombed the camp at Hansa Bay in late May, destroying all buildings and sinking the ship. The Norwegian aviator was unable to inform Ritter what had happened to his men. Surprisingly, they became friends, and Belchin saw to it that the prisoner was able to read books about polar science. In early August, Ritter was taken back across the Atlantic to the United States, arriving at Camp Crossville, Tennessee, on August 15th. Chapter 16. Crossroads, Summer, 1943. On May 22, 1943, the Canadian consul Maxwell Dunbar returned to Gotthop after having spent several months in Ottawa. It had been a lengthy journey. A Royal Canadian Air Force plane had transported him to a U.S. Army Air Force base at Goose Bay, Labrador, and he had continued by aircraft to Bluey West 1 at Narsarsuaq in western Greenland. The last part of the journey had been on board U.S. Coast Guard cutter Escanaba, a 1,021-ton vessel with a crew of 103, which had formed part of the Greenland patrol since the beginning of the war. Shortly after she put me ashore and was on her way back to sea again, she was blown to bits by a German torpedo that hit the ship's magazine. Only 2 of her crew survived, Dunbar later recalled. After departing from Gotthop, Escanaba on June 10th had joined convoy GS-24 from Narsarsuaq to St. John's, Newfoundland. On June 12th, with the west coast of Greenland barely out of sight, 2 of the convoy's Coast Guard vessels conducted a search for a U-boat reported to be in the area, but found nothing. It seemed it was going to be an uneventful convoy, but it was not to be. The following day, at 5:10 a.m., less than 100 nautical miles off the cryolite mine at Iviktut, a powerful blast ripped through the entire body of Escanaba. On board, Melvin A. Baldwin, a 21-year-old bosun's mate second class, was at the wheel and was blown upward and hit the overhead of the wheelhouse, he explained later. I staggered out the door and was washed overboard. Meanwhile, Seaman First Class Raymond F. O'Malley was below deck. I reached the main deck and started for number 1 gun, and the ship went down from under me. Observers on other ships from the convoy reported a column of dense black and yellow smoke rising from Escanaba, and it was no more than 3 minutes before the cutter had sunk below the waves. It had not even had time to send out a signal. Baldwin and O'Malley struggled through water filled with pieces of wreckage, eventually clinging desperately to a strongback, a 38-foot log that had been used to keep the lifeboats from banging against the side of the ship. The last they remembered was being joined at the log by 3 other members of the crew, including the ship's skipper, Lieutenant Commander Carl U. Peterson, and then they passed out. When Baldwin and O'Malley came to, they were on board the Coast Guard cutter Raritan. The 3 others had been washed away before help arrived, and there was no trace of them. The 2 were the sole survivors out of a crew of more than 100. It was a mystery then what had hit Escanaba, and remains so to this day. Perhaps it was a torpedo, as claimed by Dunbar, or more likely it hit a mine. Either way, it was a matter of bitter irony that it should be sunk just at the time when the Battle of the Atlantic was finally on the verge of being won by the Allies. Escanaba had taken part in this battle since its earliest beginnings, and as late as in February of that year, the ship's crew had witnessed one of the campaign's greatest tragedies, the sinking of Dorchester, a 5,252-ton coastal passenger ship converted into a U.S. Army troop transport, while on its way from Newfoundland with more than 900 men on board, mostly soldiers who were to reinforce the Greenland garrison. In the intense darkness of the early hours of February 3rd, Dorchester's small convoy, which also consisted of 2 Norwegian freighters, was in a position roughly 150 miles west of Greenland, protected by an escort consisting of Escanaba and 2 other Coast Guard cutters. The convoy had been warned of the presence of German U-boats in the area, but was nevertheless caught by surprise when U-223, commanded by 26-year-old Karl Jürgen Wächter, crept up from behind and sent 5 of its torpedoes against Dorchester, of which 2 found their target. The ships were placed so far apart that none of the others noticed the blasts and sailed on, inadvertently leaving the doomed ship to its own devices. Many who died on Dorchester could have survived. Abandon ship was ordered almost immediately, but a large number did not hear the command and never made it out in time. The ones who did hear the message joined a panicked chaos on deck. The lifeboats were lowered into the water in an inefficient and disorganized manner, and only 2 out of 14 were filled to capacity. Amid the frantic scramble to escape the sinking ship, no one released any distress signals, and the other ships in the convoy simply continued on their course towards Greenland, ignorant of the disaster playing out behind them. "My God, I forgot my life preserver," a soldier on Dorchester burst out in despair when he stepped onto the deck. "Here, take mine," said George L. Fox, a Methodist minister and one of 4 chaplains on board. The other 3 chaplains, a rabbi, a Catholic priest, and a Reformed church minister, did the same thing, offering their life jackets to others and condemning themselves to certain death. "The last I saw of the chaplains, they were standing on deck praying," Anthony J. Pavlak, one of the survivors, remembered later. By that time, the ship had capsized and was at a 45-degree angle. James A. Ward, who also survived, recalled the chaplain's last moments before the ocean devoured Dorchester. "They were singing songs, hymns. I knew they couldn't get off. The next time I looked, it was like slipping away under water." 16 Danes were on board Dorchester on the way to the Eviktut mine, and only 3 survived. One of the survivors, Knud Knudsen, described his plight in the water along with 2 other Danes after their lifeboat had capsized, struggling to stay afloat. First, Andreasen gave up, and 5 minutes later, Dr. Hansen. After that, I saw a rubber boat with 3 soldiers who helped me up, he said later. Only much too late was the rest of the convoy alerted to Dorchester's plight. While the 2 Norwegian transports continued on to Greenland guarded by 1 Coast Guard cutter, the 2 remaining vessels of the escort, including Escanaba, were ordered back to hunt for the German U-boat and pick up survivors. When they arrived, the U-boat was long gone, and with the ocean temperature just above freezing point, many of the men who had escaped Dorchester but had been unable to haul themselves onto one of the half-empty lifeboats had already died. Altogether, 675 men lost their lives that night. More was to come. As the saying goes, the darkest hour is just before the dawn, and the spring of 1943, with the turning point imminent, saw the bloody culmination of the Battle of the Atlantic. The effort to haul cargo across the ocean to the British Isles reached new heights and was countered by an unforgiving and determined German U-boat force still at the height of its powers, while Allied intelligence was momentarily incapacitated by a change in the secret German code. The ocean around Greenland was part of this war-deciding drama due to the existence of the Greenland Air Gap, a zone of no Allied air cover south of the island. In a shocking example of what this entailed, the eastbound convoy SC-121 was attacked off the southern tip of Greenland by a pack of 27 German U-boats in early March. Strong winds shattered the convoy's formation, leaving the individual ships to fend for themselves as the escort's detection systems were rendered useless by the weather. The result was a loss of 13 ships, and not a single German U-boat sunk in return. It was part of a larger story. In a note on air operations in the anti-submarine effort issued in the spring of 1943, George C. Marshall pointed out the severity of the situation. During the first 3 weeks of March 1943, German submarines sank over 750,000 tons of shipping in the North Atlantic southeast of Greenland, in an area not yet covered by air search. Greenland was at the edge of the Battle of the Atlantic, but the special natural conditions added extra hardship on top of what was endured by sailors and soldiers elsewhere on the vast ocean. More serious than anything were the Arctic temperatures, meaning no one could survive exposed to the elements for long, as the death toll from Dorchester showed. This was an ongoing hazard even during routine operations, reflected in the official record of Coast Guard cutter North Star for an otherwise unremarkable day during the war. On the 5th of February 1943, a man fell overboard and was unconscious when recovered, dying at 15:35. The Coast Guard did develop methods to speedily recover men from the ocean before the cold claimed them. Lieutenant Robert H. Prauza, the executive officer on board the Escanaba, designed and tested what he termed the Escanaba retriever method of rescue, describing it in a letter home. A man in a rubber suit with a parachute harness about him and a line attached is sent over the side. The retriever swims out, ties on another line about the victim or raft, and it's hauled into the ship's side. The retriever system was put to the test in the Dorchester disaster, helping in hauling many of those who had not yet died from exposure to safety. Prauza went down with Escanaba in June and did not live to see his system widely implemented. It was in use again towards the end of the year, when sailors of U.S. Coast Guard cutter Comanche, dressed in rubber suits, braved raging waves near Greenland to rescue survivors from transport ship Nevada, which had capsized in a violent storm. The official history describes what happened as Fireman First Class Robert C. Weil jumped into the ocean, showing only too clearly that even when Hitler's U-boats had been beaten back, the elements remained a formidable foe that still claimed lives. After reaching his man and towing him to the side of the Comanche, Weil was so battered and beaten that he lapsed into a state of helplessness, and his man slipped away from him. When last seen, the man was floating, supported by a life preserver, with his face down on the water, apparently dead. The war had thrown several surprises at Norwegian trapper Johan Johansen. He had arrived at Mosquito Bay in northeast Greenland on August 1st, 1939, and exactly 1 month later, the German invasion of Poland had made it clear that his stay at the isolated station would take much longer than expected. The occupation of Norway in April the following year had made a return home an even more distant prospect. As the months passed, he had concentrated on his work of hunting animals and preparing furs, as well as simple survival. Then, in August 1941, Coast Guard cutter North Star had anchored off his lonely abode at Mosquito Bay with orders to evacuate him. He had protested, but to no avail. By 1943, Johansen was employed as a sledge driver at Base Ice Cape Detachment, south of Engmegserlik. He was accompanied by his team of 8 dogs, which he had brought from Mosquito Bay. We had been through many rough patches together, and I knew I could trust them if it really mattered, he wrote later. Still, he was a rough and sometimes brutal master of his dogs. The dominant male in his dog team had a large scar where he had temporarily wired his mouth shut as punishment for attacking him. Johansen's main responsibility now was to help search for air crews that had been forced to land on the ice cap. It was testimony to how much Greenland had changed since he had arrived 4 years earlier, as in the meantime the island had become a vital station on the air routes between North America and Britain. Planes would disappear, he wrote. Sometimes they were able to send off signals, so we knew where to look for them. On other occasions they didn't, and there was no other choice but to start looking for them, a bit like a needle in a haystack. Greenland aviation was one of the great, unsung heroic endeavors during the war, similar in many respects to the epic struggle to supply China by air via the Hump, the treacherous route across the Himalayas. Also similar to the Hump, the adversary was not enemy aircraft, but the forces of nature. Our flyers hated Greenland's snow, rain, sleet, fog, wind, and ice, remarked William S. Carlson, a special Arctic consultant for the U.S. Army Air Forces. Flying across the ice cap, pilots often found themselves in a situation known as whiteout, described as reminiscent of flying through milk, where the featureless landscape below caused any depth perception to disappear. The Northeast ferrying route is the world's second-worst ferrying route, according to Lieutenant Colonel Milton W. Arnold, weather officer at Air Transport Command in Washington, D.C. Only the hump was worse. From the beginning of the war until its very last days, aircraft ended up on the ice cap due to mishaps of various kinds. In July 1942, in the largest forced landing to date, 2 B-17 Flying Fortresses and 6 escorting Lockheed P-38 Lightnings crash-landed wheels up on the ice cap after being caught in a bad storm and being unable to find an emergency airfield. According to reports that have never been entirely validated, the pilots were being deliberately led in the wrong direction by a German radio operator posing as Greenland ground personnel. After 3 days on the ice cap, the crews were rescued without injury, but the planes were abandoned. There's a bonding that occurs between a young pilot and his own plane, and when you left, you were saying goodbye to it, in a sense, and that was a very sentimental moment, said one of the pilots, Bradley McManus. In what was to become the longest rescue effort in any theater during the entire conflict, a B-17 crashed in southeastern Greenland in November 1942, ironically, as it had been diverted to assist in the search for another crashed aircraft, a Douglas C-53 transport, which was never found. The 9 men of the B-17, the 6-member crew plus 2 volunteer observers and 1 passenger, were left stranded on the ice cap for 5 months, while the U.S. military worked tirelessly to save the men. The wreckage of the fortress was in an area characterized by seemingly bottomless crevasses covered by thin layers of ice and snow, meaning it was associated with grave risk to attempt rescue overland. The stranded men were airlifted out in phases, but the entire rescue operation was only definitively brought to an end in early April 1943, when the last men were transported out, in silence, still unable to believe their ordeal was ending, according to the Norwegian aviator Bernt Belchen, who led the effort. While most aircraft in the air over Greenland were involved in ferrying planes to the European theater of operations, the Coast Guard carried out local responsibilities ranging from anti-submarine patrols to observation of ice conditions with a designated air squadron, VP-6. Established in the summer of 1943, it was equipped with PBY-5A Catalina flying boats and based at Bluey West 1. John Redfield, one of the squadron pilots, said, "Most of the time, our return to BW-1 during bad weather conditions was an exercise in nail-chewing. We had very few instrument landing aids. Sometimes, when we were inbound with 1/4 to 1/2 mile visibility, we would receive a report that another plane had just departed BW-1 on a priority mission." The hazards were not limited to time spent in the air. Occasionally, Bluey West 1 and other bases would be hammered by epic gales worse than those that even farm boys used to Midwestern tornadoes had ever seen. I saw buildings lifted from their foundations and carried yards away, an eyewitness reported. An air inspector's report from Narsas Work described what happened to aircraft left in the open when exposed to the violent Arctic storms. Paint was sandblasted from propellers, leading edges of wings, etc. Propellers were nicked by flying sand and rocks. All engine covers were torn to shreds by the high wind. November 1943 was a special time in the settlement of Aegidus Mini, a small community of just over 2,000 people close to Bluey West 5, a radio and weather station built by the Americans. U.S. Army Air Force Sergeant Arthur Burgess of Sonora, California, was engaged to Alice Hansen, the ethnic Danish daughter of a local shipmaster. The subsequent wedding was one of the biggest events of the year. It's tough to be married far away from one's loved ones, in a foreign country, one of the invitees, the teacher Inga Agerskow, wrote in a letter to an acquaintance. The entire community contributed to the wedding, and it ended up a grand celebration. The wedding was even more special than any of those in attendance realized. It was the only Danish-American marriage to result from more than 3 years of U.S. military presence in Greenland during the war. In addition, one marriage between an American citizen and a member of the island's Inuit community was also recorded. The explanation seemed straightforward. American and Danish authorities had agreed on discouraging fraternization from the outset. However, that was not the whole story. Although the United States and Denmark were allies in the war against the Axis, the relationship between the Americans and the locals in Greenland had both ups and downs, and sometimes the downs attracted more attention. On the one hand, the United States was a symbol of technological advance in a society such as Greenland that was still stuck in the 19th century in many ways. When the first American truck arrived in Godthåb in June 1943, the whole city turned out to follow it through the streets. At the same time, among many of the Inuit, there seemed to be a genuine feeling of friendship towards the American government. At the beginning of the year, the residents of Scoresby Sound donated a haunch of muskox, described as more delectable than beef, to President Roosevelt to express gratitude that the U.S. Coast Guard had arrived at the isolated community with much-needed supplies early in the conflict. Uncomplicated positive encounters and exchanges such as these were, however, not the norm. In the same letter that described the wedding of Sergeant Burgess and Miss Hanson, Agerskow vented considerable frustration at the way relations with the Americans had developed. She cited strong indications that the enlisted men in the bases had become convinced that the Danes in Greenland were pro-Nazi. Their logic goes like this. Why did we Americans have to go to Greenland? Because Greenland was in danger of being occupied by the Germans. There were already Germans on the east coast, and who got them there? The Danes, of course. Who else? So the conclusion must be that the Danes are Nazis, she wrote. She put it down to lack of communication between the Americans and the Danes, pointing out that the average GI had never met a member of the Danish community, leaving him with the impression that Danes were only semi-civilized and did not live in proper buildings. I think this ban against leaving the bases has both positive and negative effects, but it could probably have been handled in a better way, she wrote. In any case, it can also be construed as demonstrating that we don't want anything to do with the Americans because we are Nazis. The Danes in Greenland maintained ambiguous feelings towards the Americans, partly out of a quiet concern that they might outstay their welcome. Danes in Greenland will consider any American attempt to continue the occupation after the war in the Atlantic to be a violation and breach of earlier promises, Brun wrote to Kaufmann in June 1943, revealing, with his choice of words, occupation, his true feelings about the American presence. Brun's suspicious attitude was partly triggered by what he observed in situations where Americans did come into contact with Greenlanders despite the policy of preventing interaction. U.S. Coast Guard vessels often anchored off Julianahob, a settlement close to the base Bluey West 1, with unwanted consequences, Brun noted. These Americans were all extremely wealthy by our standards, and they were not used to getting anything for free. Once the opportunities dawned on the girls, matters exploded. For the first time in Greenland's history, we had full-scale prostitution on our hands. Significantly, it encompassed an alarmingly large proportion of the population in the area. As a result, in October 1943, Brun moved the American authorities to impose a blanket ban on all U.S. personnel's visits to inhabited areas in Greenland. Gustav Smeedal, the campaigner for Norway's right to Greenland, had continued his unceasing campaign for his country's territorial claims throughout most of 1943, but by September it was time to rest. After undergoing surgery, he traveled to unoccupied Sweden to recuperate at a spa, but his stay left him with little reason to relax. Anti-German sentiments ran high among the officially neutral Swedes, reflecting the shifting fortunes at the battlefronts, with the Wehrmacht on the defense in Russia and facing Allied invasion forces in Italy. When Smeaton passed through the capital Stockholm at the end of his visit, he was in for yet another disappointment. He paid a call on Sven Hedin, Sweden's most famous explorer and notorious Hitler admirer, hoping to persuade him to speak to his German connections on behalf of Norway and its position in the world. Hedin politely declined, stating now was not the time, as Germany in its current difficult situation would be loath to make any concessions that could be construed as a sign of weakness. Smeaton took one final, remarkable step on the eve of his return to Norway. Before I left, I sent a letter by airmail to Ambassador Wilhelm Morgenstierne in Washington, D.C. I provided a brief description of what had been done in Oslo to support Norway's claim in Greenland, and he was asked to do what he could to look after Norwegian interests in this cause, Smeaton wrote in his memoirs. It was a highly unusual move, and he knew it could potentially land him in serious trouble. The letter was anonymous. It was dangerous to put one's own name under it. If it had been intercepted by the Germans, they would not look mildly on the fact that I had used a stay in Sweden to get in touch with King Haakon's representative in the United States. No record has surfaced about whether Morgenstierne received the letter, and if so, what he thought about it. However, it marked an extraordinary instance of attempted policy coordination between individuals who were otherwise at war with each other and had been so for over 3 years. It was testimony to the depth of commitment to the Greenland cause among certain members of the Norwegian elite that even though they had ended up on different sides in the global conflict, representing groups that were prepared to kill each other and did kill each other when they met in open combat, they were united by one fundamental issue, the shared conviction that Greenland had been taken from Norway in an unjust fashion, and the belief that the war had created new conditions that could set things right. For Smeaton, the attempt to reach out to the opposite side in Washington, D.C. may very well have been a sign of growing desperation. After years of efforts, the community of nationalistic Norwegians that he represented had very little to show for them. To be sure, some Germans had voiced early support for the Norwegian claim. In February of 1942, Smeaton had been given the chance at a dinner party hosted by friends to explain the Norwegian point of view to Herman Bohm, the senior commander of the German Navy in Norway, and the man who had allowed the Busko to leave. Outrageous was the German officer's reaction when told how in Kiel in 1814 Norway had been robbed of the chance of taking Greenland with it into the union with Sweden. Still, it did not translate into solid German support at the official level. Other Germans, arguably Germans who mattered more in terms of setting policy in the field, were growing decidedly unenthusiastic about the Norwegian bid for Greenland, if they had ever had any genuine interest in what they probably considered petty arguments at the periphery of their empire. Frustratingly for Smeaton, these Germans seemed to favor the status quo over any experiments that might complicate politics in Scandinavia, and with their actions they had demonstrated that they did not want to rock the boat. Indeed, in December 1941, the Danish envoy to Berlin had complained to the German authorities about Norway's interest in Iceland and Greenland, resulting in a temporary German ban on any mention of the two islands in the Norwegian press. SS Obersturmführer Georg Wolf, a ranking officer in Division 3 at the Security Police in Oslo, and responsible for feeding regular, detailed reports on the Norwegian situation to his masters in Berlin, sent a damning dispatch in early 1942 describing the Greenland dream as an aspect of Norwegian megalomania. The Norwegian claim to Greenland was based on extremely vague historical arguments, as were parallel claims to parts of northern Russia, islands in the Polar Sea, and even the Faroe Islands, he argued. Such demands can only be explained by an almost unlimited overestimation of one's own capabilities and possibilities, Wolf wrote. Without a doubt, an extraordinarily painful lesson is in store for the Norwegian people in this particular field. Ignorant of this harsh assessment, Smadal had been involved in May 1942 in the preparation of a secret memorandum on the establishment of Norwegian weather stations in Greenland, seeking to draw lessons from the Busko debacle the year before. The document argued that the weather missions should be small-sized, consisting of 1 meteorologist and 2 telegraphers, and should be transported to Greenland by seaplane. The stations should be placed as far removed as possible from enemy stations to lower the risk of attack, the memorandum said. Shortly afterwards, Smadal and other leading members of the Arctic Seas Committee wrote a letter to Quisling, who had become the leader of a puppet government, calling for his assistance in effecting German acquiescence to a new deal on Greenland that would divide the island between the Norwegians and the Danes. They pointed out that Cecil von Rente-Fink, the head of the German mission in Copenhagen, had allegedly suggested giving eastern Greenland to the Norwegians while letting the Danes keep the western half. Ideally, a new arrangement for Greenland would have to be pushed through now, and could not wait until a post-war settlement, when the great powers would be occupied with other issues of more imminent importance to their national interest, the committee members argued. In November 1942, Smadal met Quisling in person, following up on the earlier letter and discussing the idea of sharing Greenland 50-50 with Denmark. Not surprisingly, the talk ended up revolving around Danish intransigence, despite what both men considered to be the evidently reasonable Norwegian demands. "Why are the Danes so stubborn in this matter?" Quisling asked at the meeting. "Is it because they don't understand the issue at hand and actually think they are right?" "The Danish public in general just don't understand it," Smadal said, "but the people in government do, and they realize that Greenland is actually Norwegian territory." While the Arctic Seas Committee had high hopes for what Quisling could achieve, its members did not want to stake all on just one person, however powerful, and they decided on a multi-pronged approach. In a parallel effort to impress the Norwegian point of view on the Germans, the committee also attempted appealing to public opinion in Germany. In late 1942, Smadal published a collection of articles translated into German titled Greenland and the Nordic Region. Knut Hamsun wrote the preface, and copies were sent to Hitler and Ribbentrop, as well as a number of German scholars. This step ended up backfiring badly. On May 20th, 1943, 5 months after the book had been sent to the Nazi leaders, Smadal attended a dinner party hosted by Albert William Hagelin, the Minister of Domestic Affairs in Quisling's government. 18 people were invited to the dinner, including Rudolf Schiedermeier, a legal advisor to Terboven, the German governor of Norway. After the dinner, Schiedermeier pulled Smadal aside to bring bad news. Ribbentrop had not liked the book. He considered it to betray insufficient will to compromise. Hamsun's preface was also not good. Smadal said nothing, but was certain that once again the Danish envoy in Berlin had complained and got his way with the Germans. Schiedermeier had more bad news. It was impossible at the moment to consider a division of Greenland between Norway and Denmark. If Norway obtained any Greenland territory under the present circumstances, with Norway under German occupation, the outside world would consider Germany to be the real beneficiary. The bottom line was this: even if the Germans had been winning the war, they would have been lukewarm towards facilitating the transfer of part of Greenland to Norway. Now, by 1943, the war was no longer going their way, and they had even less inclination to allocate time and sparse resources to an issue they had always considered peripheral. The achievements that Smadal and the other Greenland campaigners could boast of, never anything but modest and few in number, now faded into insignificance. In the months that followed Smedel's visit to Sweden and his desperate letter to Washington, D.C., the Norwegian attempts at strengthening claims to Greenland became increasingly unreal. The Arctic Seas Committee now zeroed in on postage tables. Its members noted that the Faroe Islands and Greenland, destinations that Norwegians could no longer mail letters to anyway due to the war, were placed in parentheses behind Denmark. Denmark, with the Faroe Islands and Greenland, suggesting that they were part of Denmark. The committee pushed through a change, causing the table to be reissued with a new wording: Denmark, Faroe Islands, and Greenland. The committee members saw it as a major victory. Chapter 17. Bassgeiger, Fall 1943 to Spring 1944. Born in 1901 in the city of Innsbruck as a citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Heinrich Schatz was just months away from being drafted into World War I when it ended. Having narrowly avoided being sent to the front line in that global conflict, he spent the 1920s advancing rapidly in the world of academe, excelling as a mathematician and physicist with a special interest in glaciology. By the time war broke out again in 1939, Austria had already been incorporated into the Reich, and he was now a German citizen, liable for military service. Initially, the Wehrmacht wasted his skills by using him as a truck driver, but in 1942, after a brief return to civilian life, he was drafted back into the army, and this time around, the powers that be decided to assign him to responsibilities more in line with his qualifications, as a meteorologist specializing in Arctic conditions. In the spring of 1943, Schatz was sent to a newly established school on Goldhöhe, a mountain just south of the former border with Czechoslovakia in an area that had now become part of Germany. There, the German Navy was training future batches of weathermen before sending them to polar regions. This included instruction on the meteorological work to be undertaken and in the duties of a radio operator. Further, there was training in practical matters relating to the actual expeditions, such as how to build snow huts and handle dog teams and sleighs, the transport of wounded or sick men, medical training, and so on, said Wilhelm Diege, a meteorologist with polar experience, who was part of a team planning the education. The attendants were also given lectures about the history and topography of the region, as well as an introduction to plant and animal life. Those who were going to Greenland had additional classes in the culture of the Inuit. In a reflection of the intense inter-service rivalry existing in the German military, the Luftwaffe had established a separate training facility at Finse, the location in the Norwegian mountains where, back in 1940, it had experimented with building airfields on glaciers. The overall direction of the education was in the hands of Rupert Holtzapfel, the meteorologist who had attempted the same year to get Danish permission for an expedition and had originally been tapped to head Holtzauge. At both Finse and Goldhöhe, the priorities were the same, and the focus was on scientific observation, not combat. The teams were valuable for as long as they kept sending meteorological reports, and this was only possible as long as they remained unseen. Detection would mean death, imprisonment, or hasty evacuation. The orders were clear and to the point. You are to make weather observations. You are to desist from attacking enemy weather groups, said Diege. The new weathermen would soon be put to use, as Holtzauge was considered a success, even though it had been revealed in the end. Less than a fortnight after the last men from that mission had been flown out from Hansa Bay, the Naval High Command met in early July 1943, agreeing to establish a network of weather stations in the Arctic, including one on the east coast of Greenland. The Greenland operation was codenamed Bassgeiger, or double bass player, and Schatz was put in charge. He was allowed to hand-pick the members of his team from among the other men who had taken the course at Goldhöhe. Their motivations for joining up were surprisingly similar. They were looking for a life of adventure, liberated from the strict rules of the military, and first and foremost, they were happy to be able to escape the monotony and compulsion associated with military service, wrote the expedition's meteorologist Gunther Triloff in post-war memoirs. The expedition members, 8 altogether, left Golthua in early August. Still, no one knew their ultimate destination and had only been informed it would be somewhere in the Arctic. They passed through Berlin, where they met a senior naval officer who almost revealed where they were going as he wished them a good hunt for musk oxen. Since musk oxen just appeared naturally in 2 places, Greenland and Canada, it was a giveaway. But only one member of the team was sufficiently knowledgeable about zoology to realize it, and anyway he thought it was a deliberate smokescreen to confuse them about their objective. They moved on to Rostock, a harbor on the Baltic, boarding the 420-ton weather ship Coburg, whose crew of 18 was to take them to Greenland, help establish the weather station, and then return to Europe. Just prior to departure, yet another expedition member boarded. It was Lieutenant Gerhard Zacher of the German Navy, who was to provide military expertise in case of contact with the enemy, a likely eventuality, given the Holzauge experience. On Saturday, August 14, 1943, Coburg steamed out of Rostock with 27 men on board, heading north. In fact, Coburg had been ready to sail 1 day earlier, on Friday the 13th, but Johann Rodebrugger, the captain, had been worried this might upset superstitious crew members, and he found excuses to postpone the departure by 1 day. Still, the ship was beset with bad luck from the outset. The final stop before heading to Greenland was the port of Narvik in northern Norway, and Coburg only arrived after having been in a powerful storm which damaged part of the supplies that had been stored on deck. Once in Narvik, Coburg had to wait several days, as the Navy had omitted equipping the expedition with items essential for survival in the Arctic, including sleeping bags, outdoor cookers, and petroleum lamps. These had to be flown in from Germany, and only on August 28th, at 4 a.m., was the ship able to depart Narvik for Greenland. "In 3 weeks, we'll be back in Narvik," Rodebrugger told his men. Coburg's delayed departure had 2 unfortunate consequences. It meant that it was unable to rendezvous in the North Atlantic with the U-boat U-355, which was to have escorted it across, as the submarine's captain had already given up and had returned back to his base in Norway. More importantly, the late journey meant that a belt of drift ice, floating slowly in a southerly direction and forming a massive barrier off the Greenland coast, threatened to freeze solid before Coburg had made it through. An additional consequence was that the ship might be unable to return to Europe with its crew that same year. The root of this problem was inherent in the entire design for the mission. The expedition was to be disembarked at Germania Land, about 200 miles north of Hansa Bay, to avoid detection by the Americans and their Danish helpers. The usual way to reach that far north in peacetime would be to sail up along the eastern coastline, inside the ice belt. In times of war, this was of course impossible, and therefore Coburg had to pass through the drift ice the hard way, at a 90-degree angle to the belt. Reconnaissance flights by the Luftwaffe prior to Coburg's departure from Narvik had led to the conclusion that the ice belt was still passable, but by the time the ship reached the eastern edge of the belt on August 31st, the low temperatures had already had an effect, and the crew could only navigate among the ice floes with some difficulty. The day after, on September 1st, Coburg was already stuck in 3 feet of ice, and a seemingly impenetrable expanse of white was stretching from one end of the horizon to the other in front of the men. Now explosives, which had also had to be flown in while Coburg was waiting in Narvik, proved irreplaceable. The crew simply had to blow up the ice in front of the ship while the 590 horsepower of its engine squeezed its way through. It was a unique feeling when the ice was pushed apart by the body of the ship and the ice sheets reached as high as the railing, recalled Johann Zima, a 21-year-old radio operator. Sometimes Coburg passed through ice that was pressed upwards all the way to the level of the bridge. Progress was now extremely cumbersome. On some days, Coburg advanced by as little as 200 yards, and on no day did it move more than 3 nautical miles. By September 9th, Coburg was at a distance of roughly 20 nautical miles from Ile-de-France, an island off the east coast of Greenland. As the ship was still moving at a snail's pace, the meteorologists on board decided on doing their work, setting up a makeshift weather station on the ice nearby. The crew had now consumed so many explosives that new supplies had to be flown in. A first attempted airdrop failed on September 16th, but 2 days later, a Focke-Wulf FW-200 Condor transport plane managed to deliver 8 drop canisters parachuted down onto the ice. A further delivery of explosives on September 28th was also necessary. With great effort, we pulled the canisters to the ship, Schatz wrote in his diary. Then we opened the canister, each of us hoping secretly, but in vain, to also find letters from home inside. On October 2nd, the ice suddenly began breaking up, and Coburg slowly drifted south, carried along by the current. The weather station on the ice next to its hull was hastily dismantled, and the equipment pulled on board before it was too late. If Coburg simply continued on this course, a quick look at the map showed that it would end up at Shannon Island, much further south than originally planned and dangerously close to the northernmost American and Danish settlements. Schatz radioed the Naval Command on October 12th, requesting permission to set up the weather station on Shannon instead of further north, receiving the green light the following day, while also being warned that, under these circumstances, contact with the enemy would be a likely outcome sooner or later. After a few days of further drift, Coburg came to halt amid thickening ice about 7 nautical miles east of Shannon. As the ship was locked inside solid ice and was unlikely to move any further, Schatz decided to make this his weather station. The expedition started preparing for the winter. There was no going back this year, also not for the 18-member crew, who had been told it would only be a mission of 3 weeks. In Germany, the Naval Command was in touch with the Luftwaffe to arrange continued supply to Bass-Geiger, and to this end, the Air Force agreed to deploy one of its largest aircraft, the 6-engine flying boat Blom and Voss BV-222 Viking. After several false starts, a BV-222 took off from Tromsø on November 17th, piloted by Captain Adolf Molodok. More cargo was squeezed into the aircraft's hull than was allowed, and when it departed shortly after 6 a.m., the total weight was 52 tons, 4 tons more than the maximum. After 5 hours over the Atlantic, the BV-222 was approaching the area where Coburg was known to be located, but even though the radio operator got in touch with members of Bass-Geiger on the ground, the ship was hidden by a thick fog cover. To carry out a somewhat safe drop of the supply canisters in the middle of this endless ice desert, it was absolutely necessary to have visual contact with the ship, Molodok wrote later. The whole operation had been planned for good weather, so a drop was not feasible. The bad weather that Molodok encountered was only the beginning. On the day after, November 18th, a powerful storm swept through the area, reaching force 10 on the Beaufort scale. The wind also set the ice floes in motion, and large sheets of ice pressed against the hull of Coburg, causing it to list 30 degrees. Fearing that it would be forced under water, the crew began hurriedly to salvage the most important equipment. Battered by the violent, freezing winds and shrouded in darkness, the men were helped to orient themselves by the ship's searchlight, but without warning it was extinguished, and the night devoured them all. The men huddled in groups, trying to keep warm and hoping for the storm to weaken. It was a night of terror, one of them recalled later. The following day, the men continued their attempts to salvage supplies from the ship, and although it now seemed that it had come to a rest in its new inclined position, Schatz decided to move the expedition onto land on Shannon. The following weeks were taken up with a slow, back-breaking effort to haul most of the supplies from Coburg across the ice to the new station area. Meanwhile, a skeleton crew remained on board the ship, headed by Captain Rodebrugger, who still dreamed of being able to somehow extricate his ship and bring it safely back to Germany. The new camp found for Bass Geiger was at a place called Cape Susi, at the base of a peninsula on the north end of Shannon Island. Reconnaissance established the presence of a large snowdrift, measuring 100 feet by 130 feet, and with snow in a depth of up to 15 feet. It was decided to set up the camp here by digging tunnels and caves into the solid snow. This had the added advantage of offering natural camouflage. It would be almost impossible to spot from the air, and scouts on the ground would have to literally stumble over the camp to discover it. The transfer of supplies from Coburg was not completed until late February, and then, for the first time in 5 months, a resemblance of routine finally set in. During the polar night, almost our whole life was spent inside the glacier. We only left it if the weather permitted movement over the ice, or if a weather observation had to be made, wrote Treloff, the meteorologist. Gerhard Sacher, the lieutenant who had been seconded to Coburg at the last moment, turned out to be a liability for the team. He was the belligerent sort, and seemed frustrated at the lack of action. Instead, he vented steam over the relaxed atmosphere among the expedition members and tried repeatedly to instill more military decorum, especially into the younger ones. "It was a clear mistake by the Naval Command to bother us with a man like that," commented Zima, the radio operator. "I'm sure they could have found better ways to use him." Or perhaps there would be a use for Sacher. Contrary to the initial plans calling for the Bass Geiger weather station to be set up so far north that it was unlikely to be detected, it was now located only 50 miles north of Hansa Bay, where Holzauge had established its camp a year earlier. It was so close to the operation area of the Northeast Greenland Sledge Patrol that contact could be hard to avoid. All the enemy, who was not too far away, had to do was to send a patrol our way to establish our exact location, wrote Zima. If we came under attack, and if we were not alert, we had no chance of escaping. The following months were to show that he had good reason to be concerned. A little to the south of Bass Geiger, at a distance that could be covered by dog sledge within just a few days, the sledge patrol was going about its day-to-day business with a certain feeling of vindication. The deployment against Holzauge, and in particular the success in capturing the enemy commander, had given the unit a sudden prestige and silenced some of the doubters. When news of the sledge patrol's success reached the governor of Greenland, Eske Brun, it was a source of unexpected relief. It was a real pleasure to be able to demonstrate what could be done when the odds were in favor of those who knew the area intimately and possessed courage, sang-froid, stamina, and experience in using whatever means were at their disposal, he wrote in his memoirs. We felt a certain pride, and the Americans, too, learned a little. The patrol was initially organized along civilian lines, but Brun saw to it that this was changed once enemy activity was confirmed in the winter of 1942 and 1943. As soon as I received reports on this, I ordered that battle should be joined, and at the same time I reorganized the entire service as a military unit, as I did not want to run the risk that the members were to be treated as partisans if they fell into enemy hands, Brun wrote after the war. Each of the members received a military rank and an armband showing his place in the hierarchy. In this way, one of the smallest and most irregular armies in the world had been created. The sledge patrol was already alerted to the German presence at the end of 1943. Peter Nielsen, the patrol member who had been captured by Holzauge and then released by Ritter to the consternation of his men, was part of a team manning a new station at Dead Man's Bay. It was located 8 miles east of Esquimones, which had been burned down by the Germans and then bombed by the Americans. In late fall 1943, Nielsen and another patrol member, Karl Henrik Schultz, were on a journey that, on November 22nd, took them past Shannon Island. They planned to spend the night at a trapper's cabin known as the Alabama Hut, just a couple of miles south of Cape Susi. While Schultz made the cabin ready, Nielsen reconnoitered the area. He noticed traces in the snow that could be from a fox, but also could be human. He moved a bit further north and again saw traces. I walked over and found 3 fresh traces in the snow left by 3 men who had been here 2 or 3 hours ago, Nielsen said. He rushed back to pick up his colleague, and the 2 immediately drove west with their dogs to report the discovery. He was under strict orders not to be taken prisoner before reporting his observations, Kurt Olsen, another patrol member, wrote in his memoirs. If he had been taken out before the news had been passed on, the consequences could have been unimaginable. A 4-member team from the sledge patrol returned to Shannon Island in early February 1944 to gain further intelligence about the Germans. The 4 men made camp on the island about 4 miles south of Alabama Hut. Creeping into a tent, one of them pulled out a card deck, and they took turns drawing cards. The one with the highest card won. He was the one who was to cover the last part of the way to reconnoiter Alabama Hut and Cape Susi. Carlos Siebel, a veteran patrol member, was chosen. Wearing a white anorak to avoid discovery, he carefully moved north. Suddenly, I was standing in the middle of a veritable avenue of footsteps leading from the ice onto land. I immediately threw myself behind some pack ice while my heart started pumping like crazy. It was 5 or 6 years since I had seen human footsteps which did not belong to either myself or my comrades, he recalled later. He moved closer and discovered the entrance into one of the Germans' caves, so well camouflaged that he almost walked on top of it. I probably had been lying there for a quarter of an hour when a man walked towards me. I grabbed my handgun and turned the safety off. He was just below me, roughly 80 feet away. He saw a flash of light as the man opened the entrance to the cave and closed it quickly again. Then Siebel moved back to the other 3 as fast as he could without attracting attention. He had seen enough, and they knew enough. There was a significant German presence. The expedition members of Bass Geiger were blissfully unaware that the enemy now had complete information about their whereabouts and that an attack could be expected at any time. Instead, they continued their routines, sending daily weather reports and otherwise trying to mitigate the boredom of isolated Arctic life. Lieutenant Sacher went on frequent hunting trips. A couple of polar bear cubs had been adopted by the men. 2 of the expedition members were convinced they had found a copper deposit and started considering how best to extract it and transport it to Europe, planning to return after the war and make a fortune. In the morning of April 20th, the soldiers of the camp assembled in front of the glacier to mark Hitler's birthday. No one knew that this was the last time we would be together in this way, Trilov wrote. In the early hours of April 22nd, 6 men were moving stealthily across the northern tip of Shannon Island in the direction of Cape Susi. They were members of the Northeast Greenland Sledge Patrol, under command of Niels Ove Jensen, the head of the station at Dead Man's Bay. They had left their sledges and dogs on the ice west of Shannon Island, guarded by 2 of their comrades. If they were not back within 36 hours, the 2 were to take the sledges and return to Dead Man's Bay. The team headed by Jensen was heavily armed: rifles, submachine guns, a machine gun with 1,000 rounds, and hand grenades. Prior to the operation, the Americans had also been supposed to airdrop additional equipment, including walkie-talkies, but for some reason the plane never turned up. Jensen hoped this would not matter, and that he would be able to fulfill his mission to wipe out the German weather station. It was still early in the day when Cape Susi appeared in the distance. They also discovered a sentry, forcing them to make their further approach very slowly in order not to be seen. After a couple of hours, they were approximately 300 yards from the German camp. Taking advantage of a moment when a new sentry took over guard duty, Jensen and one of his men crawled closer and were now only 50 yards away. Jensen realized that from this position, he and his group would be able to control the entire area and have a direct line of fire towards all exits from the German caves. They could pick them off, one after the other, as they exited. Jensen sent his man back to alert the rest of the group and summon them to the position. I quietly cursed the Americans for having let us down and not giving us the supplies we needed, Jensen said later. A couple of walkie-talkies could really have come in handy now. While Jensen was waiting for his men to catch up, he suddenly was face to face with a German carrying a hunting rifle. Jensen pointed his submachine gun at him and told him to put his hands in the air. The German threw his rifle to the side, exclaiming, "This makes no sense. We are brothers and shouldn't fight. Germany is not at war with Denmark." Having uttered these words, he pulled out a pistol from his pocket and fired several shots at the Dane. He missed, which made this his last move. Jensen fired a burst from his submachine gun, felling the German. He was dead on the spot. The German that Jensen had killed was Lieutenant Sacher. The sentry was radio operator Henrik Schmidt. Sacher had passed him on his way out of the camp, saying he was going hunting for ptarmigans. Schmidt had seen the entire situation from the distance and immediately called in reinforcements with his field telephone, then firing his weapon towards the stranger. Having used up his ammunition, he ran through the camp, alarming the men inside the caves. "The Americans are here. The lieutenant is dead. I have no more ammunition. Give me some." The camp only came to life slowly. Trilov, the meteorologist, was still asleep in his cave when he was awakened by his deputy, Kurt Pritsch, who shouted, "Achtung, Achtung, the lieutenant has been shot." The first thought that went through Trilov's still sleepy mind was that Lieutenant Sacher had been talking about arranging a drill to test the defenses, and he figured this was probably it, although he thought it was an unusual way to kick off the exercise. Without rushing, Trilov got dressed and stepped outside his cave, looking at his comrades, who were standing, still sleepy, outside their caves. The enemy was nowhere to be seen. Trilov crawled on top of the snowdrift to get a better view. At the same moment, a series of projectiles hit the snow in front of him. So it was for real after all. The Germans now rushed into their prepared positions, firing in the general direction of the enemy. The Danes in the position 300 yards away shot back, and especially the machine gun was able to deliver suppressing fire, which allowed Jensen to hastily move back and join his men. As he soon realized that he was facing a superior force and was not able to deliver effective fire from this distance, he ordered his men to withdraw west. In the rush to escape, they left behind the machine gun. As mist covered the island, and the Germans were reluctant to pursue, expecting an ambush, it was possible for the Danes to reach their two comrades guarding the dog sledges, and the entire group disappeared across the ice towards the mainland. On board Coburg, 7 nautical miles out to sea, no one had any inkling of the drama unfolding at Cape Susi. In the mess, Captain Rodebrugger and several of the officers were involved in a heated argument about how to salvage the ship. Another was sitting nearby reading the book Farthest North by Norwegian polar explorer Fridtjof Nansen, pretending not to notice. Yet another was silently smoking his pipe, also assuming an indifferent air. Suddenly, the radio operator entered, not saying a word. He walked straight over to Rodebrugger and handed him a piece of paper. The captain read it, jolting with a startled look on his face. It was a telegram from Cape Susi. He read it aloud. "The camp has been attacked by the enemy. The attack has been repelled. The enemy has withdrawn for the time being. Lieutenant Sacher has fallen. Schatz." During the first days after the attack on April 22nd, the Germans at Cape Susi expected a renewed assault at any time. The sentries were reinforced, and more patrols were sent out in the surrounding area. Some of the men perhaps started seeing ghosts. On April 25th, enemy troops were observed in mountains close to the camp. On April 30th, patrols from both sides met at Alabama Hut, but there was no shooting as the weapons on both sides malfunctioned. A member of the Danish sledge patrol later categorically denied this could have been possible, saying there were no patrols in the area at the time, and that the closest Dane was separated from the German camp by 125 miles. The small crew remaining on board Coburg were ordered by the Naval Command to abandon the ship and move inland to strengthen the defenses at Cape Susi. This was a tough command for Captain Rodebrugger, whose priorities in terms of loyalties seemed to be ship first, country second. Contrary to the order he had received, he initially seconded only 2 of his men to the camp on Shannon Island, waiting on Coburg in the hope that a sudden thaw might allow him to recover his ship. "We will get out of the ice soon," he told his petty officer, Kurt Kuss. "I can feel it in the weather." Eventually, however, he received yet another direct order to destroy the ship and then leave it behind, and he could not ignore it without making himself guilty of insubordination. Close to tears, he obeyed. Meanwhile, the Germans on land, being constantly reminded of the dangers involved by the sight of the wooden cross placed over Zacher's grave, started fearing that they might never return home. "We had absolutely no illusions that any prisoners could be taken. Prisoners who had to be dragged around for several days while on the move, or who, in our case, would have to be kept at our station, would be a great risk for both sides," Zima wrote. They did what little they could to improve the chances of survival at the hands of their enemies. Schatz noticed that one of the hunting rifles was loaded with dum-dum bullets, which were better able to stop a polar bear. If the rifle were found by the Allies, it could easily be misunderstood, and Schatz ordered his men to change for regular ammunition instead. They readily complied. The initial order from Germany was to stay put. The camp had of course been compromised, and further attacks were likely, but the weather reports were essential for the war effort and had to continue, the Naval Command explained. Then, on May 10th, a new telegram from Germany stated that an evacuation would be attempted with a huge BV-222 flying boat, along with a request to find a hole in the ice big enough for it to land. We were totally confused. A few days earlier, we had received a radio message saying we could not be evacuated because our weather reports were very important. Now they wanted to evacuate us after all, Zima remarked. It turned out that a hole in the ice big enough for a BV-222 could not be found. Instead, the Luftwaffe arranged for the dispatch of a 4-engine Junkers Ju-290, a maritime patrol aircraft and the largest land plane it had. The men at Bass-Geiger found a suitable landing area on the ice near the camp. After thorough reconnaissance and confirmation that the ice was thick enough, about 3 feet, the evacuation of all 26 surviving men of the mission took place on June 3rd. It was a bittersweet departure. The Germans destroyed everything that they had built up with much energy and ingenuity over the preceding months. All the caves dug into the snow were blown up. Even the machine gun captured from the Danes was destroyed with a hand grenade. The 2 polar bear cubs, who were considered too wild for a long plane ride, were shot. The plane took off late in the afternoon, just managing to clear a wall of ice at the end of the makeshift runway, before flying in the direction of Trondheim, Norway. Rodebrugger, still mourning the loss of Coburg, was looking out of the window, staring at the unbroken expanse of white passing by under the plane. After 20 minutes of flight, the ice underneath started breaking up into large sheets, and a little further on, they were over open water. "Look, Kuss," said Rodebrugger, patting the petty officer on the shoulder, "we wouldn't have had to wait long, and then we would have been able to get out with the ship." Chapter 18. Meteorology's Finest Hour. Summer to Winter, 1944. June 6, 1944, was meteorology's finest hour. according to Sverre Petersen, a Norwegian weather forecaster in British service who played a pivotal role in picking the right day for the Allied invasion of Europe. Timing was crucial and marked the difference between success and failure. After the window of opportunity in early June, long-term predictions indicated that the next opportunity was a fortnight later. If that window had been picked instead, the invasion would have run into a gale, the like of which had not been known in June for 40 years, to quote Churchill. General Dwight D. Eisenhower had no doubts about the importance of the weather. "Thank the gods of war that we went when we did," he commented when receiving a report about the storm that hit later that June. Information from Greenland was a big piece in the elaborate puzzle that the Allied weathermen put together in order to be able to provide Eisenhower with useful forecasts. For example, a high-pressure system that had developed over Greenland was key in predicting a brief spell of quiet weather on the morning of June 6th. What we most needed for our longer-range predictions were weather observations made at regular intervals on the ocean south of Greenland, reminisced James Martin Stagg, a Royal Air Force meteorologist who was instrumental in moving the Allied Supreme Commander to make his final decision on when to give the go-ahead. Still, there was a great deal of uncertainty, as the senior officers were keenly aware. "Well, you guys will be making history if we get there, and if we don't, we'll all be busted to privates," General Carl Spaatz, commander of U.S. Strategic Air Forces in Europe, told his meteorologists. The Germans had little understanding of the Allied Weather Service, but could only observe an almost magical ability to pick the right time to launch the invasion during a short gap between two storms. "We assumed that they had much more and better data over the Atlantic than we had," commented Hermann Flohn, a weather forecaster for the Luftwaffe. "We apparently overestimated the meteorological technique used in the Allied forces." Against this backdrop, and in order not to lag too far behind the enemy's capabilities in the field, the German commanders continued to prioritize weather forecasting in the summer of 1944, even as they were pressured on all fronts and had to make tough decisions about allocation of scarce resources. Early in the war, before the U.S. entry, the German intelligence service, the Abwehr, had been involved in the dispatch of weather teams to Greenland. This was natural, since there was not yet a formal state of war between the United States and Germany, and therefore using Greenland, a territory covered by the Monroe Doctrine, as a base for German meteorological observations had necessarily had the character of a clandestine operation. With American participation in the war, the Germans could abandon these pretenses and conduct weather operations in Greenland as an overt military activity primarily involving the Navy, but with frequent assistance from the Air Force. By 1944, the intelligence services again got involved. The Reich Security Main Office, a large bureaucracy inside the SS, which also had a hand in intelligence matters, sent a proposal to the Luftwaffe in July to cooperate in the field of meteorology. Under the codename Laubfrosch, or Tree Frog, 3 small units were to be put together and transported to different areas in the Arctic region. One of these, Laubfrosch I, was to be made up of Norwegians hired by the Abwehr and to be sent to Greenland by long-distance plane. The details were agreed on at a meeting between the Reich Security Main Office and the Air Force on August 19th. On August 24th, the entire operation was given up again due to lack of aviation fuel. The foray of the SS into Greenland meteorology began late, and it lasted just 5 days. On August 27th, 3 days after the SS decided to abandon its project, the trawler Katingen departed from Tromsø, also headed for Greenland. On board was a 12-member expedition in addition to the ship's own crew of 14. The operation, codenamed Edelweiss, aimed to resume the meteorological work that had been abruptly cut short earlier that summer when the men of the Bass-Geiger mission had to be evacuated out. The 12 men participating in Edelweiss were expected to spend 9 to 10 months on the Greenland coast, and had been carefully selected among the personnel that had passed the demanding course at Goldhua on the former Czech border. To an even larger extent than earlier graduates from the facility, they had received extensive training in marksmanship and mountain warfare, since the experience of past expeditions to Greenland had demonstrated that clashes with the enemy were more than likely. Gottfried Weiss, who had been the scientific leader of Holzsauge in 1942 and 1943, was in overall command of Edelweiss. Lieutenant Hans-Jürgen Alvelt had been assigned as the officer in charge of military matters in case of enemy contact. Weiss was not the only Holzsauge veteran on board Kadingen. The Germans also brought sledge dogs, partly bred from the ones brought home from Greenland at the end of the mission in Hansa Bay in 1943. The expedition was expected to make landfall at Dove Bay and then move inland to set up a station that could not be easily detected from a passing ship. Given the fast-changing weather and ice conditions in the area during the fall, the Naval Command had not made a prior decision about the exact location, but left it to Weiss's discretion once he had arrived with his men. Shortly after putting out to sea, Kadingen rendezvoused with the U-boat U-703 under the command of First Lieutenant Joachim Brunner, which was to escort the trawler at some distance and defend it if it was attacked. In the afternoon of August 30th, an unwelcome report ticked in based on Luftwaffe reconnaissance. A ship, estimated at 400 tons, had been spotted off Greenland. "Perhaps it will get in our way," Brunner wrote in his war diary. 36 hours later, in the morning of September 1st, the ice belt shielding off Greenland from the Atlantic was sighted on the horizon in the dim light of the Arctic summer night. On the ice border, U-703 sailed up alongside Kadingen to take on board much-needed fuel for the return journey. When the work was just completed, at 5:20 a.m., a mast was sighted over the horizon. It was an enemy ship. U-703 immediately submerged, but kept close to the surface, maintaining visual contact with the approaching ship through periscope. After 20 minutes, the full profile of the approaching ship was visible. We immediately guessed that it had to be the ship that was reported during the aerial reconnaissance, but there must have been a mistake when it came to tonnage. The ship that was steering in our direction measured about 2,000 tons, wrote Alvelt. It was U.S. Coast Guard cutter Northland, commanded by Lieutenant Commander R.W. Butcher. Kadingen attempted to escape into the pack ice, and the American vessel commenced the pursuit. The German ship was faster, but not built to navigate in ice-filled waters, and had to dodge the larger ice floes, while Northland could steer straight through the water, compensating for its slower speed. Butcher signaled the German trawler to halt, and as it ignored the message, he ordered the forward gun to fire at it continuously while the distance was gradually reduced. It was Weiss's decision, made against Alvelt's advice, to steer through the ice in order to reach the Greenland coast as soon as possible. The predetermined plan for contingencies such as this was to drag the pursuing enemy ship into a vulnerable position where the submerged U-703 would be able to fire its torpedoes at it. I suggested steering towards the open sea, as it was to be assumed that the U-boat would not be able to get in a shot because of the pack ice, Alvelt wrote. He turned out to be right. U-703 fired 2 torpedoes at Northland, both hitting ice floes that knocked them off course and saved the Coast Guard cutter from what could otherwise have been a devastating hit. After waiting for 30 minutes to be out of immediate artillery range, U-703 surfaced, but Kadingen was now out of sight. We, on board the trawler, were on our own and had to find our own way to handle Northland, Alvelt wrote. The situation I had feared had arisen. We had no escape door any longer. With Northland still in pursuit and closing in, Weiss and Alvelt quickly conferred about what to do next. They were approaching the large island Great Koldovai, and they decided to attempt sailing around its southern tip in hopes of reaching the ice-free waters of Dove Bay between the island and the Greenland east coast, where Katingen could again take advantage of its higher speed. Meanwhile, a signal was sent to Tromsø. Pursued by enemy ship, preparations made to destroy secret documents and code keys. It was now noon. 2 crew members with binoculars posted on the highest point of the German trawler reported the entrance into Dove Bay blocked by pack ice. We were trapped, the situation was hopeless, and we had to abandon ship, Elvelt said. 3 explosive charges were prepared, 2 in the engine room and 1 in the magazine, and the 3 lifeboats were lowered into the water. The fuses for the explosives had been set for 9 minutes, but only after 11 minutes did the first of the charges go off, followed by the second and the third. At 12:47 p.m., Katingen disappeared under the sea. The crew on Northland had ceased fire once it was clear the German trawler had been evacuated and now approached the Germans in their lifeboats. The engines in 2 of the lifeboats had broken down, and therefore it was hopeless to try to reach Great Koldovai and make a stand there. The Germans surrendered immediately. With a certain sense of drama, Weiss handed his dagger to Butcher, who saw to it that it was framed and hung as a trophy in Northland's wardroom. Space aboard was tight, since it also carried more than 100 infantrymen specially trained for Arctic warfare, and the German officers and non-commissioned officers had to be placed in the sick bay. The treatment was decent, but there was some dissatisfaction among the prisoners with the situation. Wilhelm Gockel, the expedition's chief meteorologist, blamed Weiss and the U-boat commander Brunner for the capture. Transfer of fuel at the ice border, of all places, he wrote in an account after the war, suggesting that Katingen had been unnecessarily vulnerable there. After some time, Weiss was transferred to the Coast Guard cutter Storis, while the vessel stayed within a narrow space along the east coast of Greenland for the next few weeks. He saw no fewer than 8 American observation ships, all equipped with aircraft. It became clear to me that this summer it would hardly have been possible to land any mission, at most a small station from a U-boat, he wrote in post-war memoirs. When the German Naval Command received confirmation that Edelweiss had ended in failure, it made a hasty decision to redirect another expedition that was being made ready in Norway. Codenamed Goldschmied or Goldsmith, it had 12 members, including its commander, Lieutenant Karl Schmid, who was a geographer in civilian life. It had originally been meant to be deployed on Franz Josef Land, an archipelago north of Russia. It was now renamed Edelweiss II, a decision that seemed popular with the men. To be honest, we were only too happy to swap Goldsmith for Edelweiss and Franz Josef Land for Greenland. I'd been wanting to go to Greenland for 10 years. Now it had suddenly become our destiny, a member of the expedition recalled. The ship that was to take Edelweiss II to Greenland was Externsteine, with a crew of 20. Externsteine left Norway late in the afternoon of September 26th in thick fog and was joined off the Norwegian coast by U-boat U-965 early the following day. In the night between September 29th and 30th, the expedition reached the ice belt east of Greenland, and the U-boat returned home. Initially, Externsteine only made slow progress through the ice, but suddenly it chanced upon a clear path of ocean leading all the way to the Koldovai archipelago off the Greenland coast. Despite the constant risk of detection, the men almost started enjoying the voyage. If it weren't for the mountains and the ice, this could almost be a beautiful autumn day on a ferry on Lake Constance between Konstanz and Meersburg, said Hans Wagner, a private first class. Anchoring off the island of Little Koldovai early on October 1st, Schmid decided to immediately begin unloading the expedition's supplies in order for Externsteine to return to Norway before the operation was spotted by a bypassing reconnaissance plane. In the course of 35 hours of uninterrupted work, all supplies were put on shore, and the ship made ready to depart in the afternoon of October 2nd. Now came the fateful moment when we started having as much bad luck as we had so far had good luck, Schmid said. When the engine started, the ship released a column of thick black smoke into the air. It was the result of allowing the crude engine oil to cool down while the supplies were being unloaded. Standing on Little Koldovai, Schmid momentarily worried about the risk of being spotted by an American plane, but then calmed down, telling himself the chances were tiny. He knelt down to get a snapshot of the picturesque motif, the white icebergs, the black plume, and then he heard the distant noise of an aircraft. They had been detected after all. He had previously been planning to give his men 48 hours of rest after the grueling work of unloading ship, but now they were back at it again, struggling to spread the supplies over a large area so they would not form an easy target in an air raid. The following day, on October 3rd, Schmidt and his men were again overflown by a reconnaissance aircraft. It was just a question of time before they were attacked. Meanwhile, U.S. Coast Guard cutter Eastwind was on its way towards Little Koldovai from the south. This was the Eastwind's first real test in heavy, polar-packed flows, recalled its commander, Charles W. Thomas. The speed with which she chewed her way through fascinated me. The ship moved up the west coast of the island, disembarking 2 platoons of infantry in the early hours of October 4th. The American soldiers moved across the island, spotting the German camp. The Germans had heard strange sounds in the darkness, and they were on the alert. Schmid could have made a stand, and he knew the higher-ups in the Navy would have approved of it if he had done so. Still, suddenly seeing him and his men surrounded by what appeared to him to be 250 Americans, he decided against it. He ordered his men to put down their weapons and surrender without firing a shot. "I knew the war was lost," he argued later. "I wanted to give our boys a good, healthy start in the post-war world." Externsteiner was still unaccounted for. After more than a week of unsuccessful searches, it was spotted at 4:20 p.m. on October 15th by Eastwind's seaplane, located off Cape Borgen at the northern tip of Shannon Island. Both Eastwind and Southwind, another Coast Guard cutter, headed to the area, and Eastwind got there first. The cutter made radar contact with Externsteiner at 8 p.m., and 2 hours later, at a distance of 4,000 yards, fired 3 broadside salvos at the German ship, deliberately aiming for the shells to fall 50 yards short. After the end of the 3rd salvo, the German ship signaled, "We give up." Eastwind moved in on the Germans, signaling that if they made any move to scuttle the ship, it would trigger fire from the American heavy machine gun battery. Shortly after midnight, when the 2 ships were separated by just 300 yards, a boarding party rounded up the prisoners and transferred them to the Coast Guard cutter, while a prize crew took over the Nazi vessel. It was the only American capture of an enemy surface vessel in World War II. A chapter in the history of warfare in the Arctic regions was about to be closed. The Germans would not again attempt to land men on Greenland soil for the purpose of carrying out weather observations. For the members of Edelweiss II, it was the end of the war, and the beginning of a prolonged period of relative comfort. The officers were occasionally invited to dine with the commander of Eastwind. The enlisted men were put up in spacious quarters and given fiction books and games. 1/4 of them, in turns, were allowed to attend movie showings alongside the regular American crew. "I must say that we were being treated correctly by the Americans," Carl Schmid remarked later. "After a few days, we were being directly spoiled." Schmid, Weiss, and their men were not the only Germans in Greenland in 1944. In what was perhaps the clearest sign that the war had connected Greenland with the outside world, silver screen star Marlene Dietrich, born in Berlin but now an American citizen, visited the island twice during the year. In April, the 42-year-old celebrity who was not allowed to fly in peacetime to avoid any risk to her expensively insured legs, landed for a refueling stop before moving on to the Azores and then further to her final destination in the Mediterranean, where she entertained the American troops. Then, once again in September, she stopped over in Greenland en route to Europe and newly liberated Paris, and this time she stayed a little longer. She gave 4 concerts at Bluey West 1 in Narsarsuaq, performing a number of songs, but none more popular than Lily Marlene. This was the same everywhere she went. "I sang, if for 3 long years," she said, "all through Africa, Sicily, Italy, through Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, through England, through France, through Belgium and Holland, through Germany and into Czechoslovakia." The GIs in Greenland needed cheering up. Corporal Albert Henry Soar, a former football player with the New York Giants now serving on Greenland, wrote a letter to his former teammates in late 1944 describing his joy at a recent win. "I am the happiest guy in Greenland. If you ever can get happy up here in this godforsaken country of ice, snow, ice caps, and Rocky Mountains, they ought to give this place back to Denmark and get us all the hell out of here." He was not alone. After more than 3 years in Greenland, many Americans thought it was time to go home. Some Danes thought the same about the visitors, allies or not. Eske Brun, the governor who had exerted all his influence the previous years to try and root out prostitution, was frustrated to see that American soldiers were still walking freely in the vicinity of their bases. Without prior consultation, Base Command has completely undermined the preconditions for our effort to prevent the occupation from having harmful effects on the population, he wrote in a telegram to the Danish mission in Washington, D.C. in August 1944. Lest 4 years of hard work on this matter be wasted, the U.S. government must be made to understand that this has to stop. Not everyone agreed on the gravity of the problem. When an official from the Danish consulate in New York visited Greenland in 1944, he did not see excessive fraternization. American influence, through the various regulations of the armed forces limiting contacts with the native settlements, has been small, he wrote. Sometimes the pernicious American influence was so subtle that many were unable to see it, perhaps because it was not there in the first place. On Friday, September 22nd, at 8 p.m., the doctor was called to Godthåb's Teacher Training College. A student, Moses Villa, had been shot in the abdomen by one of his classmates. Despite all the doctor's efforts, he died within 1 hour. An op-ed writer in a local newspaper linked the tragic incident to the growing exposure to Hollywood movies imported into Greenland as part of a general increase in U.S. clout. "We can never tolerate that the children use each other for target practice or play cowboys using American movie methods," the unnamed writer stated. In a different way, Bluey East 2 on the east coast of Greenland came to exemplify some of the negative consequences of the cultural clash between Americans and Inuit. The base was established close to a traditional hunting ground for the locals, and as the strange, pale-faced newcomers grew more numerous, eventually reaching a number of 800, they inevitably attracted interest. The Americans at the base only worsened the problem when, out of an understandable and very human wish to share their wealth with the less fortunate, they handed out cigarettes and candy to the Inuit. A shantytown developed on the outskirts of the base, where entire families settled down inside large wooden crates that had been used for transporting vehicles. The situation that developed was probably not unlike what Secretary of State Hull had in mind when back in 1941 he warned against practices that could fuel Nazi propaganda of enslavement of original peoples. Many of the hunters turned into scavengers, sifting through the base dump for edible items. When the activity was explicitly banned for health reasons, they turned to doing it after dark. Often at night, the lights carried by visitors could be seen over the dump. The Danish authorities had foreseen this problem, and when the base had initially been negotiated, one precondition had been that the contents of the dump would be burned at regular intervals. The people in charge at the base omitted doing this, and the results were sadly predictable. Food poisoning among the Inuit was widespread. In one particular notorious episode, 7 Inuit died, and 22 were severely sickened after eating meat from the dump that had gone bad. Chapter 19. The End. 1945. Peter Wilhelm Stahl had been a Luftwaffe combat pilot since the beginning of the war, flying over areas as disparate as the Arctic Ocean and the Sahara. In the spring of 1945, he almost got to fly to Greenland. He had been assigned to Kampfgeschwader 200, a unit veiled in secrecy that specialized in special operations and clandestine missions. Earlier on, the unit, commonly known as KG 200, had typically been ordered to pick up agents from behind enemy lines, but by now its purpose had changed. It was widely understood that Germany's total collapse was a matter of time, and the planners at KG 200 were now thinking ahead into a future after the final defeat. In the last days of the Reich, they believed, they would be told to drop agents in enemy territory who were to carry out subversive political work to destabilize the victorious powers from within. By late April, Stahl was alerted to a remarkable plan. It was to involve the KG 200's 3rd Squadron, which controlled a considerable transportation capacity on the island of Rügen in the Baltic, including the huge 6-engine BV-222 flying boats. They had been made ready to bring a large group of people, they had the political leadership of the Reich in mind, to a hidden place on the coast of Greenland, Stahl wrote in his memoirs. There, in the safety of geographic isolation, or so they thought, it would be possible to survive for a long period of time and then, at a later date, to discreetly slip back into society. It never materialized, and he never heard any further details about the project. It was an adventurous plan, which reflected Boy Scout romantics rather than any sense of reality, he remarked. Another adventurous plan landed on the desk of Professor Johannes Georgi, one of Germany's best-known polar explorers, in March 1945. It was a proposal written by Franz Nusser, a naval meteorologist, for continued weather observations from Greenland. The expeditions to the island, from Holzsauga to the failed Edelweiss missions, had shown two things. First, to get weather observations from Greenland that were useful in continental Europe, where the war was now being fought, it was necessary to move further south than had been possible so far. Second, moving too far south was bound to trigger detection by the ever more numerous Americans. Nusser had an unconventional solution to this dilemma. Instead of establishing a station near the coastline, where an American patrol would stumble on it sooner or later, it should be set up on the ice cap. Similar to the way that German and Austrian troops had lived inside glaciers during the war in the Alps from 1915 to 1918, the station should be built inside the ice. It would require fewer building materials to be ferried in from Europe, and it would be naturally camouflaged. The experience of Bass Geiger on Shannon Island would also be useful in this respect. The only feasible method would be to fly in the expedition members, Nusser argued, possibly having in mind the earlier experiments with landing on glaciers carried out almost 5 years earlier in Norway. Therefore, the expeditions had to be small, consisting of one commander doubling as a meteorologist, one technical assistant, and 2 radio operators. Georgi pointed out certain practical difficulties, as the extent of American patrolling was unknown, but fundamentally signed off on the project as sound. The plan, to be implemented during the winter of 1945 and 1946, never got beyond the drawing board. Meanwhile, Alfred Salvester, a general admiral in the German Navy, put the finishing touches to a bizarre document in early 1945. It was a memorandum on how Germany should project its naval power across the world's oceans in order to regain the upper hand against the Allies. Despite the tense military situation in which we seem to have lost all gains won in the early years of the conflict, he wrote in the introduction to the document, I believe in final victory. It is hard to imagine that this senior officer, with all his privileged access to information on the situation at the strategic level, truly was convinced that the war could still be won. Perhaps he was making plans for a future in which Germany would be allowed to unleash its destructive potential on the world for a 3rd time. Perhaps he was simply meditating fancifully on what Germany should have done in a parallel universe where the strongest powers were not closing in on its borders from all sides. It is impossible to tell. What can be said for certain is that if the German commanders had known in 1940 what they knew in 1945, and had at their disposal technologies that at the beginning of the war had been in an embryonic state but had come to full fruition 5 years later, Greenland would play a bigger role in their strategy. Iceland, Greenland, and the Azores must be removed from the American sphere of interest. just like Africa, as they too are unsinkable aircraft carriers or bases for long-distance weapons, which may threaten Europe once they have developed further, he wrote. He pointed out that Greenland was of paramount importance in the future as a bulwark against American invasion plans against Europe. At the same time, it could be used offensively as a launch base for rocket-type weapons fired at the United States, Zolvester wrote, in all likelihood thinking of future versions of the V-2 rocket that the Germans had used against Allied targets in Britain and Western Europe since the fall of 1944. By April 1945, the people of Greenland, and especially the Danes, were waiting for the news they knew could come at any time about the capitulation of Germany and the liberation of Denmark. Instead, news of an entirely different and unexpected kind arrived on April 12th, about the death of U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt. His frail health had been kept a carefully guarded secret, and therefore his demise came as an even bigger shock, in Greenland as elsewhere. The Greenland governor, Brun, sent his condolences and received a reply from Secretary of State Edward Stettinius, stating that the late president had appreciated the friendship of the Greenland people. Never before a foreign death had struck so deeply as was the case on April 12, 1945, wrote Mikkel Game, a Danish educator in Greenland. The resolute way that Roosevelt had acted in 1940 after the German occupation of Denmark had made a lasting impression on the Greenlanders. 3 weeks later, in the evening of May 4th, it was finally reported in Greenland that German officers had met with British Field Marshal Bernard Law Montgomery, agreeing to the surrender of all forces in the Netherlands, northwest Germany, and Denmark. The spread of the news could be directly observed in Godthåb as people hoisted their flags the moment they were informed. Officers from the transport ship Julius Thomson, which was anchored in the port, produced signal rockets and fired them into the air. "The only shooting we have experienced during the entire war," a newspaper reporter commented. In the small community of Fiskenes, Epolus Noesen, the local politician who had quit smoking on the day that Germany occupied Denmark 5 years earlier, produced a cigar and lit it, to the applause of those around him. Governor Brun spoke about the sacrifices that had been necessary. "Let us commemorate the brave Greenlander and Danish sailors who disappeared with their ships while doing their duty," he said. Referring to Eli Knudsen, the member of the sledge patrol who had been killed in March 1943, he talked about the lonely grave at Sandodden where a brave soldier rests after having given his country everything. A common theme in all the speeches that were held in May of 1945 was the alleged harmony between Greenlanders and Danes. Any divisions that existed during the war years were only hinted at. All through these difficult years, which have also been difficult for the Greenlanders, they have sympathized with the Danes, even if they have not always found the right way to express this, said Jürgen Chemnitz, a member of the Greenland National Council. Relations between Greenlanders and Danes had been characterized by a certain tension throughout the war years. For justification of this claim, one just had to look at King Christian X, a figure popular with both Greenlanders and Danes, and therefore, on the face of it, not a bone of contention. In May 1940, for example, the provincial councils sent a greeting to the king in recently occupied Copenhagen. "In this dark time, we feel a need to ask your majesty to accept our promise of unending loyalty to our country and to our rightful king. We look forward to the day when nothing will again separate us from our king." An eyewitness remembered how, 3 years later, in the fall of 1943, the residents of Greenland had a rare opportunity to listen to the Danish Broadcasting Corporation transmitting a speech by the king. "An old woman next to me was sobbing uncontrollably. She probably did not understand a word of what the king was saying. Still, it was a major and touching moment, being able to hear his sorrowful voice," he said. It was widely understood that the king and the royal family were powerful symbols that could help maintain inter-ethnic harmony in Greenland, and the media were employed to magnify this effect. Some Danes thought it went too far in its attempt to placate the Greenlanders. When Gotthop Radio sent a special broadcast to mark the king's birthday, some listeners noted that there was no special greeting to the Danes in Greenland. "You shouldn't be so afraid of rubbing the Greenlanders the wrong way so as to forget that we Danes are a community unto ourselves and are tied closer together than Greenlanders and Danes," a listener in the Jakobshavn settlement complained in a letter to the radio station. The ethnic division remained, in spite of all official efforts to tone it down. It was a message about the future awaiting Greenland and its inhabitants, a future very different from its pre-war past. Maxwell Dunbar, who had been Canadian consul until 1943, returned to Greenland in 1945 for yet another stint, and found society much changed. The standard of living had risen as a result of peace, and morale was high, but it also seemed as if the island had turned a corner. "So many of the people I had learnt to know so well had gone home to Denmark. A community structure had been broken," he said. Especially the Danes that had been stranded in Greenland in 1940 and had been forced to wait out the war were no longer there. Still, they had left behind a legacy. While they had been in Greenland, they had participated in the governance of the small society and contributed to a feeling of having matured to a level where Copenhagen was no longer needed as much as in the past. They had been governing themselves for 5 years. They had the ability themselves, complained an official with the Greenland board in the Danish capital. The idea of leading the Greenlanders gradually and cautiously towards greater development and independence belonged to the past. Copenhagen and the Greenland board had become more and more distant. They talked about the board with growing contempt. "The board. They were laughing a little every time someone mentioned it," said a former senior official. A big part of the explanation for the growing confidence among the Greenlanders was to be found further to the west. The United States emerged as one of the two superpowers in 1945, arguably the stronger one, and Greenland was an immediate neighbor. A Dane who had not been to Greenland since before the German occupation and returned in early 1945 noticed that the Greenlanders seemed much better off and in the middle of a U.S.-fueled consumer boom. They were better dressed than before, primarily in American clothes, especially colorful cotton garments, which one had never seen before in Greenland, he wrote. "I also saw Greenlanders wearing second-hand American uniform items, but as far as I remember, not a single American soldier." The American presence was subtle. Draconian measures to keep the GIs at a distance from the local population had had an impact, even if they had not worked perfectly. Still, geography was an inescapable fact, and geography had made Greenland an indispensable piece in the strategic game the United States was now involved in at the dawn of the Cold War. Geography only meant something because of technology, aeronautical technology, to be more precise. When he left Greenland in 1943, Penfield, the U.S. consul, was asked about his predictions for the island after the war. He expected it would be important in aviation. "If transarctic air routes should be adopted, it will naturally be very significant. Also, it may be used for air freight, with the idea that the shorter the jump, the bigger the payload. It is hard to say now just what the situation will be," he said. Others had made similar forecasts even before. Quite possibly, Greenland may in the future be useful as a stepping stone from the American Middle West to Scandinavia and Russia, and, as the landmass nearest the North Pole, it may acquire value through the development of transpolar airlines, wrote Philip Moseley, an international relations scholar, in 1940. Moseley was optimistic, evidently having civilian aircraft in mind when thinking about reaching Russia. As it turned out, he was almost right, insofar as his vision turned out to be true for military aircraft. Greenland did become important as part of a vast globe-spanning infrastructure that formed the Western response to the Soviet challenge. It had all begun in 1941, when the Americans arrived and kick-started Greenland's journey into the modern world, for better or for worse. The war had seemed likely to lower Greenland even deeper into its dark past when the ties with Denmark were cut short by the brutal German attack on our motherland, the absence of the ships, and the silence of the radio. But it was to turn out quite differently, wrote Christian Wiebe, the young journalist. Postscript. Greenland impressed itself on most people who passed through or stayed for a longer period during the war years. One of them was Canadian diplomat Hugh Keenleyside. My own most lasting memento of the Greenland episode is a charming small polar bear carved by an Eskimo out of pure white cryolite. Due to the passage of time and the perils of family life, it has lost one of its rear paws, but it is still cherished for both its beauty and the memories it evokes, he wrote in his memoirs. It is an amusing coincidence that this piece of original Greenland art should be made out of cryolite, the ice that will not melt, which had such an important role to play in pushing the island to center stage from early on in World War II. The cryolite mine at Iviktut was one of the weak spots of the Western Allies in the initial stages of the conflict. It was the one place in Greenland where the Germans, by landing just a single successful blow, could have caused serious trouble for their enemies, not least in the crucial field of aircraft production. To be sure, the Allies knew how to make synthetic cryolite, but if, for example, the mine had been flooded by an explosion, it would have taken them months and absorbed precious resources from elsewhere to reset their production accordingly. The question is, why did the Germans not do it? The short answer is, first they would not, and then they could not. In 1940, when a U-boat could have disembarked a sabotage team with relative ease because the mine essentially had no one to protect it, any plans, if they did exist, would be stopped by Hitler's reluctance to upset the Americans. Attacking Greenland would have meant war with the United States. He wanted that war eventually, but not at a time when Britain, and more importantly, the Soviet Union, had not been beaten yet. Later, after the United States had entered the war, the Luftwaffe, which had the most to gain by putting obstacles in the way of Allied airplane manufacturing, deemed it technically impossible to send a bomber to Iviktut. But why not launch a commando raid? The sources only allow us to speculate, but perhaps it was an instance of inter-service rivalry, since the assistance of the German Navy would have had to be called upon to help take the small team of specially trained soldiers to Greenland. Cryolite represented one of three ways in which Greenland had strategic significance in World War II, and the only area where, in theory at least, there was some parity between Germany and the Allies, as Germany had it in its power to cause serious damage to its opponents. In the second of the three respects, Greenland as a station on the ferry route for airplanes from North America to Britain, Germany's ability to do anything but minor harassment was severely curtailed. As consultation among Luftwaffe planners showed, the threat of German attack on the Allied aircraft while in the air could force them to boost their armament, thus spending more fuel, but that was it. Finally, in the third of the three aspects, Greenland as a base for weather forecasts, Germany was at a severe disadvantage throughout the war. There was no question of Greenland's value for meteorological observations, as the preparations for the Normandy landings demonstrated, but the Allied ability to secure a continued stream of data was also never in doubt. The Germans could do nothing about it, and never even considered disrupting their enemies' activities in the field. The real question was whether they themselves were also in a position to obtain weather data from Greenland. They definitely tried. Again and again, 6 attempts, wholly or partly supported by the Germans, were made to strengthen weather reporting from Greenland. Furenac, Busko, Holzauge, Bass-Geiger, Edelweiss I and Edelweiss II. In addition, Veslakari partly had meteorological aims, carrying a telegrapher to Mosquito Bay. Blaubfrosch I, set for August 1944, was cancelled at the last moment. Of these, only Holzhauge and Bassgeiger managed to become operational, but they did lead to the result that Germany received regular weather reports from Greenland during the period from August 1942 until June 1944, with a 6-month hiatus between June and December 1943. Given the uneven odds at the outset, this must count as a qualified German success. There was a fourth respect in which Greenland could potentially have been important, but was not, as a staging ground for a German invasion of North America. It has been claimed that the U.S. government never really feared a German attack via Greenland, and that this was only mentioned in statements to sway American public opinion in favor of a growing presence on the island. The evidence, however, suggests real worries in the leadership among Roosevelt. Assistant Secretary of State Burl voiced the concern that Germany could attempt to establish a presence in Greenland. "We should have to contemplate the possibility that the Germans might try to interrupt the place," he wrote on August 27, 1940. To the extent that Hitler's views can be gauged from the rather modest sources to his thinking on cross-Atlantic invasion, he saw the Azores as the main stepping stone and did not accord Greenland major significance in plans for taking America. Still, in the compartmentalized decision-making of the Third Reich, it was entirely possible that, for example, the Luftwaffe, building an experimental airfield on a Norwegian glacier, might be making plans of its own, possibly with a view to eventually persuading the Führer. Anyway, a German offensive against the American homeland was far off in the future, after the Soviet Union had been beaten, and much could change, including the priority given to Greenland. General Admiral Zollwester was looking into an even more distant future when, amid the catastrophe of 1945, he described Greenland's importance in a coming era, then still only dimly foreseen, where intercontinental bombers and even missiles would have the power to decide wars. The General Admiral may have been dreaming about what a Fourth Reich might be able to achieve, and in this sense his vision was doomed to fail, as the Allies would never allow the Germans to bring war to the rest of the world a third time in a row. However, he did envision with some accuracy a future where the Soviet Union had taken over the role as America's main adversary, and new aviation and missile technologies gave Greenland unprecedented importance.